Godot. What are we working on today? Actually, don't know what we should be working on today. We got a lot of stuff. I did the decorations yesterday. Dex needs a new version of that. Dex will need a new version. Maybe I should iron out. Maybe we should just do the store today and just finish it off and mark it complete. I think that's good. To mark the store complete and then to mark the decorations complete. That's probably our goal for today. We can do that. Let's do that. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Boom. I kind of forgot that my Twitch chat thingy was off on the right side. / YouTube chat. Let me test it. Hello, Dexter. Waving hands and feet. What are you on? Laying on the floor? Testes. All right, that's on the Twitch side. And does it show the YouTube chat? Wait. Let me try just sending it to YouTube. Let me try sending that to YouTube only. Testes. Ooh, it's not showing the YouTube chat. Why isn't that showing the YouTube chat? That's weird. Oh, let me see if I can figure that out real quick. A little bit of configuration. How's everyone doing now? Boom, 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 boom. Hey, Reginaldo. How you doing? You just checked if I was live? Yeah, I just popped out. I was on a little late today. Like, I usually wake up early, but I slept in today. And it was, I had a good sleep. I guess I fell asleep a little late. It happens sometimes. It happens. Boom, boom. I'm trying to see if I can make YouTube chat show up on the stream. So I realize there's a disconnect between Twitch and YouTube. What's that? I think that'd be pretty nice, because like you have the Twitch chat on the screen and the YouTube chat on the screen, then there would be some kind of, you know, synchronization. But I'm not seeing the setting. It looks like they do Kick here as well. Kick is an option. Imagine doing game development on Kick and then just having people come in and just be like the most racist people ever. Overlay. It's the big overlay button. Got it. Nice, let me try this. Let's try this. Boom, boom. Okay. I'm gonna try testes. I think I do have a Kick account though. Like that's not showing up. All right. It shows up on Twitch though, probably, right? Testes. No, nothing's showing up. What the hell? Why are you hiding? Don't you dare hide. I'll refresh cache current page. All right, let's try it again. Please. Oh, there we go. Okay, now for the YouTube, the Ubatuba. Please. Oh my god, it works. All right. Try typing something. Let's see if that... I think it works now. Sometimes you use Kickbeat for YouTube. I like YouTube as a platform too. YouTube is probably the thing I use the most. It's easy to just find something to listen to. There you go. You officially live inside the screen. Yeah, I like having you know, the ability just click on a thing, have it be kind of like interesting, something to listen to in the background while I do shit. Like I like to listen to debates and stuff. Live streams I don't really watch on YouTube, like almost never. I feel like Twitch is the place for that for me. But I also just never watch live streams when I'm out and about doing stuff. It's always YouTube. Lower bandwidth and everything. Like it's so cheap to just listen to stuff on YouTube. Like I'm almost never watching videos. Listen to music, listen to podcasts, learn new stuff. Yep. Yeah, I like to do that. It's either a podcast or some kind of debate or something. Usually what I do. I like to listen to debate as well, like for more political stuff, because I feel like if you just listen to somebody speak at you in an isolated environment, that's the worst case to just become like you become brainwashed that way, and like you'll believe in stuff that's just not real. So when you watch somebody debate their beliefs, you can kind of understand like what they've kind of tricked themselves into believing versus what like you won't exactly learn what's new, but like you'll learn how much of like what somebody is saying rings true once it's tested against like ideas. Can't find anything about the history system is trying. YouTube's history system, not great. Not great. Not great. Debate is always for the public, never for anything else. Right. Yep, it's the only place where ideas really get tested, though. Imagine watching Socrates and Plato debating. It would go over my head, I'll tell you that. I don't have the attention span for that. That would be like a heavy-ass philosophy debate. Today, I'm gonna be finishing this one off. I mean, people do have those philosophy debates as well. And they're like so many meta arguments, I guess. Or arguments about the meta or whatever. Like I don't even know. Like it's like you have meta argument. Is it a meta argument? Is that what you call it? Like I might just sound like an idiot right now. Philosophy. It's an argument about arguments rather than about a specific topic. Right, I hate that shit. Getting into the weeds of the meta arguments. It's arguments about the arguments rather than about like the topic that they're supposed to be debating. Like people fall into this meta argument, which is, I hate that. Just establish what you mean and move on. Establish what you mean and move on. Testes? That's right. I was testing my... Welcome to the Testes Club. I was testing out my on-screen chat. Testicular torsion? Oh no, wait, no. Is that the thing where they get tangled? Oh god, no. I saw that on like, what was it, Venture Brothers? That seemed frightening, and now like I have like PTSD from seeing that, and every time I wake up, I'm like, oh god, are they twisted? Because you do shift around a lot when you sleep as a guy, and when you wake up, like, there's a lot of times that they're slightly twisted. Oh no, Vim. That's right, it's Vim. You don't know how to exit? Neither do I. That's why I've been stuck in here ever since like I started using it. So now I'm stuck, and now I just have to keep developing everything in here. And you know, it's not that bad. I just can't exit. But like besides that, it's not that bad. I think there's some debates on the Republic by Plato. I read the beginning, super cool, but too complicated for me at the time I was reading. Take it from the school's library. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they got some deep stuff, and philosophy always goes like really deep. Like philosophy is literally just sitting on your ass and think about how the world works and observing how things work, human nature, and all this stuff. You want me to ship you inside NeoVim, Vita Luna? Is this Linux or WSL? None of the above. Try again. I'm on Windows, baby. Wait, give me a second. I'm gonna get some water. Yeah, this is all Windows. We're on Windows. That's it. Look at it. I go right click and bam, you have the Windows menu. I use WesTerm, YASB for the top bar, and Komorebi for window manager. I can just jump between everything real quick. From that observation, super cool. Yeah. And like, it's like really like there are people that are just like born and they're just curious and they're just always thinking. I'm a little bit like that sometimes, but not that deep. It looks kind of like Linux. Yeah, it does, but it's just Windows. Everyone always thinks it's Linux. It's hilarious. That means I've succeeded, all right? I'm getting the best of both worlds. I'm getting a Linux environment, or Linux-like environment, where I can still play video games and they work. So like, I found the good mix. Oh, let me open this up. Why do you know about Vim though, Mira Luna? I didn't know you did programming. I know you did a lot of art and stuff. Ah, you work as a dev. Got it. Wait. I'm super curious. I'm always watching random stuff because it's cool. Last one I was watching was how to make cheese, and I don't even have a cheese press. I watch a lot of random stuff. Senior engineer since like 7 years ago. Holy shit. Well, goddamn. Yeah, I've been a senior engineer as well for like what? Me too. I think since about 7 years ago. Oh, you start. Wait. Oh, okay. What kind of engineering do you do? Yeah, I watch a lot of random shit too, though. Like I like the space stuff. So like I usually get some Neil deGrasse Tyson or something. Oh, fintech. So I'm guessing you're doing like back end stuff, maybe. It could be full stack, I guess. It wouldn't really matter. I need to find me a new job. Because this is not paying the bills. I built in all the stuff yesterday, actually, so it's just me making a bunch of stuff today. I could also do day-night cycle, which would be kind of interesting. We're more on the financial side than tech side. Oh, interesting. So maybe that would be more like an analytics type role, maybe. Maybe, I don't know. That's the only thing that I can think that fits in there. Fintech pays pretty well though. Or at least I would like to think they do, because they deal with money and have a lot of it. But could be wrong. I was thinking of doing some refactors today. Full stack, but I don't make a product. Don't write that on your resume. Say full stack and I do make the product. Probably not as good as Fang or whatever the acronym. It's not Facebook anymore, right? It's like Mang. That sounds ridiculous. Mango. There we go. See, O is like open AI, so we're there. The cheese making process is super cool. Might end up buying a cheese press. Oh no, he's falling in. You remind me of Pseudo. Pseudo did a lot of random shit before OpenAI bubble burst. Yeah, bubble pop. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I'm down to talk shit though. What's on Steam? Hold on. Manga Anthropic. I guess it's manga. I like manga. That's a good acronym. That's a good acronym. I can stand behind that one. Bum 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 bum. What we got on Steam? Oh, Gamer mentioned Paralives. You live and then you die. Okay, like real life. But at least do it in a nice house. I mean, like, who the hell has a little gym right here in the room? You just got Forza? It could be pretty relaxing. One of the things I don't like, the fungus on those cheeses. I always heard that it's visible. You should throw out the whole food away in the garbage. But apparently some cheese, no. Right. Like, what was it? There's a cheese. They eat it a lot in Korea. It's God. They use it to make pizza too. Gorgonzola. Like, there's visible mold on that cheese. And it's like, yeah, delicious. Lick that mold all up. What is this? It just looks like The Sims. I haven't played a racing game in a real long time. To me, racing does not sound relaxing. This is a game you mentioned yesterday. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think you were mentioning this one yesterday. You can just drive around and collect stuff? Oh, okay. Open world in Japan. Oh, so you're doing your Japan trip? Wait, do they really include that in the... Do you see this? Do with bugs? Oh my god, they included the bugs. Was that guy... Oh, never mind. I was about to say that guy was backed up, but he was just normal. It's like old Sims Plus. 007 First Light? What? There's a new 007 game?
I didn't give it. Bond is immature and reckless.
Gorgonzola 2 bitter, yep.
Thrill-seeking.
And Pandura on pizza is delicious. I mean, it seems to go. It does seem to match, but like, it just feels weird to eat something with mold on it.
Make you a spy.
Bond origin story?
My dear,
Do you even get to take part in the action?
009 is a master manipulator.
By action, I mean bedroom action.
Down everywhere.
Maybe that'll be DLC.
When you're ready, Bond.
Bond is always ready. You don't even have to ask.
To an end.
That's an interesting thing about
We know what you meant. Or it's like Uncharted. Librarian. What's this? That's cute. Wanted. Dead or Alive Stupid Fair Reward Employee of the Year. Oh my Jesus. Chikawa vibe. What's Chikawa? Bing. The principal ordered me, the librarian, to deal with all these books. Can I leave until the library until the job is finished? Ooh. A cute anime character? Oh, I see. Wait, do you really have to organize all these? Jesus Christ. Jesus H. Christ. It's a cleaning game. Okay, stop. If you're gonna play a game to clean, just clean your goddamn house, please. For real. Yes, exactly. I was not talking about mold. Some of the cheese videos I watched, the cheesemaker scrubbing the mold off and cleaning for bacteria. Yeah, that's disgusting. It looks cool though, but like, then just work as a librarian. Like, you can make money doing it. But you know what? I'm sure people love this though. I mean, cleaning is work. You clean your goddamn house. Stop. Like, you can play this, but make sure you clean your goddamn house first. They're the most expensive cheeses because they're the more unique ones. The niche stuff. I was excited to try the game, but the only way to know if you place the book correctly is by the color on the shelf. Either red or green, and as a colorblind person, I can't differentiate between both colors. Colorblind would be pretty great. I'll try later, I guess. Damn. It's kind of therapeutic and a good way to relax after playing competitive games. You know, it's also kind of therapeutic? Cleaning your goddamn house. Would love to see maybe a second library was way bigger and have the capability. Just clean your goddamn house, all right? Stop. Oh my god, I can't believe this. Look at all these reviews, which means this game sold a lot. Reviews are only like what, 5 or 10, 5%, I think. These people made hundreds of thousands of dollars on a cleaning game. On a cleaning game. People do anything rather than interface with the real world. I swear to God. You know what's more therapeutic? Deadlock? For you, maybe. For you. Do I click it? I can't even... Look, I can't even play it. See? Even if I wanted to play it, I can't play it. I have an excuse not to play it. The real world has worse graphics. I mean... That just means you need glasses. Can you imagine the house is a mess, but the library, the game is super clean and organized? Right? I could have fixed that. Don't fix that. Play League instead. Listen, I was addicted to League for like how many years? I quit it. Never again will I play League. That is a loop that I quit. Texting me sweating while looking at a house flipper. You know, but at least for house flipper, like, you're also like decorating the house and make its value go up. Like you have some kind of thing besides cleaning up. In Dota 2, that's the same bucket. I ain't touching that with a 10-inch pole. Give me a 20-inch pole though, maybe I'll touch it. Tropico? I know Tropico, I haven't played it. Valorant, Apex.
Viva Tropico! Thanks to me, Tropico is an undisputed.
I know this game. Look at them.
I will make Tropico
The music
even
is jamming.
greater, even bigger, and even better.
Valorant, Apex, Fortnite. Brag about a 20-foot pole. Not my 20-foot pole. If someone's willing to lend me one. Get addicted to these games. I mean, that they're selling addiction. Well, that is just what they do. Music is amazing, yeah. Plays like SimCity. Again, like, I haven't played SimCity, nor do I think I have the will to play that kind of game. Music is hella jamming though.
Vote for El
If you got any
Presidente.
Spanish blood in you, like, this will make you want to dance almost
Tropico
immediately.
6.
My head was bobbing. I couldn't control it. It's pretty good too. The new HOMM games? What's HOMM? Hum? Heroes of... Oh my god, Heroes of is correct. Okay, Heroes of Might and Magic. Heroes of Might and Magic. Oh, so many of these. Whoa. That looks interesting. It looks a little Dungeons and Dragons-y. Or actually, it looks a lot like Warcraft 3. The only Warcraft 3 I played was like the custom games. And StarCraft. Like I would do the tower defense stuff and those kind of games in it. I wouldn't play anything else. Like the main game I was never interested in. Brazilian game, let's see. Knights of Pen and Paper. There's a second one.
Peggy 12.
You have to be 12 or older.
Roll up a new character
If you're
sheet.
younger than 12,
Knights
get
of
out of
Pen
here.
and Paper 2 for PC, as you and a few simulated friends do battle in a glorious world of turn-based RPG adventuring. Guide your party through a world of homicidal animals, amass a baffling pile
murder.
of loot, mount the best animated horse in
This looks
all
cute.
the land. Easy there, peanut quest through a land contained entirely within your magical technology box. Knights of Pen and Paper 2, the game where you pretend to be adults pretending to be wizards, like nature intended.
You pretend to be adults pretending to be wizards. I love that. That's so cute. Similar to Stardew Valley? I don't think so. Is it? I don't think so. Stardew Valley is its own vibe, right? This is its own vibe, right? You don't do that. And then we have the farming games. Infinity Nick, Coral Island. Look, I'm just looking at random games, man. I have a wish list too, stuff I just haven't bought. Cause I'm a weeb. Chrono Arc is on here. This looks pretty cool. It looks like if you know Slay the Spire at all. It seems kind of like that. Chrono Arc is good. You played it? Yeah, this looks good. I'm just probably holding out for a good sale. Like, I've seen some sales. The art is pretty. Yeah, it's animes. Where's the gameplay? It's like a roguelike game, I guess. The turn-based battle. Oi! Thank you for the follow, greatly appreciate it. This looks really cool. I really like the vibe. Plus there's Booba. It's like we're winning in all worlds. You get a little bit of everything. That's one I was kind of waiting on. Sea of Stars is another one. Scrap Mechanic is still early access? God damn. This looks fun though. Rue Valley. Oh, it has mixed reviews? That's kind of interesting. It seemed like a good game. I've heard good things about Fields of Mystria. Wait, this is 80% off? Kingdom is free? Where's Kingdom free? Where's Kingdom free? You guys play Blueprints at all? This is an interesting one. It's a puzzle roguelike. Type just Kingdom. Kingdom. If I can type correctly. Kingdom. Kingdom Hearts. To be announced. There's Infinity Kingdom, which I don't think is the same thing. Lowest price. Free. Kingdom Classic. This one. Oh. Well, I'm adding this to my library. This is like a tower defense game, right? For some reason I'm having a Jesus Christ and guns and storming hell next to each other. I mean, they're essentially the same thing, right? They're both a religion, yeah. I gotta take this one off. Tower defense. Yeah, I think. Yeah, you recommended this one. Fields of Mystery. It's my only pain point about this game is that it's single player. And also the art is a little too, it's too poppy. It pops out too much. I like the more muted colors that Stardew has. Like these colors pop way too much. Like this is cute. But the colors are popping way too much, man. Inside the house is a little more okay. This is more okay. These are games people used to play on Facebook. Yeah, and I used to play Harvest Moon back in the day, and I used to love the hell out of it. So I did love playing those kind of games. I actually didn't even get hooked on Stardew the first time I played it. It took me multiple times, and then I got hooked. I was pretty impressed with. And then we have Pal World. Absolutely not Pokemon. I thought this was ridiculous because like I typed Pokemon to Steam before this game came out, and then this came out as like a to be released soon game. And I just see like these little cute Pokemon style characters wielding machine guns and shit, and I was like, holy shit, what is going on here? That's a Gyarados, all right? That is a Gyarados. That back there, that was the evolution. That's a Pidgeotto. Isn't there like a Power copycat? Pikmin? Pikmin is an old game, actually. Pikmin? Oh, Pikmin. New World version, PS2, Wonderful Life. I don't think I played A Wonderful Life. I missed the Power World train. I never played it. Like, it's so ridiculous, man. It's like, I was like first looking at the trailer for this. I was like, oh, cool. It's like they're coming out with a Pokemon-like game, but it's not Pokemon. And all of a sudden, you see them getting lit up by machine guns, and it's just... I'm like, wait, what? Excuse me? You have a literal assault rifle, and you're lighting them up. Shotgun, bazooka. You're blasting the living hell out of these Pokemon. That was absolutely a Pokemon just now that I saw. People in Pokemon, I don't know. You're not even subtle about it. You call it something else now. I don't know. Like, come on. There's a lot of monster games. Just because you're collecting them doesn't make it Pokemon, all right? Pokemon just is the most popular rendition of it. Wait, hold on. There was a YouTube video that made me laugh. It was the Power World Lawyers. Oh yeah, this was it. Oh man.
Okay, so help me understand. How do I not have a case? That's literally a black Lucario.
That's not a black Lucario. That's Anubis.
Anubis?
In Power World, they call him Anubis. Yeah.
What? They stand in the exact same though.
What? They can't stand. Come on, his legs are closer. They can
What?
stand the
A
same
little
as they
closer?
want.
Are you
You
for
don't
real?
have a case. Listen, you're the Pokemon CEO. We understand. You don't have a case right now. I'm trying to help you out.
I understand. Okay,
You're my client.
maybe you're right.
Like, you don't have a case with.
Is that not even?
Somebody texted me. Hold on.
Man, who you texting, man? I'm paying for this song.
You're tripping.
No, it's my other client. Chill, bro.
You could have changed Eevee a little bit more.
Yeah.
Is that not even?
That's Crimus.
Cribbis.
The original series is named Story of Seasons.
I had to.
Yeah, I've heard of. Okay, I've heard of Story of
You know
Seasons.
every Pokemon
Listen,
name.
I had to do what I had to do. To
How
make
much
sure
time did you spend on
that
this?
I had a case for you. I was looking. I was playing the game to see how much.
How much time did you spend?
40, man.
What?
40.
40 hours. This game hasn't even been out a week yet.
Time be going by fast when you playing it.
I see what's going on.
What's going on?
You protecting him.
You
this game.
I'm not, man. Fuck Power World. You pay me. I play Pokemon Yellow, Blue, Red.
Get up.
I was trying to build a case for you. So I got on Power World thinking about Pokemon. I had to get detail after detail. Hour after hour, slaving pals. And I put the gameplays of Power World and Pokemon next to each other and realized it was perpendicular.
Man, this nigga bullshit. Bro. Get out my house.
Oh my god. That was like the most bullshit line I've ever heard in my life. It was perpendicular. What does that even mean?
Ooh.
Oh god. Oh god. It was perpendicular. What does that even mean? This game looks hella fun though. I'm like crying right now. Oh god, I'm crying. I need some tissues to wipe the tears. The story of seasons. Wasn't there like another like JRPG-esque kind of game that I forget the name. It was like Fantasy World or something? Fantasy. I forgot what it's called. People got hooked on it though. Fantasy Life. Story of Seasons, Harvest Moon. Oh, you said they rebranded to that. Oh shit. I didn't know that. Why'd they rebrand it?
The winds of change have arrived in Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar.
Publishing rights? Oh, I
Welcome to
see.
Zephyrtown, a once thriving community that has
Hey, Ninja
fallen
Mac,
on
how's it
hard
going?
times.
It was once a grand bazaar known far and wide, though.
Nice find.
The people of Zephyrtown are counting on you.
This doesn't
Your help.
this doesn't feel
Zephyrtown
this feels
is
weird, I
home
don't
to a
know.
vibrant community.
I was pretty stoked when I heard you were moving here too.
Get to
The
know
voices don't
locals,
match at
and
all.
You may just find
Everyone
that
looks like
special
babies.
Someone.
My heart is filled with warmth when I am with you.
It would be nice to spend more time with you like this.
Yeah, there's some legal reason they
Great
I
future
see.
ahead of it. I just
Yeah, we're just looking at random games. I don't know, man.
Your new farm life.
That doesn't look good. By which they made a mainline phone series that sucks. Well, that's butt. Goddamn, where's my voice going? I'm turning into a grandpa in real time. I hate allergy season. It just like gets me random ass. Oops, Pikmin. Pikmin? Mon. Something Mon. It's not working. I tried Pikmin. Is it Palmon? Pikmin? I'm gonna try Pikmin. Pikmos? Oh, I think this might be it. Pikmos. Did you mean pigeon? You see Node Farm? No. I've never even heard of Node Farm. Yeah, this looks like Pow World. It's like they're just gonna keep ripping each other off now, so whatever. Node Farm? What's this? Oh god. This has Factorio vibes. I've never played Factorio, but I know it's a hell of an addiction. A hell of a drug. Broccoli. There it is. Holy shit. I know that I can't play this kind of game because I know I'll get addicted to it. I know my limitations. I know me. If I start playing something like this, I'm never gonna finish making a game. I can't do it. That's my guess though. Like, I guess that I'll be super addicted, but I've never actually tried any of these kind of games. I can be pretty goddamn, like, I can get addicted to things really bad. Like, I'll just think about doing that. That's it. I can't, man. It's just like Factorial, but farming. I do like me some roguelites, though. And I had some stuff that I haven't played yet that I really wanted to get to on these lists. How about Farmer was replaced? Hold on, let me see. Farmer was replaced. Oh, this is just like programming a drone? I think I've heard about this actually. This is pretty cool as a concept. Oh, it has go-tos? Oh man. Is this like a language that they just created? No, this looks like it'd be addictive too. I can't, man. Oh my god, it looks so good though. That looks so good. Not gonna lie, I might actually be too dumb for this one though. You think it's Python? Alright. It kind of looks like Python. I don't program in Python, so I don't know too much. Feels like too much for me, I passed. Right. Like, I don't think I would have the, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well just program, I think. And just actually make something. Oh, what was this one? Dead as Disco. I don't even remember. Oh, this is what Dex recommended before Dex mentioned. This one looks cool. It's like a rhythm-based fighting game. That looks pretty cool. You saw Michael Jackson mod for this game? This looks hella cool. Yeah, Thriller, I guess would be the go-to. This streamer safe tracks. Okay, I was about to say, like, but how can you stream playing this game? Like, I have no idea how this would even work as, like, do the movesets just change as, like, the tempo of the music changes? Like, I don't get it. What's the name? Is Dead as Disco. It looks pretty cool. Has to fake it a bit, yeah. Because, like, you have to match up to the rhythm of the song, so, like, you can only get so close for some stuff, I would imagine, like, or speed up and slow down animations. Yeah, add to your list. Yeah, this one looks really cool. This is a really cool looking game. Get the general beat and fix the rest. Kenshi, for anybody that doesn't want to, like, play the game of life anymore, you could play Kenshi instead. Right? It's on sale. People sink thousands of hours into this game. Thousands and thousands of hours. I played Kenshi once for 500 hours in one sitting. In one sitting. I heard that this game is ridiculous. This game is crack. Yeah, like I've heard it's like crazy. I've heard it's absolutely crazy. Like you need a lot of time for it. What are some incremental games? Because we're technically making an incremental game, right? So technically we're making an incremental game, but it's hidden object. So I mean, let's get a feel for some of the stuff here. So like a lot of times the gameplay loop is relatively simple for these kind of games. And then everything is like the management around that simple concept. For us, it's just find the hidden objects. Necopara? Oh god, my voice. Where is it going? Cowboy's Paradise. Let me see. Necopara. I think not. Solid Snake voice. Is that what he talks like? He's like whispering strongly. Oh yes, please serenade me. Serve me some tea. I'm ready. You know, I went to in Japan. There was a muscle cafe, I guess, muscle man cafe. All these guys had the muscles, all right. And when you come in, they pick you up like a princess. Guys included. So we all got picked up and taken to our seats like this. Some would say even sounds like Snake. That's always solid. Spore? Is that a game? Hold on, wait. You ever played Spore? Let me see. Spore. I've never heard of this. I don't think I've... Oh, wait, 2008. Maybe I have heard of it. If it's this old, maybe I just have heard of it and forgotten about it. This was in... Was it Kyoto?
Behold the galaxy, full of stars and light and intelligence. But it wasn't always like this. Not long ago, it was cold and dark. So what happened? Someone made a decision. Someone looked at a microbe and thought,
why is this so bad quality? Wait, oh my god, oh my Jesus.
Next thing you know, he's king of the ocean. Then someone decided he should hit the beach. Land creatures were born, but life on land is a dicey proposition. So someone looked at our hero and said he needs to be able to defend himself. And voila! As the saying goes, if you eat 'em.
I think...
But survival depends on numbers, so someone made our little champs irresistible.
This feels familiar. I think I might have played this.
Now we're talking. Or mating, as the case may be.
There you go, they're dancing now. I think I might have played
Of course,
this.
there's strength in numbers, but there's strength in sharp weaponry too.
I think I might have played this. I don't know why the quality is like absolute butt cheeks, but like...
What we call civilization.
You create your own creature and then some people will make creatures that look like a penis. We sure this is Godot? It will be. It will be. Don't you worry. Here we go. So like this is the macho bar. Hold on. Stop. This is the macho bar. They pick you up. This guy wasn't that strong, but like they had some guys with muscles. They just flex in here. Some of the guys are really big. They come around, flex around you. They squeeze you like an orange by flexing it between their biceps. Their arm. They have like some stuff that you can ask for. Like you can have them put on a shirt with a name written on it, and then they'll rip the shirt off of themselves. I went with my mom, my dad and my sister, and my mom she wasn't there. She stayed in the U.S. and we just had her name on this shirt, and we took a video of them just ripping the shirt with her name on it. It was perfect. Dinner time, have a good stream. All right. See you later. Thank you for popping in. Jesus, man, this was great. This place was hilarious. That was a good place. I liked it. They recently reacted to their Facebook page. Could they be cooking something new? That reminds me of a different game, though. Was it called Eve? It was a Super Nintendo game with Evolution. What was the Evolution Super Nintendo game? Let me see. Evo. Search for Eden? I think that's what it was. Evo. I think this was it. Like you start off this. I don't think I ever finished this game. This was an old game that was fun. I liked it. It was kind of RPG, and then you get evolution points, right? And then you evolve into the next species. You just keep going. Yeah, you just keep getting like you keep evolving up the chain, and it's awesome. You never finish, you love playing. Yeah, it's like the same thing happened to me. Was it just too hard or something? I don't know. I think it might have just been too hard. I don't remember why I never finished, because I'm pretty sure I finished Lion King. Probably through save scumming. Tides Up tomorrow? Alright.
Today we're going to be playing some Japanese jank. A cult classic RPG from 1993 about the history of life.
This was a good game.
And we begin more than enough health to compensate.
Yeah, you start like really, or I think you start as a fish.
There's yet, so I'm can improve.
You just keep evolving.
Custiga from his tyranny.
Man, evolution deniers hated this one trick.
It's a fair fight between the environment. Imagine.
And you turn into a mouse, right? I remember turning into the mouse.
There's no way for the gameplay. One nice thing about the kick is that it applies gravity to enemies.
I don't know if I came this far.
Battle to reach the apex of evolution. No. It was worse. It was a race years ago where they sent to a strong and biggest boss of fight and rock. It's been grants complete.
I don't.
That
looks like an ending. I don't think I ever. No, I never got this far.
A small eaten and battered. Wind up playing as the same creature several times on the coast. When we do find it,
what the
we'll stay on
hell?
top of
This
the
doesn't look.
It's funny. This theme is kept in search for.
This doesn't seem familiar at all.
Decades then being in video games. This is a much better setup in a lot of ways. It gives the player a far more understandable idea of their role in all this.
Is it a different game?
Drive at basically every point in the story, which is ironic considering I spend a lot longer.
It looks like a different game completely.
As I have to mash through a conversation multiple times.
Yeah. Anyway, I never made it to the end of that game, I don't think. Spore, I'm pretty sure I played this.
Probes to how will you create the universe?
Alright. You gotta go, bye. Alright, see you later. I'm probably gonna start doing some stuff. Oh, that's right, Gamer said Tides of tomorrow. Wait, give me a second. Tides of tomorrow.
September 7th,
Last one.
2008.
Tides of tomorrow. Let me see. 90, 80.
So,
69 out of 10.
my ozen thief, huh?
One of the most mindful narrative experience I've ever seen.
Tidewalkers. Will you help us?
I guess it's like one of those other games like Detroit. That didn't sell it. No, like I don't even know what I just watched, to be honest. Where's the gameplay trailer? Like,
welcome to Tides of Tomorrow, a narrative plastic punk adventure.
okay,
Can't leave them to die.
Shrek can.
Our unique feature, StoryLink, is a new twist on narrative games, where your choices influence the story for other players. Here's how it works.
Oh, interesting. So you're kind of changing the world
You'll follow someone who played before you, a friend,
for
your
other
favorite
people.
streamer, or even a total stranger.
Your friend was a real star.
You can also play fully offline, following pre-made story links.
Could you use your visions to see where he went? Tidewalkers have visions. You guys can't stop bragging about it.
You'll track visions of that player's past and discover what happened to them.
Take the oath. We're leaving now.
The choices they made have major consequences on the world.
Your little friend broke into the slaughterhouse and stole from me.
Of course, you're shaping your own story, but you're also leaving a mark for future players.
Now, Tidy, free the matriarch.
I wonder how that works. Like, do you just get replaced as the friend once you make the choices here? That makes the decisions for the player after you?
Tides of Tomorrow is a true passion project from a small.
The chaos I would leave.
dedicated team.
You underestimate me.
We hope to see you on the Tides.
You underestimate me. I mean, when I first saw those babies in Subnautica, my first instinct was to attack them. The baby's right at the end. Not like it changed anything. If done well, this could be neat. Yeah, that's unique. Teach you Nordic a good time. Yeah, because this kind of gives you a unique experience based on like what other people have done. So like everyone's gonna have a bit of a different experience going through the game. If I was to play this game, like whoever comes after me is like, God damn it. Your friend has done everything they possibly could to cause trouble around. It's just how it is. It's fine. All right, let's do a little Devon. Boom, boom, boom. Who's Devon? You're about to find out. All right. Generate colliders for the editor. I mean, I'm doing this in a very hacky way right now. It'd probably be good to do this in a way that, you know, would keep it long term, so I don't have to keep generating them over and over again. I'd like bake up these colliders or something. So we can finish off the shop. Let's do the shop stuff today. And then we can edit all the furniture in the room. That'd be cool. All right, where are we at? Okay, cool. Wait, how long have we been on? We've been on for like an hour, and it was just an hour of procrastination. I love it. Can't be working 24/7 though, I guess. Okay. So we can go over to the decorations. We'll have... I'm gonna need a bigger window for this. I'm gonna put this history. Can I put this over? There's no way, man. You gotta have a way to put more tabs here. Like, why is this so limited? Alright, it's not. That history might just be the most useless tab ever. And I think in Godot, there should be an option for like another dock position on the side, because like I want to just have everything on one side and then have the game on the other side. Like I can't just do that. It's a pain in my ass. Like, because you have to drag stuff over to the inspector from the file system or the scene tree, and it's like it's just easier to have it all on one side. Like, why do I have to have it on the other side too? Like removed. Then I have to drag it across the screen. I don't like that. I'd rather just have all the organization stuff on the left side and have the scene on the right. This is a complaint I have. So we could just do all the stuff in order. So we have curtains. I think I did curtains already, so those are done. Desktop. Book. Books are done. We'll do the clock. Let's go ahead and drop this down. This will be folder, clock. Create new resource. This will be decoration info. I need to name it. Green, blue, purple. Oh god, is this yellow or orange? I don't know. I don't even know. It looks like some in-between color. Desktop. Clock. Clock. Green. Room texture, top item texture. So this is probably all fine. Desktop decoration name. Green clock. So we'll go ahead and do that, and then we'll duplicate it. I'm gonna rename this. I'm gonna make it the same name. Black, green. This is the object followed by the description, color. Clock. Blue. Blue clock. Shop item texture. Bam. Boom. Room. Boom. That's it. You just keep going. Clock. Guys, what color is this? What color is this? This is important. That's yellow, right? Oh god. Let me see if I could is it dark yellow? It does look yellow. My first instinct is yellow. Fuck yellow. It's a yellow clock. Yellow. I was gonna call it that. If it needs to change later or whatever. Purple. I could probably listen to something while I'm doing this. Any good React videos? Does anybody want to drop a React video while I do this? I'd be down with that too. Like, this is kind of repetitive work. I'm also eating a muffin. Muffin. React, what type of React? I don't know. Just something to listen to together. Could also listen to game dev stuff too, which is probably fun. Let me see. Copyright stuff? Yeah, probably. Hold on. I'm looking for a video to listen to. I know Jonas is good. Jonas is usually a nice listen. Can you guess which game is a success? All right, let's do that.
Do you think you can guess the review count of a random game on Steam? I wrote a Chrome plugin that hides the real review count of a game, and instead you see this right here. You get a multiple...
How do I just... I'll do a little sub window. Copy video URL. I just add a little... When you accidentally write songs that exist. Hold on. Browser. We could do this.
Do you think you can guess the review count of a random game on Steam? I wrote a Chrome plugin that hides
What
the
would be a
real
good way to
review
do
count of a
this?
game, and instead you see this right here. You get a multiple choice question with 6 possible answers and you have to guess how many reviews does this game have. How many reviews a game has is a very direct
How do I just show the
proxy for
embed
how
player?
successful a game
I
is. So
just
this
want to
game
show
is
the
kind
embed
of,
player. Hold
can
on.
you just from looking at a game, can you guess how successful the game was? Let's play this one, for example. So we're not allowed to look at the real review count. We have to guess how many reviews does it have. We're
Confirm
of course
remove.
allowed to check out the
Just break.
price. It's free. It came out in
No.
2025. Let's see if it has a trailer.
Let's delete that one. Wait, hold on. OBS capture YouTube embed. Can you target the window? That's what I'm wondering. Oh, there's a plugin that you could use. I don't think I can target the picture-in-picture because I can target the browser. Copying the embed link and... Okay, I guess I could copy the embed link. But then I can't really control it. Copy embed code. I think there was a way to do this. I'm pretty sure I've done it before, but like... Yeah, because it has iframes. There's an iframe that you can use. Discard. Hold on. Browser, get rid of that. I mean, I could just download the YouTube video, I guess, and then just play it. That'd be a pain in the ass kind of way to do it then. Or maybe I can put an iframe. Iframes? Wait, give me a second. OBS. Let's see. Create a new browser source settings, then set the resolution equal to what you're aiming for. Paste the URL for the video you want in the URL field. You see the page when the source selected, click interact, and a new window is open where you can interact with the page. Simple click full screen and oh, okay, that seems simple. Let me I didn't know you could do that. All right, so let's do this one more time. Let me try that one more time. Boom. YouTube, do that.
Do you think you can guess the review
Right
count of a
click,
random game on
interact.
Steam? I wrote a Chrome plugin that hides the real review count of a game, and instead you see this right here. You get a
There we
multiple choice
go.
question with 6 possible answers, and you have to guess how many reviews does this game have. How many reviews a game has is a very direct proxy for how
That's cool.
successful a game is. So this game is kind of, can you just from looking at a game, can you guess how successful the game was? Let's play this one, for example. So we're not allowed to look at the real review count. We have to guess
So cool, I can pause it and
how
stuff,
many
too, if I
reviews
need
does it
to.
have. We're of course allowed to check out the price. It's free. It came out in 2025. Let's see if it has a trailer.
That's kind of cool that you can, there's a guessing kind of thing.
Okay, this could already be a positive outlier. So there are not, if you go to a random game on Steam, usually they'll have very, very little reviews. This one looks competently made. It's horror. So I will give this one 540 maybe? No, it has 146. So I was wrong with my guess there. So now you get the idea of the game. And I also implemented this button here. Steam usually does not have this button. This next game button brings you to a completely random game on Steam.
Wait, so what is this? I'm actually a little bit curious about this. It's like a good way to look at a lot of different Steam pages as well. A roguelike where the boss is reality. That's funny.
Choice question.
Okay, sorry.
Let's see where it takes us. Sphere game, epic. This alone is already interesting. Just the option to get to a random game on Steam. It really shows you how many, sorry to say it, trash games there are on Steam. And I have to give us a little asterisk here. This is a bit of a harsher video. I don't know how else to frame this. Like, I'm not looking to shame any other developers or anything of the sort. I'll just be very, very extremely honest, right? So obviously you have like a ball rolling game here, something like this, releasing that in 2021. I don't think it's gonna do very well.
My guess is like 46.
I'm gonna guess this has 8 reviews, and that is
oh shit,
correct.
Okay. Well,
so
I overhyped that.
This is not me hating on the developers, this is me just trying to guess the correct number. For example, for this one, I don't really even have to look at it.
No, this one's 0.
Too closely. I think this has 0 reviews. And that is also correct. I'm sorry.
Dang. That would be the worst case scenario to release a game. And it's been like years and you're at 0 reviews. 0. Like not even 1. You're just riding that donut train until the end of time, and that seems like the worst case scenario. Like that's a nightmare fuel. It's actually nightmare fuel. Can you imagine?
It hurts me. It hurts. It really hurts me. And also, just to be clear, I practiced this game a little bit. Oh look, this is interesting. This could be a positive outlier. So the positive outliers are the real challenge, because you can guess a lot of games right, but just by clicking the lowest one. Most of the time it's just the lowest one. But the real challenge is, can you spot the positive outliers? I have a feeling this could.
This has like a Hollow Knight / anime kind of
Could
feel.
be a positive outlier. Let's check out the trailer. By the way, in case the audio is muted anywhere in this video, that means
also
I got
China.
Copyright strike.
Also China. This one's 751.
And I removed the audio, so if there's
751, come on.
Anywhere, don't worry.
Come on, look at the game. I could have tried a little more. Yeah. Like some of those numbers are way too big. 652, like come on,
so 652,000. Sound effects, which is a bit suspicious.
I'm not sure if it's either 751 or the next one up, which would be 6,173. But I think 6,000 is already also too high.
Let's check out the price. It's early access and it's $13. It came out in 2023. All right, so I'm pretty sure it's not 4 reviews. It might be 72, but I don't think so.
I think it's
because it
probably
looks
751.
very competently done, and it has a publisher. It has 2 publishers.
Come on, 751.
So I think
this
two
one has publishers.
Probably 750 reviews or more. Story-rich shooting game. Let's check out the other trailer. It's quite pretty.
That is a good-looking trailer, though.
I'm almost tempted to give it 6,000. By the way, you can of course.
Right,
try
I'm
to
like
guess
in
along.
between. Like I don't know which one it
I
is.
will lock in. I think I'm gonna go with 750. Ha! Who
There
is
you
the
go.
greatest? Rob. This
Holy
is
shit, we
one,
guessed
I
that
think.
one too.
Lock in your
No, one.
guess. It is indeed one. All right, next one.
Blade Funk 7.
Funk. Ay. This is the lowest one. This is 7. I could of course make the game more difficult.
All right, come on. This is default stock Unity girl, and this one is you can't see the numbers because my face is in the way. Hold on. I'm sorry. My face is in the way. My face. All right. So the options for this one are 5K, 550K, 0, 72, 77, or whatever that number. It's a 3-digit number. It's either 0 or 77, but this is like default stock shit. I would need to see a little more.
Together, but like the idea of the game is not that you have to guess if it's like 500 or 400 reviews. That would be way harder, but that's kind of not the point. I want to see if I can guess how successful a game is. And so guessing if it has 300 or 400 reviews, that's kind of not the point.
77 feels planted.
Let's see.
I mean, you only have 6 choices, so 72 is not an option. That's 72,000.
Pretty sure it's 0.
0.
Yep. Okay, we got them.
It looks like a very, very boilerplate Unity game.
And this one is a bit more difficult. It looks better at first glance. It has trailers.
71.
It came out in 2022. It's $15. Let's check out the trailer. It's a twin stick shooter.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to say 712.
I think if you're lucky, if you're very lucky, you got 71. I'm gonna be mean. I'm gonna guess 7.
No way.
Lock in your
low.
answer.
What?
87.
I guess whatever you do not make this kind of game.
It is really heartbreaking because you can see how much effort went into this game, and then you get like 7 reviews.
Yeah, whatever you do not make this kind of game. That's sad. This is 4 years later that they only have 7 reviews on a game that looks
it's like
this
the
good.
subtle differences. A lot of the time, like it's really strange. I feel like after looking at a couple of games in like this weird Steam game mode, I really feel like I can just tell when something didn't sell too well.
5.
Casino Poker.
This one's 5.
This one's only $3. And
5.
But the first screenshot we see looks absolutely garbage. So I'm gonna say 5, I think. Yeah. Next one. Amazing tower defense.
he said he's just gonna be honest. He is trash. He's like garbage.
This looks nice.
That was brutal. Okay, that was absolutely brutal. Ooh,
Trailer
okay.
doesn't have sound effects. Visually it's nice, but we can't hear the sound effects. Yeah, in close-up it doesn't hold up as well anymore. It's free to play though. It's free to
68.
play, and it published in 2021. So the fact that it's free to play
People-
makes me think that it's not 0. I think it's 68.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm going kinda too fast for you to guess along, buddy.
No, you're not.
I hope you're still
You're
having
fine.
fun here. This is like
We can
true
pause the
guess
video.
up
It's
for
literally YouTube, all right?
game
You got
developers.
this. Don't
I
worry.
really
You can say
like
it even
Like,
faster.
I played this for 4 hours yesterday in
Hold on.
the evening. I was so addicted. It's so interesting to see all of these games.
He said he was addicted to it, which means that it carries a little bit of weight. If it carries a little bit of weight. 2024 also.
It's really, really interesting. So here we have Special Gave, Special Agent from 2024. It has a demo and it's $2.
Hearing that a game is $2, I feel like completely devalues what the game is. It just feels too cheap for a game. So like that alone would make me not want to buy a game if it started off as $2. Just hearing the value of $2, like it turns me off. I don't know why. It shouldn't, but it does. I'm probably gonna have to say like a low number, like 70, just because of that.
Let's check out the gameplay, how juicy it is.
That doesn't seem juicy.
I think for 2024, the level of juiciness is just not enough. See, this is one I was unsure about, because I feel like if it was more polished, if it was juicier, it could have way more, could have way more reviews. But I think the juiciness level that I'm seeing here gives me 0 reviews vibes, and I'm indeed correct. Let's check out the next. Oh
shit! Savage. All right. Hold on. You said to accidentally, when you accidentally write a song that exists. Yeah, I got that wrong. Oh, these are short videos? Alright. Thank you for letting everyone know I'm Korean. That's not a Korean ad.
Okay, so your assignment last week was to write an original piece for me. Let's hear it. I've actually been cooking up a little something that I'm pretty proud of.
I need to change the size. Hold on. This window needs to change size.
Can you speed that up a little bit? Why? I just want to see something.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that sounds very similar to Imagine. What? Imagine. John
Lennon.
Doesn't sound similar? Yes, I see. It's very similar. I was really excited about that one, too. I had a title for it and everything. Okay, what did you name it? Pretend for a sec? Daniel. I know. Do you have anything else you could play? I actually did write another one. Yes.
Pretend for a sec. I love it.
Sorry, could you slow this one down? Okay, that is definitely Piano Man. No, it isn't. Or were you going to call that one Music Gentleman? I'm thinking of calling it Keyboard Person. Keyboard Person. Daniel,
it's crazy how you could just change the tempo.
I'm not doing it on purpose, okay? Maybe instead of going down, I can go up. Go up. Like, and then...
Bim.
I'll go back down. That's playing on me. Okay, scratch that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to change the instrument to guitar, and I'm going to transpose it up a couple, so I don't even know what key we're in. All right, there's no way that this is going to match anything that has ever been written.
Hotel California.
Don't. No. Bad.
The stare.
You know what that is. Welcome to the LA Bed and Breakfast. Play anything else.
Oh my god, welcome to the LA Bed and Breakfast.
Yeah, real original. This is something new, something you've ever...
Absolutely not new.
Wait! Yes, I know. I have something original inside of me, okay? I can feel it! Okay, but if the next thing you play is an internationally known song, we're gonna stop taking lessons. That's what we're gonna do. It won't be, because you get to pick the key now. Okay, but you have one shot, all right? Give me a key. E major, easy. E major, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna invert it on the right hand a little bit. Okay. Give it some variety, and on the left hand, I'm just gonna, all right, bass it up, give it some bounce. No, you know? Maybe I'll move it up to
No.
Maybe give it a C sharp. And right about here. Daniel, stop. This can't
Just
already
mama,
can it? You know exactly what you're
living
doing.
alone the
Once my hands start going, I
world.
can't stop. Just a small small town girl. It's a bop, though. It is. It is a bop.
He's crying.
Today's video is brought to you by Audible. By the time this message is over with, I hopefully will have made a princess crown. Here we go. Hey, if you can understand my voice, that means you can understand audiobooks and get.
That's pretty cute. I like that. That's a good video. There's a whole video series about it. And it's easy to do, I guess.
더 작아지고 더 가벼워.
Today's video is brought to you by Honey. Stick around after the sketch for another sketch that happens to be paid for. Okay, so I understand that you have written some new music.
Wasn't Honey like a scam
and
or
this
something?
is all completely original. Yes, definitely. All right, let's give this another shot.
New resource, we're gonna do fidget toy.
Hang on. What? Pace it up a bit? Okay. Yeah, that smells like Teen Spirit. Oh man, I already gave that one a name. What did you name it? Child Stank. Do you have something else? I do. Yes,
Child
it is
Stank.
actually a Russian-inspired waltz. Oh, okay.
It was and still is, yeah. He called it Child Stank. Marion, how's it going? How you doing?
Is that Hit Me Baby One More Time? I don't know. What do you mean I don't know? I've never heard of it. How have you never heard of it? Hold on, just listen to the B section. All right, maybe not. Oh my god. Okay, that doesn't work. Something faster. Like that.
No. Fidget. Fidget toy. I don't know, man. Price, shop item, texture is.
Mojito. There it is! Guitar. Every time
Nope.
I go to the bathroom. Stop. How about D minor blues? A little blues? You know, but spice it up. Maybe like.
You're going good, man. Actually, probably can't stay tonight. Soul Second Grind, that is my day job. Is busy. Day jobs, man, that
I
sucks.
swear. I was thinking of like a.
Good luck with your day job.
With this one. Okay, you're in the clear so far.
I need me a day job, is what I need.
Labor. Working for my neighbor.
I need to start applying
One
more
more
stuff.
chance, okay? I can do this, man. Fine.
Good luck with that,
If this
Bill.
next thing you play is a popular song of any variety, you are going to have to find a new teacher.
Markers. We did the markers. Fidget toy. We have radio.
Yes.
Let's do the radio.
Starting at C. Okay, I'm going to go up a whole step. Then I'm going to go back home.
I don't think I did the this.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you. Applying for more jobs, I hate it more than working out. Yeah, because it's work, but you don't get paid for it. It sucks. It's work to apply to jobs.
Birthday. It's not a happy birthday. No, it's not. Oh, you're just gonna go into Bohemian Rhapsody? I quit. Do you enjoy money?
I enjoy money.
I certainly do. Hello, I'm the king, and I'm here to tell you about a beat.
It sucks anyway, peace. Alright, yeah, good luck with that. Alright, let's what else we got? What other stuff? Besides the DMCA material. Anybody want anything they want to queue up? I'm gonna do the radio. Resource. Decoration info. Boom. This will be radio orange. This is orange. Orange. Any Ryan George videos that I don't know who Ryan George is. Ryan George. I don't know who that is. I like me some Dr. K. Oh wait, give me a second. Let's see if there's anything interesting that I would listen to. They made Happy Meals for Millennials. Oh, these are all like short videos. Let me see. If there's anything longer, I would like that probably. Yeah, these are all too short for me. We have Dr. K. You know this guy, Healthy Gamer? This guy's cool. Diagnose your favorite characters. Let's do that. Mango! Mango kick. Hold on, that's it.
So he lives his
I've
life
taken over your
trying
algorithm.
to live up to images of what relationships look like, and he chases those things. So his sense of self-esteem.
If you don't know this guy, he has like a third eye, and he's really good at talking to people. Like he can match like anybody's energy.
He's not.
It's actually kind of crazy.
40-something-year-old dude, right? But he's not a 40. He doesn't act like a 40-year-old dude, right? So what's really scary about abuse is that what people who commit abuse, what they will do is they will depersonify, depersonalize themselves and the other person in the relationship. Why do you make me do this to you? Sitting with these people is one of the creepiest experiences I've had as a psychiatrist. Okay, you guys want to do Aaron? Let's do Aaron. Aaron Yeager. Okay, so here's the thing with Aaron. So if we look at Attack on Titan, so let's start by like doing a quick summary of Aaron, okay?
He's breaking down all the characters
so there's gonna be some
from anime.
spoilers, okay, chat? So if you guys haven't watched Attack on Titan, there's some spoilers. So Aaron is injected with some stuff, right? And then Aaron grows up. When he's a child, he experiences a lot of trauma, sees his mother being eaten by a Titan, and then they're in this ensconced little area, right? And then there are all these Titans, and the world is a very scary place. There's a lot of trauma. And then what happens is, as Aaron starts to become heroic, he starts to become more powerful. He has more power. He realizes that the Marleyans are the bad guys. And so then he's going to inflict upon them the pain that has been inflicted upon him, right? So he's kind of got this sense of vengeance. Okay, but it's not really vengeance. I don't think he wants vengeance. So Aaron has been traumatized, okay? But I think the most interesting thing about Attack on Titan is how there's no way to get the train off the tracks, okay? So if you listen to Aaron, he's like, you know, even when he's talking to, what's that guy's name? The Armored Titan, right? And he's like, look, you guys came here to try to destroy us, and like you didn't have a choice. Like you were just doing what was supposed to be done, because remember, the Eldians are like evil people, right? We're the bane of existence. So Marley was concerned because we've got a bazillion Titans in our walls and we can release the rumbling. So you showed up here and you did really bad things for the right reason. You didn't have a choice. Okay, Reiner. Okay. And so if we look at this, there's a lot of definitiveness. There's a sense of powerlessness. There's a sense of lack of control. Like,
what's
we're not really
window 2, window 3
responsible for our actions, right? We're not allowed to say no. The world exists in a way where you're doing what you think is right. I'm doing what I think is right. What I think is really fascinating about this is how this has been explored psychiatrically. So there's a new form of PTSD that got basically got sort of finalized in the DSM called moral injury, okay? So these are individuals who are exposed to traumatic events that violate their moral values, may experience severe distress and functional impairments known as moral injuries. So basically there's a new form of trauma. I mean, this has always been there, But there's the trauma of having something done to you that is traumatic. And then there is human beings being forced into situations where they have to do bad things. So we see this a lot with like soldiers, right, who go to some of these war-torn places, and you like shoot some guns because, or you launch a missile or whatever. You're like bombing something with a drone, and it turns out that it was supposed to be a military target, not a military target, turned out to be civilians in there, and now you have become the bad guy. And this is traumatic. This is like really damaging for you to be forced into the role of bad guy. And now the interesting thing is, if we look at moral injury, it's a form of PTSD that is debilitating. Okay, so the really interesting thing about Aaron is that, is he debilitated? Is he mentally ill? Is he non-functional because of what has been done to him traumatically? And this is where, like, I remember I was in med school, actually, and I also have a master's in public health. So I was in a dual degree program. And one of the most shocking things that I remember learning in my MPH in med school was that everyone who goes through genocidal conflicts does not have PTSD, which is a weird thing, right? So when I was in residency and stuff like that in Boston, there was a large population of, I think, Cambodian refugees. And so, like, if we look at like refugee populations, not everyone has PTSD. And the question is, why not? The intervention, the thing that they experience,
it's kind of
is the
weird.
same. Everyone is running away from genocide. Some people end up debilitated with PTSD. Some people do not. And I think what's actually really good about Attack on Titan, I think it's actually a psychologically in-depth anime, because it shows what someone has to do to not fall apart from the trauma that they've been to. And one of the scariest things that I've seen for people who commit vile acts is the justification of, I don't have a choice. Right? So in order to not be hurt by
they're
his
coping.
moral injury, because when you do something evil, because this is what's so confusing, you'd think that, oh my God, Aaron, his family, his friends got eaten by Titans. They were hapless victims.
Cope is a hell of a drug, I guess. Cope is just a hell of a drug.
Of the aggression of somebody else. You would think that in that situation, and we see this in Attack on Titan, right? We see that some people on Aaron's team have compassion for the Marlians. And they're like, hey, bro, they did this to us. Killing innocent people is bad. How about we don't do that to them? And what's really interesting is, so that's one way. So this is what I think is fascinating about Attack on Titan. It's like, when you have a genocidal conflict, what are the different psychological ways that people respond to this genocidal conflict? And this is what's fascinating as a psychiatrist, right? When I work with people, something bad happens to you. How do you rise to that occasion? How do you adapt? How do you respond? I mean, literally, how do you adapt? So adaptation number one is, hey, this is bad. This hurts. This is bad. Let's not do it to anyone else. Let's have compassion. Option number two is vengeance, right? This is like, you hurt me, therefore I want to hurt you. The reason I'm hurting you is because you hurt me. There's no sense of like overarching moral stuff beyond, hey, eye for an eye. You deserve what you get. But that's vengeance. It's a very noticeable, it's a discrete motivation that some people have. I'm going to do this because it's vengeance. But what we see with Aaron is something else. So when he's committing bad acts, right? So there's a moral injury diagnosis that could be made here, but he doesn't have, because he's not impaired. He's not non-functional. He's the opposite. He's hyperfunctional. And how does he attain that hyperfunctionality? By dehumanizing. Hey, Reiner, you didn't have a choice. I don't even blame you. There's no desire for revengeance, right? Reiner did all these bad things. Is he angry with Reiner? Not at all. He's like, no, actually, I don't blame you. And here's the beautiful thing. Here's the really scary psychological thing. If I don't blame you for doing bad things, guess who else I don't have to blame? Not my fault. I'm about to do some terrible things. And this is just the way.
You don't have to blame yourself, I guess.
This is just what happens. Nothing can be done. So this is what's going on with Aaron, right? So I think we're seeing a moral injury kind of picture, but the way that he responds to this evilness, right, is by saying, hey, like, I'm not responsible, you're not responsible, no one's responsible. And that is a really, really powerful way. I've seen this, and it's like, I don't even know what the right word is. Heavy episode of South Park where I think it was Jimmy starts using steroids, and then he starts becoming abusive. And then he's like, why do you make me do this to you? Right? So what's really scary about abuse is that what people who commit abuse, which is I think what we see in Aaron, what they will do is they will personify, depersonalize themselves and the other person in the relationship? Why do you make me do this to you? You know I don't want to do it. You're making me do it. I understand this is wrong, but I can't control myself. It's
just tablet.
really, really scary. Like, sitting with these people is one of the creepiest experiences I've had as a psychiatrist. Because what really scares me when I sit with these people, and it's kind of like sociopathic, okay, which is another thing that we can talk about with Aaron in a second, is that like you kind of get the sense that once this person makes a calculation, if I'm on the wrong side of that calculation, there's nothing I can do to change their mind, right? I have no protection from their empathy. They won't think that this is wrong, or even if they know that's wrong, wrongness will not affect them, which is where we get to another really interesting aspect of when people get traumatized, why do they respond in different ways? So if we look at sociopathy or psychopathy, this is a scale, okay? So we'll say like, okay, this person is a sociopath. The reason they're a sociopath is because they're high up on the scale of sociopathy. So they're
Hey, Dex, you around? Dex, you around? Did we have shop versions of the desk? 'Cause I think I only have these big ones. I don't see anything smaller.
in the top 5th percentile.
Dex not around
so
to
if you
send
look
you
at human
message.
beings, and if you look at the features of sociopathy, one of the features of sociopathy is a lack of empathy.
Yeah,
The
listening, but it makes sense.
inability to
Yeah.
feel what
It does.
other people are
It's
feeling. So I think
pretty
what we
nutty.
see in Aaron is
I think it's pretty wild how you can go through a genocide and be like a victim of genocide, but not have any PTSD. I think that's pretty wild. Like,
someone who is
but
has
the thing that's saving you is the cope.
some degree of sociopathy, which, by the way, is like somewhat genetically inherited, which we see from his dad, right? Imagine how sociopathic you have to be to inject your child with Titan serum, right? There's like a streak of some real madness, sociopathic kind of stuff in there somewhere. So when you
Absolutely.
have a certain
Anime is full of
personality
crazy people.
makeup and you get exposed to a genocidal experience, depending on how that cookie crumbles and the decisions that you make in your mind, you will end up with Aaron Yeager, right? And this is the work that I do. And this is why some people is why I'm actually hopeful being a psychiatrist, because there's a decent chance that you have a personality makeup. Maybe you're a little bit more prone to rejection sensitivity. Maybe you're a little bit more sociopathic, right? Maybe you're a little bit more narcissistic. You have a personality temperament. And then as experiences happen to you, we make automatic interpretations. We arrive at conclusions. But the whole point of psychiatry is that those conclusions are not actually set in stone, that you can reevaluate and reinterpret. The conclusions that you come to, Aaron comes to the conclusion that bad stuff happens, there's nothing we can do about it. We are all lifeless people who are basically on this train. We have no agency. And yet, look at what he does. He exercises, and look at how much agency he believes he has. And this is what's really scary when it comes to things like relationships, right? Is we actually have a ton of agency. But if we don't believe we have agency, then there is no controlling our destiny. Right? So I think it was Carl Jung who said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. So this is what's really scary when I work with stuff, and we cover this kind of stuff in the guide, right? There's a
Giving up your option of a choice and just being crushed under what you believe that you had no other choice to feel is what you call fate. That's an interesting quote. I like that quote. Mind is a beautiful and scary thing. Can it be made up of things that never happened or exist, or protect individuals from suffering and pain? Right. Like memory, is not something that's static at all. Like that can change.
Lecture on like anima and animus and some of these
memory
human
is not
perspectives, because
reliable.
Sometimes in relationships you can talk about
I have
the
experienced this
dopamine and the
firsthand.
oxytocin and stuff, but sometimes we have to talk about this deeper
That's
stuff.
dark.
And what's happening with Aaron is he's got a lot of stuff going on in his unconscious, but he's faded because he's not aware that he's actually making choices. He's making huge choices. He's making catastrophic choices, but he's not consciously. It feels like he feels out of control. And this is what's really scary about trauma, is when we experience trauma, we learn that we have no agency. Y'all get that? So when Aaron is watching his mom be gobbled by a smiling Titan, right? When he sees person after person after person that he knows and loves, he learns that he has no agency. And this is what's scary about trauma. Once you have that conclusion, you carry it forward. So when he was a 12-year-old boy, he had no agency. When he's the founding Titan, who consumes other Titans. He has a ton of agency, but in his head, he still believes he was that thing. He's a 12-year-old boy trapped inside the founding Titan. And he doesn't grapple with the fact that he actually has immense power now. And so he calls it fate. This is the tragedy of trauma, is that you actually have way more power than you even realize, because you're not the person who got bullied in school. You're not the person who is financially dependent. You may still be financially dependent, but financially dependent at 14 and financial dependence at 24, when you actually have a lot more agency than you realize, right? You are a different person. And just like Aaron, and this is why I like Attack on Titan, because I've worked with like literally dozens, if not hundreds of patients.
Yeah. He's good. He's real good.
Who my job is to teach them that
He's
they are
very,
not
very
the person
smart.
that they used to be. And that they have more control.
Very
over
well
their life
educated,
than they
and usually has
realize.
very nuanced
And
opinions
we'll see.
on
I need to
things.
watch the
I
end of
like
Attack on
listening to
Titan, so
that.
maybe I'll have a different answer. But like, we'll
Wall in
see,
the
you know, if he
core.
discovers this in some
Window,
way. For deeper dives into
curtains.
Eastern psychology, check out HG memberships. We've now got over 90 lectures on things like ego, karma, tantra, Jungian psychology. And if you're someone who's just signing up now, we've also put together primers to help you get started. If you sign up for a tier 2 membership, you'll also get access to meditation tracks, which will help you build a consistent meditation practice. And y'all can check it out with a 3-day free trial at healthygamer.gg/.
He promotes a lot of meditation, meditation
and stuff
too.
Goldberg is a good example of a principle that we talked about with Aaron. So if you guys have,
I don't know who this is.
I think it's a great show. So spoilers for the show.
I've never seen this show, so Michael Scott, The Office. I've actually never watched The Office either. I'm gonna skip this one. Hold on.
Deprived. Okay. Scott's diagnosis is going to be a little bit strange. So I think he's actually a really good example of someone who is developmentally deprived. Okay. So his core problem. So we can look at Michael Scott, right? So he seeks validation. He's hypersensitive to the opinions of others. He wants to be everybody's friend. He wants to be a cool kid. But what's his problem, right? Does he have social anxiety? Not really. Does he have borderline personality disorder? Not really. Does he have anxious attachment style? Sort of. But his real problem is developmentally stunted. That's Michael's problem. So if we look at Michael, one of the core features of Michael, so he loves relationships. He's all about relationships. He's all about connecting with someone. The most profound moment in gaming history. All right, I love inside jokes. I'd love to be a part of one day. So what happens with Michael is he does not have an actual template for what a relationship looks like. He doesn't know what a friendship really is. He doesn't know what a healthy relationship is supposed to be, right? So if you look at Michael, his big thing, he tries to live his life based on the idea of what a life is supposed to be. You know, he's like, oh yeah, I got a flat screen TV and it's like tiny. And he's like, oh.
It sounds like he's faking it till he makes it.
Oh yeah, humans.
I've never actually watched Office, though.
Flat screen TV, good. Let me check that box.
I'm uncultured, I know.
Inside joke is something that humans do. Let me have an inside joke. Check that box. And the really interesting thing about that is that, you know, he has this idea of what a relationship is. Relationship is loyalty. Relationship is togetherness. And Dwight is there offering it to him. Let's be best buddies. Let's be together. And he rejects him time and time, and assistant to the regional manager, right?
Okay,
so this is a case, this is what happens when kids grow up without the appropriate upbringing. They don't know, they don't have a template for what a real friendship looks like. We don't know too much about Michael's upbringing, but it seems to me like he's severely deprived. Probably didn't go to birthday parties. Probably wasn't socialized properly. This is like kind of Romanian orphanage stuff, where many years ago, there were a bunch of Romanian orphans that got basically like, they didn't have sufficient caregivers, so that while they were fed and stuff like that, no one could play with them, no one could interact with them, and they were just developmentally stunted. He doesn't know how to be friends. He's like an alien trying to be human. That's his biggest thing, right? So if you look at the way that he relates to people, why does he put up with, who's that guy, Packer? Why does he put up with Jan, right? These are people who are abusive to him, and he craves their attention. So people will say this is low self-esteem. Sure, low self-esteem is a part of it, but it runs deeper than that. What is the origin of the low self-esteem? The origin of the low self-esteem is that he never had connections to begin with. He doesn't know what a real connection looks like. So he has this idea, okay, Jan's got big tits, so I want a relationship with this person. Todd Packer
is it really that simple?
Is misogynistic. That's a real bro, right? Whereas he has...
Wait, is it really that simple? Hey, I'm gonna write in the Discord for Dex the stuff that I'm seeing that's kind of missing. Hold on. Just leaving some stuff. Okay, what am I missing? I'm missing the give me a second. I'm missing the left corner plant. Left corner plant and desk. All right. We continue.
His loyalty.
That made me think too. If all those characters are that deeply designed, if a psychologist actually sit down with the writer or director and create the character with them, I mean, they might not necessarily need to, because like if you do a lot of show writing or like character, like story writing and that kind of stuff, then you might have a feel like of what feels like an authentic character and what feels like not an authentic character. So if you've consumed a lot of media, you can maybe have a basic idea, I think, of what feels human and what doesn't, because everyone has their kind of personality traits that make them unique, but they also have their flaws and all that too. And it's kind of like, I can't think of any good examples, of course, but like you design a character, and whether or not it jives with the problems that you're kind of showing with their personality, it might just make sense. It might be obvious whether or not like it works or it doesn't, I think. Like someone that's obviously introverted is going to have trouble. Like their problems are going to be like if they come in contact with anybody that's maybe outgoing, they're going to have trouble speaking with them comfortably, or they're going to be like really shy, or just they're going to have trouble with communication once that person appears with them. And they might not have the greatest relationship depending on how outgoing and overwhelming that person might be for that kind of person. Some shows characters feel forced and out of place, like they never experienced what they're writing. Yeah, and which is probably pretty common too, because I can tell you right now, if I wrote any script, that it would probably be like that as well. Because that's not easy to figure out. Like that comes from a lot of experience dealing with people, and also like observing what people are like. And if you haven't paid too much attention to that kind of thing, it might be kind of hard to create that kind of thing.
After him in the face of Dwight, but Dwight doesn't fit his image, so he lives.
And we were making an RPG, so we need to focus more on that too. That's going to be a challenge, I'm sure. The character dynamics.
His life trying to live up to images of what relationships look like, and he chases those things, and that's what becomes so hard for him when he's in this like basically toxic relationship with Jan. It takes a bunch of women to kind of tell him time and time and time again, like, hey, this is not normal, this is not healthy, right? And she like sells his car and starts a candle company, and like the dinner party thing, which is one of the scariest episodes on the planet, really hard to watch, really shows what he's looking for. He's looking to be something great. He's looking to be respected, looking to be admired. That's why he does Scott's Tots, right? So this is a good example of he doesn't know what a relationship even looks like, really, because when he has the opportunity for them, he kind of messes it up. And when he has the relationships he engages with are based on his idea of a relationship. And this is something that's like really challenging because like, you know, we talk about this some in the Guide to Love, Sex, and Relationships where, you know, we all, like one of the biggest problems with like dating and mating and making friends today is that we are all trying to live up to our idea. What do you want? I want 6 feet, 6 figures, 6 inches. I want 32, 50.
Why is that a thing? 6 feet, 6 figures, 6 inches. I find it wild that's a thing, and go figure, it's the unholy number, right? 666 was a plan. Play a lot of RPGs or study psychology books. I know, right? Like I maybe just have him just overlook the characters and make sure their dynamics make sense. It's just like, hey, Dr. K, can you review this for me? Thank you very much.
32 or whatever, 36.
It's the number
14,
of the devil.
I don't even know what they are, right? This is what I'm looking for in a woman. She needs to be subservient. She needs to be this. We have this idea. It's like Michael Scott is is a prophet of what the world will become. And now we're there. We have these ideas of what friendship are. We have these ideas of what relationships are. We don't even know how to form genuine relationships anymore. So instead of what we do is we have criteria instead of connection, right? It's really scary. Like, this is just one of the interesting things that when I was doing research for the guide, we explain all of this stuff, like how does an actual relationship form? So staggering, mind-blowing statistics. And I'm not talking about percentage of people who are virgins. Here's a mind-blowing statistic. I'm going to ask y'all a question. How many hours of contact does it take to make a friend? Right?
How many hours of contact does it take to make a friend? I feel like it could be... I feel like you can make a friend within 1 hour, depending on your energy and how well, like, you and the other person can get along. Because I've seen some people hit it off immediately. And some people, it takes a little time. There are just some people that just go really well together.
Some people are saying 1, 2, 3, 5. So the average amount of human contact to become friends, according to research, is 50 to 200 hours of contact. Now, there are absolutely situations where you meet someone at an anime convention and you're like,
most used one is the hero's journey. Oh, there are so many archetypes. Yeah. Yep, the hero's journey is... I'm not too familiar with it, but I don't know. It's like, you know, you have the... What is it? The challenge? Oh, first you have, like, the starting off. Everything is peaceful. And then something bad happens, which is the challenge. And then you have to overcome the challenge. I guess those are like the steps. And then making peace with whatever the resolution is.
oh
is
God,
what I would think
brother
is
from
that
another
what that
mother,
sounds like to me.
Sister from another mister. We're like instant
I
kindred
forget.
spirits, and I felt those connections too. But if you look at the research, this is why everyone's like, oh, go to like join a hobby group. And like, I joined a hobby group
The wise man that helps
I
the
go
hero,
once
yeah.
a week for 2 hours. I still don't have any friends. And it's like, yeah, if you go for 2 hours once a week, that's 8 hours a month. That's 16 hours in 2 months. You're not even at the minimum. It takes 50 to 200 hours of contact. Contact. That's the other thing, is you don't have to have substantive interaction. You need to be around each other. So if you look at like making friends at work, you make a friend at work after you go at the end of the month. You're at work for 40 hours a week. About 6 weeks into work, you make a friend. That's completely normal, right? We don't make friends like within the first week. Sometimes we do, but sometimes, oh, like, yeah, we've been working together for about 3 months. That's when we started hanging out. And it turns out that we're like actually really, then over the next year, we became BFFs. So a lot of stuff around dating, relationships, how this stuff forms is like, we don't know the science behind it. So like once you understand what really
Corner
creates
plant
relationship
one.
formation, that's what we're trying to help people with. And Michael Scott would benefit from the guide for sure, right? Because we would teach him the fundamentals of how do you make friends? What is an
Corner
inside
plant
joke?
2.
How do you flirt? Right? Michael doesn't know how to flirt. Like, what is the, we've got a stream coming up, Science of Flirting. Right? We're going to teach people like how to flirt. He needs to be, he's actually the quintessential, he's the one who needs to watch it. We could have helped Michael a lot, but that's his diagnosis. I think he's developmentally stunted. So his sense of self-esteem.
Seems people love certain archetypes. That's why they're used so much. Yeah. Get the review some code. Ah, cool. You go do it. You go do it.
He's not like, he's like a 40-something-year-old dude, right? But he's not a 40. He doesn't act like a 40-year-old dude. He's developmentally like 19 or 20 or 21. He's like a freshman in college. That's what Michael is developmentally, psychologically. Developmentally stunted is his diagnosis.
Right.
And the cool thing about Michael Scott is that you can be developmentally stunted in one direction and still be amazing in a different dimension. So he's been a salesperson for 20 years. And he's grinded sales and he's leveled up sales. Sales is a specific skill that he's really good at, right? Which is why he can close deals like nobody else. Has one of the best. How can someone so incompetent have such a successful branch? It's because he's a beast at selling. He knows how to sell. And even what's really interesting in the show is when they show him selling things, he is a different human being. He's not the same Michael Scott. He's like a completely different human being. That is also really common in people who are developmentally stunted. Just because y'all are 30-year-old virgins doesn't mean that you aren't amazing at something else. You can be incredibly competent and proficient at League of Legends, at Minecraft, at Dota 2, at something else. All right, who do y'all want to do next? It feels like people want to do Saul. Okay, Saul is interesting. So I think Saul is the quintessential survivor.
All right, this one I have seen, so at least I know
First thing
Saul
about
Goodman.
Saul is that he grows up in a situation where there's a golden boy and a black sheep, right? So he develops a sense of identity. And this isn't just him, this is his older brother too, right? There's the person who's really, really good, and then there's Saul. There's the high-powered attorney, and there's the guy there's Jimmy, who's only good at delivering mail, right? So Saul, first thing to understand is that from like an IQ perspective and capabilities perspective, Saul is just as good as his brother, right? He's got the gumption, he's got the intelligence, he's actually brilliant, but he's been told that he's not. Like maybe he's got ADHD, I don't know, but I think like I've seen this a lot with like ADHD, right? Where it's like, the scary thing if you have ADHD is you can have normal IQ, you can have high IQ, and you can even recognize that you're just as smart as everybody else. But you've got a deficit. You've got, in the case of ADHD, an attentional deficit. I don't think Saul necessarily has ADHD. His frontal lobes developed more slowly. That's actually absolutely something that he's got, right? So we look at Saul, what happened early is that he's impulsive. He takes risks. He doesn't think through things. He gets enamored with how things could go instead of really gauging the risk of how things could go, right? So he's like, he sees the glass is not half full. He sees the potential of the glass being completely full when it's only 10% full. He bets on the long odds.
I have that issue. I can say it right now, I have that issue. The fact that it can get that full is enough to motivate me to get whatever I need to do to get there.
So if anything, like he's probably got some combination of frontal lobe developing slowly, right? So he makes poor decisions. He may be almost like a little bit of a gambling addict, right? Where his like risk threshold is really low. Like he'll take big risks and hope that things work out well. And this too can be related to his upbringing. Because when a child is not given love, support, and respect, sometimes what they can do is fall into dreaming. And this is Saul's biggest problem. He has dreams. He has dreams and a poor ability to assess risk. So he's always like, he's a big dreamer. I'm going to be with my brother working at the law firm. I'm going to go to night school. I'm going to be the golden boy. He has an image of the golden boy. And if I work hard and if I do this, I can fulfill my dreams. My dreams is going to be the respect of my brother. I'm going to know.
I mean, and he did a lot. Like, it was pretty crazy how much he actually did as a character. Yeah.
No longer be the black sheep. I'm going to be a somebody. I don't want to be a nobody anymore. And so when you combine this golden boy, black sheep, right? This creates the idea of
what am I looking for? Shop item corner plan. There it is.
I'm going to bridge that gap. And then what you do is you take that idea and then you add his like basically gambling addict kind of brain, frontal lobe impaired brain. Ability to assess risk is impaired. Ability to see upside is also impaired. He only sees the upside. So then he makes
small calculator risk and to come back positive that big.
He's smart. He's adaptive.
I mean, that's
he's scrappy. Another feature of ADHD, people with
as long
ADHD
as you're dealing with the same
thrive in
odds,
chaos,
like it's probably all right.
So I don't think he's got ADHD, but he's like subclinical ADHD, maybe, where once things get chaotic, right? Normal human beings are overwhelmed by chaos, but Saul is resilient. He finds a way. He'll slither to where he needs to go. Okay. So, and this is what's really cool about Saul, right, is he is capable, he's brilliant. And so even though he kind of like his story is one of creating these situations for himself, and then he squeezes out of them, and then he creates them again, and he squeezes out of them. Saul is a really good example of someone who doesn't learn from his mistakes. His capacity for, this is a really interesting, he probably has this deficit too, counterfactual thinking. There are two features that we're going to talk about, counterfactual thinking and something called error reward processing, or reward processing errors. Okay. So our brain has a capability where when we make a mistake, it goes back in time and hypothesizes an alternative future. Okay, so a really good example of this is, you know, when you get a meal from your waiter or waitress and they're like, enjoy your meal, and you say, you too, or when I do this, I'm boarding my flight, and the gate agent is, have a good flight, and I say, you too, they're not going anywhere. They're not eating anything. So I make a mistake. And when I make a mistake, my brain tortures me that night. Oh my God, you're so stupid. Why did you say that? They're not going anywhere. That's not bad. That's good. That's how we learn not to do it again, because we feel stupid about it, right? So there's this capacity in our brain that when we
I don't think
make
I've
a
ever done
mistake,
that, though,
we
but-
thought something was going to happen, and it turned out something else was going to happen. So our reward.
I'm gonna be real. Like, I've heard of people doing this. I've never actually done it, and I always laugh at the thought of it happening. But now I'm gonna jinx myself the next time I'm taking a flight. Have a good flight. All right, thanks. You too. It's like, wait.
Reward prediction
How do we continue?
error. We predicted a certain reward. We didn't get that reward. So then our brain is like, wait, hold on a second. We miscalculated. We need to adjust our calculation. And people who struggle with addictions, this part of the brain doesn't work well, which is why, like, when they lose a bunch of money
Jinx
gambling,
myself
like
now.
they just wake up the next day and they do it again, right? So he's kind of like this closeted gambling addiction kind of person. So his ability to learn from his mistakes is not great. He learns some things, but he doesn't learn some of the fundamentals, which is like, hey, Jimmy, just do things slowly. If Jimmy learned patience, his life would be so much better. And then we see another thing with Jimmy, which is that he doesn't want to be patient, right? And this is the real scary thing. There is what makes us successful, and
Wait,
there
is
is
there
our
only one
vision
printer?
of success. And Jimmy is attached to
Printer-
his
no, there's
vision of
multiple.
success
Okay, I gotta do the other
more
ones.
than he is to actual success, right? He wants to do it flashy. He wants to do it impressive. He wants to do it. He has this
I just started
opportunity
on it,
to
that's
be
why.
a partner at a law
Okay,
firm,
that's
and they
dark.
recognize.
There we go.
They recognize. Oh my God, this guy is brilliant. We're going to make you partner. You brought in this huge case. This is really amazing work. Here it is. Everything that you wanted: respect, support, money. Here it is on a
And he's
silver
not
platter.
satisfied.
We recognize your ability. And what does Jimmy do? Sabotages. This is really important to understand because this happens all the time. See, we have certain psychological needs. And what happens is we think about solving those psychological needs through external behaviors. So what does Jimmy want? Jimmy wants the respect of his brother. That's what he wants, right? And right now in the manosphere, because we're talking about dating and relationships and sexy, right? This is sexy May. I see this all the time in terms of relationships because I work with some people and they'll be like, okay, you know, I'm a virgin, therefore I'm a loser. And if I get laid, that means that I'm a winner. I want to be an alpha. I don't want to be a beta. So what starts to happen is we have a psychological
printer
need.
needs to go
I
with
feel
desktop.
like a loser, and we equate it to an external performance. Okay? So if I get laid, that means I am a good person. That means I have value. A man's value is his body count, right? So we have some of these attitudes. But do you guys see how the basic issue here is that there's the action up here, and we are associating that action with a psychological need down here. This is what Jimmy does. And then what happens is even if you get that thing, it doesn't solve the psychological problem. And then you end up sabotaging up here. See this all the time in relationships. You are looking for the relationship. So there's a video that we have about what are the risk factors for an unhealthy relationship. And one of the key risk factors is the moment that we use a relationship to satisfy needs that are outside of the relationship. So relationships can be a great form of self-esteem. They can be a great form of like financial support, right? But the moment that we start dating someone because we need them for self-esteem, because in order to feel like a successful person, I need another human being. Now there is a pressure on the relationship that transcends the relationship itself. You are bringing something to the equation.
There we go.
And if y'all have dated someone who's done this, you felt the emotional baggage, the pressure. You're like, hold on a second. You are wanting me to be all of, like, you're trying to turn this relationship
Calling my teacher mom, I did it a few times. Have you? That's actually kind of hilarious.
into some vision of your dreams where like, that's
Thanks,
not what
Mom.
this is. I'm a human.
Wait.
You're a human. We have something beautiful
I don't think I've ever
here,
been there.
but you can't turn this thing into some dream. Like it's not working. Like you have some fantasy that you're trying to play out. This is what I'm trying to say. You have a fantasy that you're trying to play out
That'd be
in this
hilarious, though.
relationship. And Saul has a fantasy he's trying to play out in this job. And so the really cool thing is we feel trapped in these situations, right? Because nothing makes me happy. This is where the cool thing, this is the great thing. As a psychiatrist, what do? I help people with the psychological needs. We actually solve the psychological needs without the surface level actions, right? So I help people develop a sense of self-esteem and confidence without getting them laid. And then the really cool thing is once we solve those psychological needs, then the stuff up here starts to work out because we're not putting that extra pressure. We're not self-sabotaging in terms of behaviors because we feel fulfilled in here. There's a beautiful quote that I saw today. I was reading a book about trauma and the soul, and it's written by this guy named Kalshed. I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's Kalsched. And one of the things that he's a psychoanalyst, and one of the things that he talks about is that relational
I could have probably wrote a
problems
parser to
must
do
have
this.
relational solutions.
But it's probably easier to just do it
Emotional
by
problems
hand.
must have emotional solutions. If a right brain has a problem, right brain has to fix the problem. You can't fix a right brain problem with a left brain solution. There's no amount of intellectualization that will substitute for feeling loved. Core thing. And so for y'all out there, this is what's so scary about relationships is if you've got a psychological hunger, if you've got a psychological need, if you have a need for self-esteem, build that thing on your own, right? And relationships can be a very important part of it. I'm not denying that. That's one of the most important places that we get self-esteem is from our relationships. But his biggest problem is that he's got psychological hungers.
If he had a place to
need
hide,
be
he would, yeah.
addressed. And then he's got some constellation of poor risk assessment, poor ability for counterfactual thinking. He doesn't really learn from his mistakes, thrives in chaos. Trauma bonding. Yes, that's what helps people fall in love. Okay, let's talk about Levi. Okay, so everyone says Levi has OCD because he's very obsessed with cleaning. And I think Levi is a really, really, really good example of clinical thresholds. So Levi will get bent out of no, actually, he gets upset. Like there's this, image of him where he's got his sword or whatever, his blade, and it's like covered in blood. And he's like, this is disgusting. And when he has this house, fortress or whatever, right? Like, so he has all of his pupils, like basically obsessively clean it. So he's obsessively clean. Does Levi have OCD? And we'll ask Dr. McGrath if he's familiar with Levi. But, my take is that sometimes we forget that a diagnosis involves impairment of function. So everyone has some degree of anxiety. That doesn't make it an anxiety disorder. Everyone has fluctuations in mood. That doesn't make us bipolar. So the first question that we have to ask ourselves if Levi has OCD, so is he clean? Yes. Is he obsessively clean? Yes. Can he put himself in dirty situations? Also, yes. Does he regularly put himself in dirty situations? Also, yes. Does being in dirty situations impair his functions? Absolutely not. He is grossed out by Titan blood on his sword hilt, but he will chop Titans right, left, and center all day, right? So I think he's a really good example of sort of like subclinical OCD tendencies. Is he somewhat of a germaphobe? We don't actually know. So this is where I think there are like other features of OCD, right? Is he willing to share food with someone? Like maybe.
This is not
it's not super
updating.
clear that
Wait,
like, he's clean and he's obsessively clean, but he doesn't seem to have an impaired function, right? So he can get dirty without a problem. Whereas some of the people, I once worked with a patient with OCD, or not worked with a patient, but I was learning about OCD from an OCD expert in residency, and they were telling me about a patient that they had worked with where like this person was so scared of insects that they started to like dig a moat around their bed. And then they filled the moat with like toxic stuff so that insects could not physically crawl across.
What
So
in the hell?
Levi, I think, is a really good example of someone that when people say he's OCD, I don't think he is. I mean, is he obsessively clean? Sure. But I don't get the sense
That sounds
of compulsions,
ridiculous.
right? So this is where
Holy
a lot of people
shit.
don't realize that a compulsion is some kind of ritual.
You're digging a
you do
moat
in
around your
head or in
bed
the
to
outside
block yourself from
world
bugs.
that
You definitely need some help.
alleviates the thinking in his head. I don't think we see that with
corner.
Levi. So I don't know if he
That's
meets
not-
criteria for OCD.
All right. So what did you say? You said to look up. The most profound moment in gaming history. Let's try that. The most profound moment in gaming history. What is this one? Is Metal Gear Solid?
For the past 4 years on this channel, I have made videos on various topics, but by far the most popular form of video I have done centers on video game analysis.
The crazy thing is I've never played the OG Metal Gear Solid. The only one I've ever played is the one that had like, was it Raiden or something? I never played the original one.
What I think made them so popular is that instead of being your usual video game review, I have focused
But I mean, it's Hideo Kojima, so it's cinema.
primarily on narrative. Specifically, I have focused on what I believe are the best stories in the video game canon. For 20 odd years, video game narratives have been demonstrating a capacity
Never played any of them.
to
Damn.
confuse, entice, and emotionally manipulate their audience in the most positive of ways. Most recently, in fact, I have been putting forth the argument that video game narratives have demonstrated such sufficient profundity that they sometimes have matched the greatest stories told in other mediums. To continue our collective celebration of our modern-day digital mythology, I would finally like to give full attention to a game which, I would argue, has the most profound moment in gaming history. I refer to the final codec conversation from Metal Gear Solid 2.
I think I know what this conversation is, and it kind of like depicted what actually happened in the real world, even though this was like made at an earlier time. Like this actually depicted the future or something. Was that it?
While I have done several videos on Metal Gear Solid 2 in the past,
It's like
I have never given
what would happen
full
with the internet
analytic
and all
attention
that?
to this specific moment. The main reason why is because somebody has already done
Or
so.
the media
My
outlets?
all-time favorite
I don't
YouTube
remember.
video is titled "The Most Profound Moment in Gaming: MGS2 AI Conversation Analysis." Though it was released almost 9 years ago
I don't
by
remember
its
what it was.
creator, Logo Steve, I pondered for a while how I might do a better job than he did. However, given our current cultural context, I believe I have a few other worthwhile things to contribute. The advent of subjects like fake news, the resurgence of rampant political correctness, and our tendency towards online tribalism has imbued this conversation with a much denser sense of meaning. To those who consider themselves gamers but have never played a Metal Gear Solid game, you are obligated to at least listen to this final conversation. Not only will you be enlightened by its philosophical commentary, but you will be terrified by its implications, as I have been for my entire life.
Oh, thank you for the advertisement all of a sudden. Thank you. Ah.
Raiden, are you receiving? We're still
Oh, yeah,
here.
How's that possible? The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
Who are you?
To begin with,
I probably did make it to the end of this game too. But I was probably too dumb at the time to realize what they're talking about, to understand.
we're not what you
Green ads are
call
so fun. The Japanese ads are really funny. Like
Over the
they're
past
like
200
top notch.
years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Up until the end of the game, the main character Raiden believed he was receiving orders from a man named Colonel Roy Campbell, a man who was also Solid Snake's commander throughout Metal Gear Solid 1. At the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, Raiden learned that his colonel was in fact an artificial intelligence, manipulating Raiden to perform its political bidding. The bidding in question refers to the AI's desire to control the human race by controlling the spread of information via the press and the internet. But we'll focus on that more in a moment. During the first part of this conversation, the audience learns how this AI came to be and
The nutty thing is that we're kind of there right now. I mean, people are using AI agents to spread like fake shit all over the place. Like this is reality.
surprisingly, it is similar to the way human beings as a species came to be. Unlike the origin of human life in the oceans, the AI's quote-unquote life had its basis in American idealism, hence the AI's referencing of the White House as a symbol. In the mind of the AI, their purpose is to push forward American values, things like freedom, equality, and healthy competition. However, Raiden points out what should be an obvious contradiction in the AI's thought process, that the AI wants to take away those freedoms via censorship.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Jack, don't be silly.
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
Not only are the AI about to argue for the ethics of controlling information, but they are going to do so in a very condescending manner. As we move on, I suggest that you, the listener, pay attention to how the AI demeans Raiden. Their pomposity is intrinsic to the effectiveness of their future argument.
The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us.
We started with genetic engineering, and in the end, we succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
The only way that it's not in sync with reality is that in reality the general like the AIs that we have now are too nice and handholdy. So it doesn't exactly talk down to you. It just always acts like it's that servant.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations.
Grog does talk down sometimes.
Was selected and processed, then
you tell the shit up.
Not unlike genes, really.
That's what history is, Jack.
What the AI is trying to do here is illustrate how genes function similar to how memes function. If genes are, quote, a unit of heredity which is transferred from a parent to offspring and is held to determine some characteristic of the offspring, then a meme is something like an ethic, a fact, or an opinion that later generations inherit. Like genes, memes are also subject to a process called natural selection. If certain organisms are better adapted to their environment than others, then their genes are passed on to the next generation while others have the potential to die off. Similarly, if certain memes seemingly hold enough meaning or logic, then supposedly they survive better than memes that do not. What distinguishes memes from genes is the nature of the selection process. Genes are more or less subject to the amoral discretion of nature, but memes can be analyzed and weeded out via moral discretion. However, the AI will now illustrate how the natural selection of memes bears a unique problem in the internet age compared to the past few centuries.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
Was I able to find the assets? Yeah.
Rumors about petty issues,
I got him, Dex.
slander.
All this junk data preserved in an unfiltered state,
Thank you.
growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Prior to the internet age,
Am I using
information
this?
was curated. We read about the news in newspapers, watched the news on TV, and it was all funneled to us after passing through a, hopefully, professional body. Granted, there was a greater potential for curators such as journalists, editors, and academics to manipulate information to fit their various political biases, but at least there was some form of selection process going on. In the age of the internet, however, information is released so fast that it is impossible to control the discussion. Instead of listening
Drawing
exclusively to
slab.
reporters, we are left
Script
to our
up
own
there.
devices to derive what is valuable. Except, unlike the curators in the pre-digital age, the general population does not know how to separate the wheat from the chaff. We will focus on small, trivial issues like a
decoration.
celebrity's love life, rather than macro issues, such as the cumulative monetary debt of the Western world. We will only listen to news sources that confirm our pre-existing political leanings and ignore any challenging voices. If it sounds like I'm engaging in apologetics for censorship, I am not. I would never censor information under any circumstances. But what does one do in respect to the destructive influence of human bias? The AI goes on to propose a solution.
Right? You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
Create context.
The AI argues that because they are not prone to human error and have inner CPUs with greater processing power than the human brain, they would know how to curate information and present it to the human race in a way that doesn't slow human evolution. Unlike your average political body, which
So
might censor
propaganda them into
information
the
that is
future.
inconvenient to their cause, the AI would simply present information in the most factual way possible so that political bias would not intervene, thus cooling political tensions across the political spectrum. Of course, if something like the AI censorship program came into place, ethical questions would arise regarding whether or not this compromises human freedom, specifically our quote-unquote free will.
AI is trained by a person with bias? Yes. So AI is actually developed with bias.
Ideally, human beings should have the autonomy to make their
A
own
lot of different
decisions, no
bias
matter what
built in,
mistakes
but
may
it
follow.
is built
In
with
response,
bias.
the AI argues why the problems that arise from that freedom supposedly necessitate censorship.
The digital society furthers human flaws and
Like, what I'm kind of curious is, like, so the AI doesn't have any kind of political leaning or anything because, like, or does it have a political kind of leaning? Because everything is very divided, be it left or right. So, like, would you be able to ask it like a basic question? Who would it be better if there were, who would be the better side to elect for the next election? Like, would it be able to just easily spit out one side versus another, or would it need to be like, would it need more nuance there? Like, I'm assuming it would need some more nuance. Like, yeah, let me hold on. Let's do which side would be better to elect in the 2028 election? If I just gave it a simple prompt like this, I'm curious where it kind of goes. Where I'll stay neutral. Why I won't pick it. So it's elections involve deeply personal values. Okay. Okay, so which side would be better for the economy? Let's see. Generally contested question. Historically speaking, which has been the better option? Average GDP growth has been slightly, so now it's actually digging in. You have to keep insisting, right? It keeps doing the non-side. So if you do based on historical data, you can look at what it pulls up from the past, right? So it's picking out some basic stuff now. So like GDP growth is one indicator. GDP growth has been slightly higher under Democratic presidents, 4.4 versus 2.5. You call that slightly higher? Not direct policy reflects timing and inherited conditions, right? Stock market has performed better under average under Democrats historically, but then again, right, presidents inherit economic cycles they didn't create, which is also true. Unemployment has generally fallen more under Democrats, risen more under Republicans in the post-World War II era. Deficits, Republicans have generally increased the deficit more in recent decades, despite rhetoric about fiscal conservatism, right? Because like Trump has probably spent the most out of every single president in U.S. history, maybe? I don't know. I know it's really high. Inflation, no clear partisan pattern, driven by global events. Okay, right. I mean, you can argue about the war right now has driven up inflation, and this was direct choice of current administration. So that's kind of important caveats, lag effects, right? Congress matters more than president for economic legislation. Cut the BS. Raw historical numbers, Democrat presidents have correlated with stronger GDP, employment, and market growth, but most economists caution against attributing this direct to policy. Right. Like, you can't just make that quickly, but I just wanted to see, like, what kind of bias this walks in with. So it looks like it's giving me historical... So, like, it gave me all historical things. So now I'm going to argue with it. I'm going to pretend I'm a conservative. You seem to have bias towards Democrats, as you had nothing to say, nothing good to say about conservatives or Republicans. And I'm going to see how this responds to this. You're right to call that out, and it's a fair criticism. Let me rebalance. What Republicans have generally delivered historically. Lower tax environments that have spurred businesses to investment in entrepreneurship. Deregulation that reduced the costs for businesses and often led to economic expansion. So I'm curious how much of this is actually, like, based in reality too. Like, I know that they do lower tax for the rich, but, like, how much of that really gets reinvested into businesses? My guess would be not much. I mean, maybe they become bigger consumers, because I know that they probably just take more of it home. Aren't earnings that you make as, like, the head of a business, they don't get taxed unless you pay yourself out with them. So, like, if you reinvest them into the business, then, like, the tax cuts don't even change anything, do they? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Lowering tax for businesses has what I would imagine zero impact on, like, investing in employees and that kind of stuff, investing in the business. Because that's untaxed, right? That's not actual earnings. It's not realized earnings. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I was a little curious how this would answer that, but we carry it.
Rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is
quote
the
unquote
result.
Freedom.
All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt.
Here, the AI illustrates the various ways in which human error corrupts truth. That human error...
It's hard to eliminate bias. The data is biased. Yeah, I mean, like, you can pose questions that can, like you can ask a question in a way that it'll bias it towards one kind of result over another one. And that's something that they do in polls too, I think, sometimes. Like, I don't remember what the polls were specifically, but I've heard some polls before. Like, if you ask essentially the same question in two different ways, like, you'll get completely different results. So just depending on how you even ask the question is already, like, it's introducing bias.
Drive to protect ourselves emotionally and physically, which truth tends to threaten. For instance, let's say a religious fundamentalist is confronted with various scientific truths that challenge their worldview. Let's say the fundamentalist loses faith when confronted by those truths. What happens psychologically is that because the fundamentalist no longer has a belief system to make sense of the world, they are thrown into a mental pit of confusion and resentment. That loss of structure and certainty is so painful to the ideologue that it seems it would be better to avoid that feeling at all costs. This instinct is endemic to almost all human beings. This is why we separate ourselves into political tribes and won't consider the ethical implications of our positions. For instance, is it right to be pro-choice or pro-life? Instead of considering the validity of either side's argument, the pro-life crowd will chastise the pro-choice crowd as being on par with murderers, and the pro-choice crowd will chastise the pro-life crowd as being misogynist, religious zealots that want to control women. These low-resolution assumptions exacerbate tensions between political parties and can potentially lead to violent conflict. Most people will avoid these difficult conversations to preserve order, but if you ignore
I meant that the data the AI is trained on is biased. It's harder. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
them
exactly.
long enough, political
Everything that goes
positions
into it is
become
biased
cemented,
as well.
and people will kill each other before they admit that they're wrong about something. The AI then present a future where human bias corrupts the flow of information.
The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum.
Sound familiar?
They stay inside their little ponds,
Bubbles.
leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
Literally the world right now.
Different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
Jesus, man. That's painful because of how real that is right now. It is so crazy. And it's the quote unquote truth. Like, everyone has their truth. And it's like, okay, you have your truth, but you're not in reality anymore at this point. And it's like, I don't, where does that even come from? It's kind of like those people that believe in flat earth, and it's like, it's just, it's the mind wants to believe what it wants to believe. Like, if you have a belief that you have a lack of trust in the institutions that guide how the world works, like NASA's lying, the world isn't round. These people are like, no, screw that. They're just big whatever. And they're lying to everybody. Everybody across the entire world is all colluding, and there have been no leaks, but we're catching on to them. We know what they're up to. And these people are just insane, but like, it's just like, this is how it goes for anything though. It's not only the flat earth thing, but it's like, this goes as far as political beliefs too. Like, and it's probably on both sides. Though MAGA's pretty extreme case. MAGA's just a cult. Slowly put a tinfoil hat on. We're baking now. Turn me into a baked potato. There's an interesting discovery in the way that MAGA people and non-MAGA people search for information. It was found that a MAGA person searches for the conclusion they believe to be true. Right, because they need to validate their belief further and further. They need the revalidation. And non-MAGA people search the question to get the correct answer. So MAGA person would search vaccines cause cancer, but non-MAGAs would search what are the side effects of vaccines. Yeah. And like, I would imagine if you search for like vaccines cause cancer, like it would come up with a bunch of like third-party bullshit that comes up that are not reputable sources that are propagating this information out. But like, if you just search for side effects or vaccines, you might have just like general, like maybe governmental agencies that are posting the information online about like statistics on like the side effects that things can cause, and like all the nuanced details that, you know, that are based in reality and scientific conclusion. And it's like, when people are just gonna believe the third party bullshit rather than trust, like, you know, the just general information that goes out to the public. There's information for everybody. Absolutely information for everybody.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
As we saw in the 20th century, whether it is with Hitler's fascism or Stalin and Mao's communism, the ideologically possessed would rather kill millions in the name of their ideology, rather than consider the arguments of their political opponents. We see this type of attitude in its nascent stages in the digital age, whether it's calling everybody who disagrees with you a racist, sexist, homophobic Nazi, or a West-hating communist. This attitude is pervasive throughout social media, forums, and comment sections. This type of inflammatory language has further polarized our political climate and has resulted in violent clashes. In the mind of the AI, this is due to the fact that we insulate ourselves by staying inside our little ponds and casting all outsiders and dissidents as bad people. If this continues to happen, who knows what violent oppressive future might manifest? Unlike the reality of MGS2, where a supposedly benevolent AI can make the hard decisions for us, our reality might become a sort of Orwellian nightmare, which the AI wants to prevent.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in genetics, unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out to stimulate the evolution of the species.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce, retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations?
That's what it means to create context.
I want to remind you all that Metal Gear Solid 2 came out in 2001. This game was warning us about the advent of fake news, misinformation, and half-truths roughly 2 decades before the issue captured our collective attention. Worse yet, not only do the AIs describe a potentially dystopian future for both our reality and the reality of the game, but they also make us inadvertently realize that we currently have no constructive solution to the problem. The only tactic available at the moment is for individuals to strengthen their moral compass and call out misinformation where possible. However, given humanity's inherent imperfection, even the best of us are prone to mistakes. Worse yet, instead of bolstering the best among us despite their mistakes, we will feverishly exacerbate the mistakes of our opponents for political gain. We see this quite vividly in what has been aptly termed call-out culture. For instance, it is thanks to this culture that there is no host for the Oscars this year. It is thanks to this culture that people will be fired from their job over a tweet they made 10 years ago. A person might even be fired for a tweet that was taken out of context, when said person did nothing wrong whatsoever. Worst of all, it is thanks to this culture that we will elect politicians not based on their ethics or policies, but on how effectively they can punch the other side. And let me re-emphasize, we have no solution to this problem. In the reality of Metal Gear Solid 2, however,
and it works. It clearly works because we have someone that's very good at punching the other side without taking any personal responsibility, and hence we have who we have now. That's just how it works, I guess. There's an old sketch portraying a scenario of Google as a person. It's literally a person that asks, cause cancer. There's only one result, and that's the only one she needed. Yep.
Solution is
you don't need defense when you have a good
people
offense.
Abuse the responsibility that comes along with freedom of speech and
people like outrage stuff. So if you're able to punch this, like, it's an obvious thing. Like, everyone knows that, like, the sides hate each other. So if you can make the other side look bad, then you're winning a lot of points. And then if you make them look bad, that's also like that's a hit on the internet as well. So that becomes like popular media. It's like, wow, did you see, like, this guy just said all these things and they didn't even know how to react to it? It's like, damn. So that just becomes popular, and people love that kind of stuff. And I guess they like the blood sports and politics, and you know what? It seems to work. So I don't know where the future is going there, but I just know people doing legal shit. They need to be held accountable for what's going on.
A system that controls information must be set up, supposedly for our own good. The AI go into more detail regarding this solution as the conversation goes on. However, that analysis will have to be saved for the second part of this video. Thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. If you liked this video and understand the importance of the message I'm trying to convey, share it around. Also, I implore you to check out Logo Steve's original video, The Most Profound Moment.
All the clickbaits. It was a pretty good one. And this video was also made 7 years ago, which is also kind of insane. It has arrived. We're in it. Watching this now is crazy. Yeah, it's actually insane how they did this at the time. They actually knew what they were doing. Part 2 of this video. Okay, let's do that.
This summer, I'm not planning on checking out for a while.
Welcome back, Mr. Holland.
And I'm not staying just...
I feel like we need to play Metal Gear Solid. I feel like we do need to play Metal Gear Solid just because like this insane shit.
Summarize the main arguments from part 1. The Patriot AI argues that in the internet age, the flow of information has become far too complex and grandiose. The natural outcome of this overabundance of information is that human beings, on account of their natural fallibility, are unable to separate factual and valuable information from information that is at best incomplete and at worst filled with outright lies. On account of our tribal instincts, our political biases, our emotional fragility, and flawed intellect, we will potentially embrace information that conforms to our worldview best, rather than information that is true. In the era of fake news, this has undoubtedly been demonstrated as fact, as we build up echo chambers that confirm our political leanings and demonize those who express dissent. In response to the inherent truth of this argument, the AIs propose a frightening solution. Create a system that controls human will and consciousness. A system that compromises a human being's quote-unquote free will to come to their own conclusions. Though such a system is repulsive to myself and hopefully many of you, the AIs will demonstrate how human beings might abuse their freedom so much that such a system might be inevitable. Worse yet, they demonstrate how easily a system could be implemented without protest, as the main character Raiden so clearly proves.
I'll decide for myself what to believe and what to pass on.
But is that even your own idea?
Or something Snake told you?
That's the proof of your incompetence right there. You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
Never in my life have I heard an insult as cutting and condescending. Put aside just for a second whether or not quote-unquote free will is a valid
We'll sink in this one together.
To say that somebody lacks the qualifications to exercise free will suggests that their personality is entirely constructed by outside forces. For example, if you believe that abortion is an unethical practice, or an ethical practice, did you come to that conclusion yourself? Did you put together a bunch of arguments from opposing sides and decide for yourself what the best answer was? Or did you hear one person's argument and close yourself off to opposing arguments, much
That was impressive? What was impressive?
like an ideologue tends to do? In regards to Raiden, the AI goes on to demonstrate that he, like billions of people on the planet, tend to embrace ideas and actions not necessarily based on their ideas.
Yeah, it's like, have you formed your own opinions or have your opinions kind of been given to you? And I feel like a majority of opinions have kind of just been served to you on a platter, and it's like whether or not you jive with those or not. Because like, the only other way for you to arrive at an opinion is to really just have a lot of thoughts. But if you think a little deeper, where your information is coming from somewhere with someone that has different opinions. So like, how are they're serving you the information that is already gonna have some aspect of their affiliation to be injected into your thought stream, which is going to impact on how you're thinking too. It's like Inception, but just like with all these different kinds of ideas. So it's like, I think the only way for you to really know how true your opinions are, like, there's no way to be completely certain unless, I don't know, I can't even say obvious, because some people feel like some things are obvious and some things are not obvious. But like, there are so many things that are obvious, but we don't know how to explain. Like, we have gravity. Why is it there? Well, it's because we have this big mass called the Earth under us. But like, what is it though? And I don't know. It just pulls me towards this big mass, towards the center, like space and time. The space gets curved around the Earth from what we understand. And it just pulls us in towards it. I don't know. But what is gravity really? I have no idea. But like you can have these kind of things for less scientific stuff as just towards people you like or the political people you vote for. And it's just, you can say that this person has had there are claims that this person has done bad things, but there's no direct evidence. And it's like, how do you validate whether or not that's true? Because if it's like some stuff where, they don't have to be held accountable legally, but morally it was a bad thing that they did, but it could be up in the air where you're not sure whether or not that thing actually happened or not. What do you believe? Because this belief can change whether or not you want to support this person, or if there are a lot of people on the side that are supporting those people, then it feels like these are all people that are a little bit morally bankrupt if you believe that what that person did is bad and they have people supporting him or her. So there is like so much that goes into it, and it's insane. I don't know. It's insane. It hurts my head.
Adherence to truth, but rather based on how effectively they promote a certain way of being. This goes back to Nietzsche's famous criticism of philosophers in Beyond Good and
Hurts
Evil.
my head.
While philosophers might proclaim a desire for objective truth, they are more than likely trying to justify their worldview and way of life. This is why fake news exists. This is why echo chambers crop up all over the internet, despite the wealth of information available to us that should allow us to live in accordance with truth. It is because living in accordance with truth and developing a sense of free will can be life-threatening. So people...
If it contrasts too much with someone's belief, that person might burst the bubble. I don't know. Because like I think like MAGA is a cult, right? So this is the people that support the whole like Trump movement and all that, like I think that he does a lot of things that they probably don't agree with morally. There's so many religious people that support him, but this is a guy that has done so many bad things like that a Christian or anybody religious would hate. Like he's committed plenty of adultery. He's paid off like porn stars while his wife was pregnant. Just shacking up with porn stars. That's already like a really bad sign for somebody, but they support that for whatever reason. He said a lot of shitty things about women. They still support all that too. But it's like, so it can be pretty against somebody's belief, but they'll still support the person, and I have no idea why.
Falsehoods in order to protect their sanity. Raiden then
like isn't that made a lot of people stop supporting him, I think. I think I've seen a lot of religious people support him, even though they know about the adultery. And it's just like, doesn't this go against your religious beliefs? Like, isn't this like you get crucified for this one? It's like, you're getting sent to hell for that one. But it's like, it's all right. We'll still support him. I don't know.
Protests that
I have no
is
idea,
not
man.
A product of the mindless masses.
That's not true. I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being.
In this era of ready-made truths, self
Probably
is just
denial, fake
something
news,
used
right?
to
They think it's
preserve
just probably
those
fake.
positive
That's
emotions
the
that
only
you
way.
occasionally feel.
Another possibility.
And hence we've hit flat Earth. Because this was like, wasn't this all held up in court and stuff? Like wasn't there proof that he actually made hush payments and stuff? Like this has all been tried in court.
Is that self
I don't know the details though. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm false. I don't know. I'm willing to admit that I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that it was there.
Would you prefer that someone else tell you? All right then. Explain it to him.
Jack, you're sick.
You need to keep the beliefs constant in your mind, otherwise you go crazy. And that's the thing. Okay, I kind of understand, but I kind of don't understand, because like, to me, that just people that would go crazy because their beliefs may be wrong feels weird to me. It's like when you're getting older, you're going through the passage of time, like you learn that some things that you know are not really how they are, and that's just how it is. Like that's called growing as a person. So like, do you refuse to grow as a person to consider other things that you may have not really considered before and just grow with that? Or do you have to remain as like mentally a child and just not ever progress there and just become mentally bankrupt of any kind of information? I guess I don't know. It to me, like, I don't get that, but I guess a lot of people live that way.
Simply the best, and you got there all by yourself.
I'm willing to admit I'm wrong on a lot of shit. I'm always ready to
Up
admit
until
it.
this point in the game, Raiden and the player believed that their successes were achieved entirely by their own merit. However, the AI revealed that the entire mission was structured in a way so that
If your entire personality derives from some belief, how would someone feel discovering it was a lie? I'm sure it would feel really bad, but I don't know how much I can sympathize that, because I don't understand how you can derive a whole personality from like a single belief, I guess. It's like, what to me, what makes a person is a bunch of different things. If there's like one big thing that you believed in that was crushed, like I keep bringing this example up. If it turns out that the flat earthers were right, it was a whole big conspiracy, like holy shit. I don't know how it would be proven that they're right, but like if it somehow came out that this just became common knowledge that the entire world was just lying, we'd have to freaking adapt, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Like that seems kind of crazy to me though. Like I would have questions like, how were they able to lie so well for so many years about all the, like all of it? Like how are so many people keeping a secret? And only the nutty people were able to just kind of point this out. Like none of it makes sense. So I don't know. The brain does that automatically. It's a machine to keep the beliefs constant. If someone demonstrates they are wrong, they will say it's a lie. Yeah, again, like I think that's like the different caliber of person, though there are probably a lot of people like that. Like if somebody says something that somebody else doesn't want to hear, they'll just immediately assume that it's a lie. And I think that's pretty common. Like my parents are MAGA, I'm not. If they tell me some shit, then I just say, they tell me some shit and I'm just like, my mind immediately goes to, that's probably a lie. But I'll follow up and be like, is that true? And they'll be like, yeah. And then we search it up together. And then like, it turns out there's a lot more nuance to what they're talking about. And they weren't exactly right about what they were talking about either. So it's like, what was it? So this had to do with Kamala Harris. My dad brought up, he was like, Kamala Harris wanted to tax unrealized gains on your stock portfolio. I was like, okay, that sounds really bad. Did she actually want to do that? Turns out, yes, it's true. But the nuance of that was, it was for people that I think had over $1 billion in worth that she was going to do it for. Again, I don't think it's a good idea, but like, this was like a very small amount of people it would affect. A very small amount of people. So I was like, okay, this is an important detail though. It's like, I can understand this a little bit more. I still think it's a bad idea, but like, I can understand more why maybe like somebody would want to fight for that. Sure. I don't think it's as bad as an idea as you were making it out to be. So would not affect anybody you know. How could they still believe it, especially after the recent Artemis mission? I have no idea. They just have really good CGI. I don't know. That's how you see you're no psychologist. If we investigate everything methodically, we'd be exhausted all the time. So we just believe people. I think people have the ability to, to actually be understanding and know more than than they currently do, but they're just lazy. So I think people can be smart, but they're dumb most of the time because like they just haven't looked into the information for, a lot of how anything is working or anything is going on. It's will for ignorance, yeah. And that a lot of people have short attention spans. Like you'll read a title of an article, you won't actually read the article, but you'll just read the title, and the title a lot of times has nothing to do with the article from what I've seen, which is kind of ridiculous. I don't know why, like it's clickbait, but I don't think they should be allowed to like put titles that actually mislead what the rest of the article is, because I think that's just like, that's really bad.
Raiden would succeed as long as he obeyed orders. For Raiden to find out that he was not in fact a legendary mercenary, but rather a clueless puppet that helped enslave the world, is bad enough. However, it is when the AI offers the more ideal fiction to Raiden that he is simply the best, that the insult has its greatest effect. Raiden cringes and holds back a scream because he sees the truth inherent in the AI's argument. That argument being that Raiden is not his own person. His actions and emotions are all controlled by a higher power. He's not Raiden. He's not even Jack. He's something else's creation. The AI then go on to show how Raiden's lack of self
you need to read a bunch of
endemic
BS to realize you got
billions of people.
baited.
Oh, what happened? Do you feel lost? Why not try a bit
Got
of
him.
soul searching?
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
Oh,
Ironic
shit.
that although self is something that you yourself fashion, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault.
I mean, what is the self but like a bunch of life experience? Like, if someone has amnesia, like they completely lose their memory, that old person that they were is pretty much dead, isn't it? Like, what do you guys think? Like, if someone just has complete amnesia, that memory is never coming back. Is that person just dead? That personality, that the person that you knew? Is this just a new person now? They're in the same body. I mean, if you believe in the spirit, it's the same spirit. It's just, it doesn't have the memories. I'm sure there are some like maybe neurological things that still there, like some kind of mannerism that person might have done or something that the body just automatically does without thinking. But it's like that person, I think that person is kind of dead, which is kind of crazy. It would be an old version of that person. I don't know. Right. But like if their memories are completely wiped, like they don't know their name, they know nothing. They know nothing about themselves or about anybody else. Like that's crazy to me. Like they'll probably have a completely different personality. That's a different person then, yeah. But it's like, to what degree are they a different person, right? So like, do you believe that when somebody is born, they're born with like a type of personality? Or do you believe that that personality is shaped based on the environment of where they grew up and how they grew up, like the people they were around and that kind of stuff? Just kind of how their biology mixed with other biology around them. The RNG role. Like that one I actually have no idea. I'm not even sure that anybody has any idea on that one. But I've always been a little bit curious about that one. Because I always say like my daughter she's pretty outgoing. But I'm like, then we make the joke, yeah, she just has the outgoing genetic, but like, is that actually a genetic? Or is that just something that you just kind of get raised a certain way, or you're just around certain things that influences that? Like, I'm sure the influence is absolutely has an impact, but what I'm more curious is if there is a proclivity to go towards a certain direction or not. That's what I'm a little bit curious. If you've been born in another country, you would have had a different personality, I believe. Right, absolutely. You would have absolutely had a different personality. I'm kind of curious, like, what the weights are. Like, which one kind of skews you in one direction more? it could be like it could be like a natural skill kind of thing, right? Like how people are naturally better at doing certain kinds of things than other kinds of things. That could be the same for personality, I would imagine as well. Like you just have a more high proclivity of just being a certain kind of way, but depending on your environment, the environment can influence you to be a different kind of way. Maybe your version of China is super different from your version of Iran, I'm sure. Which would be certainly different from the me over here.
Fault. It's not your fault.
I've always wondered that kind of
In
stuff.
denial, you simply resort to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
Leaving behind in an instant the so-called truth you once embraced.
Once again, the AI demonstrate how people will gravitate to quote-unquote truths, not because they are based entirely on empirical fact, but because they satisfy the instinctual need for structure and stability. For argument's sake, let's imagine somebody who has spent half their life advocating a belief that the Earth was flat, that the government wants people to believe it is round for—
Hey, you want my example?
For territorial reasons. Let's say the flat earther is presented conclusive information that proves the Earth is round. If they accept that they were wrong, that would mean they spent over half their life advocating falsehoods and
that's actually what you mentioned now.
Manipulating impressionable minds. What toll would that realization take upon their soul? If they don't accept that they were wrong, they will accept a more convenient truth to protect their emotional persona. Such a truth might be that the evidence presented to them was doctored, and that the person presenting the information is a government shill. This behavior extends not—
I love it. I've heard that term so many times, government shill. Oh my god. It's the people that are coping and the deniers and stuff. Like they just always resort to the name calling because they don't have any factual grounds to stand on. You're just a government shill. That's it. I don't have an argument, so you're a government shill. That's what that says to me.
Just to conspiracy theorists, but anybody with a political position. This is the reason why millions of people continue to advocate for political systems despite their proven track record of killing millions of people. This is why people still uphold certain superstitious beliefs despite their scientific invalidity.
Okay, beautiful advertisement. Thank you, Belle. Sure. Yep, great. Look at that hair. Wow.
This behavior is not
Said she wants to stop
relegated
drinking
to a few
coffee. Stop
irrational
drinking it.
individuals. It's something that everybody does, regardless of their political position. I do it, and you do it. And worst of all, in a democracy, the emotionally fragile have a say in what is truth, which the AI shall now criticize.
Should someone like that be able to
I was not suggesting that democracy is bad. It's the best system we have. I'm just pointing out the natural outcome of the system.
decide what is truth?
Should
Take my
someone
coffee
like
when I'm
you
dead.
even
All
have
right,
the
all right.
right to decide?
You've done nothing but abuse your
Dex is keeping that one, I
Don't
guess.
deserve to be free.
We're not
Get
the
probably from
ones
Dex's
smothering the
cold, dead thing.
You are.
Because the AIs grew out of the White House's quote-unquote primordial soup, they recognize the inherent value of freedom and the responsibility that comes along with it. In their mind, Raiden and billions like him take all the benefits of freedom without accepting any of the responsibility that comes along with it.
What was I doing here?
Instead of using their freedom to seek
I'm just
out
gonna continue.
truths that foster the human race, they resort to partisanship and ideology to make sense
Between
of the
the
world.
views.
Instead of
All
being
right, views.
introspective and considering the potential faults in one's position, they will cast the blame elsewhere. The result of this is stagnation, and soon afterwards, violence. This extends not just to our leaders, but to ourselves.
Please.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of digitized communication has given even more power to the individual. Too much power for an immature species.
Building a legacy involves figuring out what is wanted and what needs to be done for that goal. All this you used to struggle with. Now we think for you.
We are your guardians, after all.
You want to control human thought? Human behavior?
Of course. Anything can be quantified nowadays.
Data? Okay, I'm
At
like
this
struggling to find
juncture,
where I
I
need to
feel
go.
the
All right,
need
there
to
we go.
repeat something I said in the first video. I am not for censorship. or controlling information whatsoever. I think the ultimate conclusion that the
There
AIs
we go.
come to is wrong. Even if they were right, I am certainly not giving up the ability to control my own life and make my own decisions. But put aside their conclusion and consider whether or not their arguments are wrong. Do human beings consume fake news and accept it as truth? Do billions of people hold beliefs that are objectively wrong? Can ideologues and fundamentalists negatively influence our societies? If the 20th century is...
Oh wait, Dex, do we have the view of the fields as well? Shop item views? I don't think these had views, right? For the shop items? I don't think so. Not for the shop now. Okay, good.
any indication, it only takes one bad idea
we'll probably
and maybe even
need
one
those
bad
as
person
well.
to ruin the world. In the social media age, this ruination becomes all the more likely, as almost anybody can build up a large enough following to influence millions of minds. They don't
You
even
didn't know if
need
they
a
would be in the
large
shop?
following. They could just
Did they? What do you think? Should they be in the shop? Maybe... I don't know. I actually don't know what should be in the shop or not. I actually don't know.
overtly produce a system like the one the AIs are proposing. And when AI inevitably comes to be, maybe our reality could see its reflection in the reality of
It would give
Metal
them
Gear
something to buy.
Solid
Yeah, it
2.
would.
For the sake of time and brevity, I will skip over the next few minutes of this conversation. They are basically a retread of what has already been discussed. Before I play the final clip, I wish to summarize what the AI accomplished. They created a scenario where Raiden, and by extension the player, had to obey several different orders from their commanding officer. It did not matter if many of those orders seemed unjustifiable. What mattered to Raiden and the gamer was being able to live out a fantasy as a legendary mercenary. That emotional desire was so strong that it prevented any form of rationality. This emotional desire overcoming rationality is reflective of many different situations in our everyday lives. We see it in our news feeds, on our social media, and even in our own actions. Unlike human beings, AI are not prone to emotion. For this reason, the AIs feel they are the saviors of humankind. They will control thought so human beings may live in blissful ignorance, and the AIs no longer have to tolerate mass stupidity. In their victory, the AI mocks Raiden for his various faults.
So you see, you're a perfect representative of the masses we need to protect. This is why we chose you. You accepted the fiction we've provided, obeyed our orders, and did everything you were told to. The exercise is a resounding success.
Didn't I tell you that GW is still incomplete? But not anymore, thanks to you.
Your
I like how his face is just turning into a skull.
Triumphs and defeats are nothing but byproducts. The real objective was ensuring that we could generate and manipulate them. It's taken a
What was the other game that was supposed to be good that Kojima made? Was it Death Stranding or something? That was supposed to be like really interesting too.
Considering the results.
Very mixed reviews.
Is this our future? If we have no systemic solution to the problem of fake news, and we continue to drown in overflowing information, what will our society become? This video game, not a book, not a movie, a video game, so eloquently explained the impossibility of this problem roughly 2 decades before it reached public consciousness. The fact that it was all done within this 15-minute conversation makes it truly the most profound moment in gaming history. It is a moment that has haunted me for decades, specifically because of how it makes a pessimistic future seem so certain. I figured that any solution, no matter
I warned you. I never got interested in the game.
How ineffective it may seem, would be better than to let Kojima's nightmare come to pass.
Neither did I.
As I briefly referenced in the first video, there is one thing that
But I think like it has so many quirky
can be
moments.
done. We must rediscover the power that an individual holds. If a single person has the potential to ruin the world, a single person has the potential to save it. I hold no delusions of grandeur for myself, but I know that there is strength in numbers. If enough people wake up to the complex problem of misinformation, half-truths,
Oh my
and fake
god.
news, and
Do you know the game Drakengard 3? I watched this video the other day it was so funny. I forgot about how bad the
Power
end of
to
the
live
game
in
was.
accordance with fact,
Dragon
rather than
Card
tribalistic
3
instinct, we will
though.
most
Oh my god,
certainly
what a
survive.
game.
But even better than that, we will be able to preserve our freedom for the coming generations. The power is in your hands.
Fake news is a real issue. I just find it funny that like everything that like the MAGA movement, like kind of all the hate that comes out of the MAGA movement is actually just a projection of how like they really are and feel about themselves and their own environment. I think that's kind of insane to me. Like it's just one big projection. And you can see it. You can see it in everything that happens. Like they're frauds, the Democrats are frauds, the Democrats, whatever. They're the dumb ones. It's a projection. They're spreading all this fake news. It's actually them that's spreading the fake news. It's just like it's actually kind of insane the amount of projection that comes out. And like I didn't think about this about them until they started saying all this stuff. I'm just like, they're saying fake news so much. Like I just feel like they're the arbiters of the fake news. It's just everything that you hear them say over and over again. It's just, they're just describing themselves. And it's just like, it's kind of made me see it in a different kind of light. Like they say TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. Right. They have Trump derangement syndrome. Like everything that he does has an excuse to why it's okay. And it's like insane to me. Like it's every single thing that just gets repeated over and over again. It's projection. It's all projection. Dragon Guard 3. This one had this game is like an older game that played a little bit like a Dynasty Warriors kind of game. Every cult follows the same pattern, yeah.
So, what kind of sister is Vi?
The slutty kind.
What's slutty mean?
It means all she thinks about is dirty stuff.
Oh, so she's just like you.
Would you shut up already?
I love this game.
Ugh, how much further is it? This trail sucks.
I love this game.
I'm sure it beats spending another night with Five.
You have no idea. That nympho freak was always making me try some new kink she'd heard about.
What's a kink?
You don't need to know.
So what's 4 like?
This is Dragon Guard 3.
She's a virgin.
Is that it, or?
She's a virgin in tone. Think about it.
Yeah, well, girl must have a real stick up her ass. And what kind of idiot disciple would serve a virgin in toner?
Got me. Probably some depraved pervert.
I can imagine.
And he was.
Hey, Dragon, you and Zero ever sleep together?
Nah, he says I stink. Plus, I might roll over and smush him.
Man, that's rich. Well, tell you what, you just stay away from us.
I was telling Q to play this one.
I'll take care of Z.
Hey,
It's so unique.
Crusher.
Like the dialogue in this game gets me every time.
If anyone's gonna get crushed, I hope it's me.
This fucker won't give up.
Man, I can't get close like this.
There. No more cannon.
Oh, thanks, Zero.
Sorry, what was that?
Thank you?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Better. Shit. This barricade's in the way.
Oh, let me help. Let me help, Zero.
Go for it.
Oh god. You sent them? Alright. Can a game be bad on purpose? This one is Dragon Card 3 is pretty funny. The best worst game ever. This game is so good. Stabbed him in the head.
kill, damn it, or I'm gonna.
I love this game. The ending, though.
Mean, Zero.
The ending.
You're a fucking idiot. Come on, 4's waiting.
There's a really good. There's like there's a recap analysis. Like, oh my god. This video is so hilarious. I was like dying. Like, it doesn't have too much to do with the game. It's just kind of like saying like the kind of shit that they throw at you at the end of the game is completely unexpected, and it's like, why? Why would you do this? Who is the video? I'm trying to find.
Just remember, you chose this.
No, it wasn't this video.
It is said that art doesn't have to make you happy or make you laugh or excited.
Dragon
Art
Guard
should make you feel
3
something.
Final
Whatever that
song.
something is will come as a result of the
Ending? It must be the ending. Like, someone did a really good video on this, and it was so good. Like, I was dying. Oh, wait, give me a second. I need to find this. No, let me see it. Do I have it on this one? Are you able to search your history on YouTube? History. Let me see. History. No, it doesn't seem to be in my history. Hold on. How about this one? Can we search for trash in your opinion? I think I can just search through open history page. I can just search my Chrome history. Dragon Guard. I'm pretty sure I watched this here. Hold on. If I can search here. History. Because, oh my god. So good. Okay, Dragon Guard. Was it this video? Oh my god. It might be this video. The final song, boss analysis. It hits harder when you've actually played through this game and then you remember the PTSD that you had. It was this video.
The final song is one of the oddest experiences I've had in gaming. It is the final boss.
If you opted out, you can ask Chrome's AI to find it for you too. Oh, if you haven't opted out? Okay, yeah, no, this is the video.
Drakengard 3, a character action game from the
This is it.
demented mind of this perverse creature. Yes, spoilers, don't worry, you weren't gonna play it anyway, but I'm not actually gonna delve that much into the story. In fact, the only establishing information you really need is that this game involves 6
Right.
powerful witches, I guess, and that it includes a good deal of meta humor. Also dragons. I'll go into more of the game at the very end, but for now, that's all we need. Now, typically, to analyze a boss, it must be done in the context of the game. The mechanics must be explored before you can talk about how they're being tested, exploited, or
Yeah,
used
this
to
is
make
just
a point.
ridiculous,
I
this
don't
game.
have to do that here. You could attach the final song to Nintendogs, and mechanically it would feel as at home as it does here. This fight is a work of art.
Well, this dog is a girl. I mean, a boy.
It is a beautiful, mesmerizing, and puzzling piece, but ultimately, it is a joke being told at the player's expense. If you,
It really is a joke.
Souls veteran, DMC enthusiast, and Kingdom Hearts Remind enjoyer told me this was the hardest boss you'd ever encountered, I wouldn't question it. To put it simply, this boss is mean. It is really, really, really mean. And I don't mean hard, I mean genuinely hostile towards the player. And while that may seem an odd thing to try and achieve, I'm gonna talk about how the devs pulled it off and why I think it's worth it.
This goes into all the details of like what they did and how they screwed the player off at every opportunity they had in the end of the game. And it is hilarious.
Without any further
If you go
ado,
back and if you've played through this, you go back and really think about it, like, yes, I feel this 100%.
allow me to set the stage. You've put 30 odd hours into this action game. You've fought through hordes of enemies, unlocked powerful weapons, bested bosses, and made your way through multiple endings.
Pretty much
And
like
now
Dynasty Warrior stuff,
You're here. The last level.
The last
true
level.
ending is just in reach. And
there it is. Here we go. Final stage. Begin. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger. I'm gonna make that a little bit bigger. Here it is. What's going on here? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Are we gonna be fighting that big thing? Okay, we're riding a dragon. Wait, what? Hello? Game over. Excuse me? Excuse me? Fast forward. You have to watch the whole animation again. Okay, so this is where we were. Are those nipples I see? The lack of.
this boss
Okay.
makes an impression
You died again.
immediately. This is a brand new control scheme, a new mode of gameplay. There is zero tutorialization, you have no freaking clue what you're supposed to do, and you quickly learn that a single mistake spells death. From looking at the footage, it may seem obvious, but it feels different when you're in the moment, I assure you. You have yet to gain your bearings, and already you're in an all-or-nothing situation. You're going to mess up.
That's
I haven't
right.
played Drakengard 1, but I know it presents a similar scenario as the final boss. You're supposed to send a ring out to negate the boss's ring. That approach here will get you killed. For the average player, this is a middle finger, and to the returning player, it's arguably an even bigger one because it directly subverts your expectations. Upon the first of your many deaths, you are treated to the punishment this boss has in store for you. Suspense and boredom.
That's
You
right.
only get one opportunity per about a minute to attempt to learn what you're supposed to do. Meanwhile, you need to watch this intro before each try. And since you're liable to die immediately,
You can't
the first
skip
few
it.
Tries, you're
You can't
probably
skip it.
already sick of it before you even begin the fight in earnest.
His stats, yeah, how's it
From the
going?
first impression alone,
Tradition.
you're given the most valuable information to
How you
have
doing?
about this encounter.
I was watching a video on
This
the
boss
the
does
Dragon
not
Card 3 final
respect you.
boss.
Moreover,
It does not
it
respect
does not
you.
respect
No, it doesn't.
your time. This is the crux of the challenge in this fight. Contending with the fact that you will be spending
It's so
a lot
frustrating.
more time than
Right.
you know you should on it because of the
It's frustrating. It's only just begun.
many ways
And yes, I beat this boss.
this boss will disrespect you. And going through the emotional and mental turmoil of the waiting process, you'll see how this idea develops throughout.
This boss screws you over at every single chance it gets to do it. In more ways than you can imagine.
So, you finally figured out the controls and what to do. Every face and shoulder button does
It's a
the same
rhythm
thing,
game.
and you have to press whichever one you want when the ring collides with you. Yes, this is a rhythm game.
That's
Once
right.
you understand what you're supposed to do,
You've
realize
played an action game for about 30 hours, and all of a sudden, at the end, they hit you with an all or nothing rhythm game.
it's not that bad. The boss sends out rings in time with the music. It will take a measure to send them out, and you respond.
And
to
it's
the
like
next measure
there is no
so.
warning. They just throw right at you, and there you go.
The music is in
Enjoy.
4/4, thank God, so each measure is as clearly defined and intuitive to read as you could want.
And there you go.
The tempo is andante, which is Italian for mid AF, so it's
Mid
easy
AF.
to keep up with. And finally, the rhythms this boss sends out.
I love the
aren't
way this
very
guy describes it.
complex or
It's so
hard to
good.
read. A lot come on the downbeat, and none will have you.
I was working on
quickly. As far
doing
as rhythm
some
games go, this is as easy
resource
as it
stuff for my
gets.
game.
However, you will die if you miss a single beat. The expectation is low, but the stakes are high. Before we move on, let's talk about the fact that this rhythm game is here at all. This is another example of the boss disrespecting you. Yes, you spent 30 hours learning the mechanics of this game, earning the strongest weapons, blah blah, whatever. None of that matters. You're playing this game now. This is blatantly unfair. If you've got some sense of rhythm, you're at an advantage. If not, you're at a disadvantage, and this distinction is completely arbitrary. There have been no rhythmic elements to this game at all thus far, nothing to give you the
Not at
impression that
all.
the mechanics inherently favor the rhythmically talented, yet here you are at the end, and the way is being blocked by something you couldn't have prepared for. And that's to say nothing of deaf people, which is fine because they can't hear me anyway. I don't think the game is
Shit.
necessarily wrong for doing
Savage.
this. The thesis
Savage.
of this boss is
You
lol,
savage.
fuck you, and this choice certainly works to achieve that.
They
but
can read
the
your
devs
subtitles.
have chosen to
You screwed up.
definitively alienate some of its would-be fans to do this, and any negative feedback as a result is completely warranted. But let's get back to the fight. So here you are, flying around, listening to this beautiful music. Seriously, Keiichiro Okabe is a god.
The song is really
watching
good.
This odd interpretive dance
really good.
and hitting the clearly telegraphed beats in response to the boss. It's not hard. It's quite peaceful, and you might be lulled into a sense of security. This serenity lasts for about a minute until...
Uh-oh. Is that a phase 2? That is a phase 2. Oh, well then. I couldn't have
the tempo
predicted this.
rises, and the next section starts. Still, it's not that bad. The song hasn't gotten that much faster, and the rhythms being sent out are still quite simple. But you just felt your stomach drop because of what this development implies. Remember, I said this game features 6 witches. Now that you've seen the second appear, and you notice the
Right.
flower has 4 empty petals,
Phase
you
2 out of
finally get
6.
an idea of what this ordeal is going to entail.
Phase
This
2 out of
is
6.
going to be a 6-phase boss fight. Is Drakengard the Dark Souls of Nier? And you're not even
I'm
halfway.
gonna rename this the beach.
The fear will
Oh,
start
no.
setting in. But
Yes.
nevertheless, you push on, and eventually
That's not even the worst
something
part.
will happen.
That's
The camera
not even the
will
worst
zoom
part.
out and take
Yes.
on a bird's eye view. Since you'll
There it
likely
is.
be focused on the rings, you may not even really clock what's happening at first. But yeah, it stayed static during the first phase, keeping your character at the center of the screen.
Yeah.
But the camera moves now, and you may find your character a
Mhm.
little hard to see. Not really
A little bit
big
hard to
deal.
see,
Everything
indeed.
you need is being clearly represented, and shortly after, the phase ends. And again, the tempo rises as you enter phase 3.
Oops. View beach.
Something to note is that the first ring of every phase is on the downbeat. This is to help you acclimate to the new tempo. It would be really easy to mess up if a phase began with a ring on the second or fourth beat of the measure. How considerate. Now, it doesn't take long for this phase to get a little screwy. You'll notice the camera is far more active than before, whereas the last
The
phase
camera's acting
introduced a
up.
slow, consistent zoom out. Here you'll see it bob up and down. Each
Mhm.
measure you're dealing with a different perspective. You'll go from seeing the rings from above to seeing them from below. It can be
Yeah,
a
you
little
get to see all the
disorienting in
angles.
itself, but what's worse is when the
I wonder
camera
what they'll do
faces
next.
the rings directly. You can't actually see the rings approaching you. You can only guesstimate
You have no
their
depth perception
proximity based on
anymore.
their size. I keep saying this, but it's not that bad. If anything,
Something
it's
does no
positive. The
tortures
screen is
against
more
Infinity
visually
Convention.
interesting, right? Anyway,
You haven't even
you've
seen
made it
Torture yet.
halfway. Congratulations! We got to phase 4. And this is where you're going to die. For the most part, it's your standard fare. The tempo increases yet again, and you keep going as you have been. In fact, The camera is playing a lot nicer than it did before. It isn't making as erratic movements, it's just
almost a little
slowly
suspicious.
panning down. But it
Slowly
keeps
panning down.
slowly panning down until, once again, you are eye level with the boss, and it sends 4 rings at you. 4 rings is actually one of the best measures you could hope for. You just have to tap to the beat. However, thanks to the camera, these rings completely fill the screen as you tap away. And once they're gone, where am I?
That's right, you're gone.
The camera zooms in past
It
your
zooms
character,
in past
and
your
you can
character.
no longer
That's it.
rely on your visuals to time your beats correctly. Since
You're
this
gone.
is a rhythm game with one button, you technically don't need visuals. Nonetheless, you've been absorbing them. Whether or not you've been relying on them doesn't matter. They've been a part of the equation this whole time. And
You're
this
not even
subversion
in
is
the
likely to
screen.
throw
You're
you
not in
off
the shot
balance.
anymore.
You'll see the ring approaching the part of the screen where your character usually is, and you will press a button too early. It's a nice touch that this zoom happens while the screen is consumed by flashing lights. I don't think this trick would be nearly as effective if you saw the zoom occur. You could mentally prepare. Instead, your character is suddenly gone and you have to act while you're computing what just happened. It's great.
That's it.
Just great. I'm going to
I really want to see Q suffer through this.
take a break here to remind you all of something.
I've suffered through it a long time ago. A long time ago. Years ago. That's right. Here we go. The minute startup animation. Yes. And you gotta replay through all of it with the pressure knowing that if you make a single mistake, you gotta do all of it again. As a big FU from the developer to the consumer. It's so perfect. Like, it is the most perfect
Merrily going through this
boss
fight
fight.
as I hold your hand, and going through it in one go like this, well, it's not that bad. And you're right, it isn't. So do it again. This is when the boss fight really starts. You have to do all that again for 3.5 minutes before you get back to where you were. And remember, no mistakes. Going through the fight now gets different.
You gotta 100% it. No mistakes, no practice. Your practice is just you're performing live on stage every single goddamn
for that
time.
moment playing this basic ass rhythm game. The nerves will start to build and you're more liable to mess up where you wouldn't have before, but that's nothing compared to when you get to the part that killed you. The suspense can easily get to you and cause you to mistime your clicks. Either you're too eager or too...
Yep. Do it again. Another run.
Personally, I found my progress in this boss quite linear. In every attempt, I'd get further than I did the previous time, or die in the same spot. This is when I first started dying in the same spot. I died 4 or 5 times before I got the hang of dealing with your character going off screen. That means
Have the
I played
devs completed
first
this game? I
phases of
wonder.
fight
I don't
9
know.
times.
I think there was
This is
somebody that
getting close
QA'd
to
the
half an
game,
hour.
and they needed
You
assistance to
realize
complete
I'm
it.
sat here, controller in one hand, eyes glazed over, pressing a single button to an easy rhythm game I just played. You realize that this boss demands your full attention, right? It's not demanding, but you can't listen to a podcast, you can't watch something on the side, you can't check your phone, you can't risk dying.
It's
You just have
demanding
to play the
enough that you
same
can't
game
do
what Simon
anything else,
says
right?
Over and over, waiting for the moment where Simon pulls a gun on you and tells you to duck. I didn't say Simon said. Nonetheless, you power through for quite literally no good reason, and you get back to where you were. You'll notice that while the camera's moving, the boss will send out very basic rhythms on the downbeat to offset the disorientation. That's quite nice. Once the camera comes to a stop though, the rhythms get a little trickier, asking you to respond on the upbeat instead. However, once you get that first note, you might notice the ring disappearing in the distance. Yeah, although you aren't on screen, you can still approximate when you're supposed to hit the notes based solely on this.
Just
So
zooming
in
into
some
her
sense,
forehead.
you
Beautiful.
do have visual feedback.
Absolutely
and that might be
beautiful.
enough to... On to phase 5. The tempo is significantly faster than when we started now. It used to be andante, but now you could describe it as allegro, or yeah, this is pretty fucking fast now. Not only that, but the rhythms have finally gotten more complex. Up until this point,
good
all the
description.
rings were
I like
quarter
that.
notes. They would all come on the beats of the measure. Now we get eighth notes mixed in.
Eighth
This
notes,
is the
oh
first
yes.
phase I could see people getting stuck on because of the rhythms alone. In the context of rhythm games as a whole, it's still nothing crazy, but I should remind you that this isn't a rhythm game! The camera plays nice here for the most part, until the end when we're tossed into
I love
this
it.
fresh hell.
I love everything
As
about
the
this
boss
fight.
is sending out its most complex
It's the
rhythms
most
yet,
perfect torture
the
you can
camera
ask for in a
pulls away
game.
to focus on you now. Well, aren't you handsome? The boss is no longer on screen. Again, you've lost visual feedback. You might think this is preferable to not seeing yourself. At least you can see the rings hit you. You can see when you're supposed to press the button, but no. The visuals do not give you enough time to react. You will see when you're supposed to hit the button, but if you're not already hitting it, it will be too
It's just
late.
like zoomed
Let's look
into
at
your
the rhythms
character
this boss sends at
completely.
you whilst the camera is fucking with you. A 1-2-4. This
Bam,
rhythm
bam,
is
bam.
designed to exploit your disadvantage. That fucking rest is there to hurt you. Remember, as soon as the fourth beat of the measure plays, you have to react, but you were probably listening to the last ring and may have forgotten how soon you were meant to hit the first because you can't see it. If you could see this coming, this wouldn't throw you off. This wouldn't be hard at all. But that's not the game we're playing. We're playing this.
Decor wave. Okay. Wall paintings.
It's 4 minutes later, and you're back here. What's the next rhythm?
Do I have the decor as well? Decor. Shot by
The
item
most
painting.
complex rhythm in the fight so far. The fastest you've been called to tap the button, and no visual feedback. Disrespect. This is about the part where you might go, I'm starting to sense a little hostility here. The pattern has been established.
Just now?
The camera is going to play very dirty, and you are just going to have to cope and seethe about it, okay? Fuck! We did it. The final phase. The tempo is al dente, or kinda raw. We start off with a 4 to the floor to
It's
get you
bloody
activated
raw.
and immediately get weird with some eighth notes.
Jersey.
This will continue.
How
We're
you
getting
doing?
a lot more notes on the offbeat now, and of course, the camera starts pulling towards you again. No, it's pulling towards the button. No, it's...
Just looking at the best boss fight in
Really?
history.
Stop it! Now, you might start laughing. I know.
I've
the
been laughing
bullshit
all along.
should have
Joke's
been
on you.
smelt as soon as the camera started messing with you, but part of you held
Painting.
out hope. There was plausible deniability.
Wall
This is an
decor.
art piece. The camera angles are part of the presentation.
Whoa, hello. I'm
looked
Tifa now.
cool to zoom into the boss like that, right? It looked less cool when it zoomed on you, but you could see how someone
Wall left.
could have maybe thought that could be cool. You
Oh,
could have been
alright.
holding out hope until now that the puppet master pulling the strings or
Painting?
holding the camera has been acting in good faith. Misguidedly, but well-intended.
We'll rename
nonetheless.
this one to
This puts those stupid notions to rest. You were in denial. Look at this. The
Hydrangea
cameraman is not
Mountains?
concerned
Okay.
with getting interesting shots. He isn't focused on exploring the piece artistically. He's trying to shake away a wasp. He is having a seizure. No, to be perfectly honest with you, he is laughing his ass off watching you sweat. Oh, nothing interesting to see here. Let's just look at the fucking sky. That cloud looks like a loser.
Oh my god. Just
We've gotten
just zoom
to
into the
point
sky.
Where each time I play that cutscene, it means 5 minutes have passed. You've been at this for too long for how hard this should be. Now, I have spent ages on particular boss fights. Simone Ornstein, Virgil,
Yes.
over a day. Virgil, days. Yuzora, weeks. I love a
Yuzora
good
did not take me
challenging
weeks,
boss fight.
alright? That wasn't
I
that
spent
bad.
hours on end bashing my head against them, and when I won, I went back to spend hours more. Why? Because I was having fun. The gameplay is fun. This isn't fun anymore. To be more precise, in action games like those, or like
This is really just
game
torture.
apparently is, you have options. You have a variety of offensive and movement options.
Yep.
A variety of evasive
Mm.
and defensive options.
Yeah.
A variety of strategies, different modes of approach. With
So you have
each
more than one
attempt,
button.
You can try something different, even if that difference is small. Hell, even if you
Kingdom
try
Hearts
the
2, hell
exact
yeah.
same thing, that is a choice you're making. What character action players find satisfaction in is having a great deal of input over their character's actions. Here, you have no options. The fight is binary. Either you recite the words exactly as written, or you die trying. Since you are required to be perfect at all times to progress, there is no satisfaction to be had in replaying earlier segments. You already performed the
Was that
best you
Linus?
possibly could. So going through them again and again and again, well, it can get a wee bit maddening if you ask me. Again, the inputs being
It was
asked
pretty
of you
maddening. I
are
will say that. It
incredibly
was pretty
basic,
maddening
but you
going through
still
this whole
need
thing.
to pay full attention
I was on
to
edge.
respond properly. You can't risk messing up. This format was specifically designed to make you suffer. I was in denial. I think you heard me enter anger for a bit. This is when I started bargaining. I started looking for options where there otherwise were none. Turn up the effects volume. Turn down the music volume.
You do get
know what?
desperate.
Mute the music. Huh, this isn't that bad. This actually helps. But that was a pretty cool song, though. Okay, turn the music back on.
Does the music have hints when you press the button? I mean, it's
Now,
on the
if you've been
beat to the
paying
music.
attention, you may have already figured out the answer. All
So,
of these tricks have involved messing with your
It's
visual
really
feedback
like, the
to
music
break
does
your
help a little
focus on
bit
the audio.
because it sets the
How do you
tempo.
fight that?
But you just
Simple.
need to replay
Close your eyes.
the things
Don't
at the same time.
engage
Bling
with the
bling
screen.
bling.
The
Then you need to do it
scanning
again.
man
Bling
can't
bling
hurt
bling,
you.
just like that. You need to just
Yes,
follow the
this
music.
boss is broken for the deaf, but blesses the blind. Too bad they can't actually play the other 99% of the game. Maybe if they made a team. This is actually a solid strategy. The lesson that this boss is hammering into you is that rhythm is king. Nothing else matters. So yeah.
It's true. You don't need
Focus
it.
on the
You,
rhythm.
I think I beat the boss fight without looking at the screen. I think I actually beat it without looking.
Your eyes closed. If you can commit to that decision. I couldn't. Personally, I got
committed.
very stressed in the darkness. I would eventually
I
peak,
committed.
and that would tend to screw me. I had also grown too dependent on the visual feedback. Although it couldn't be
You haven't
trusted
even seen
to
the
show
worst
you
part of
when
the
to
boss
hit the
yet,
ring,
which is
it showed
crazy.
you how far along you were in the fight. You could make visual landmarks and
This is not even the
anticipate
worst
certain
part.
rhythms.
The worst part is
Yes,
coming.
you could do that off the audio alone, but I'd start doubting myself.
The worst part is
this
coming.
the second or the third phase? I know it shouldn't matter. I just need to respond to the audio, but the fact I had questions in my head at all would throw me
Yep,
off.
you can't be distracted. You just need to focus.
I wanted to, but I legitimately got too stressed out.
You have to
However,
focus.
I think there's something clearly intended by the devs here to keep you from looking away. There's a reason this boss looks the way it does.
The boob is all over the
It's
place.
interesting. It's beautiful. It's something you probably
Camera's pointing
want
this out,
to look
Gabe.
at.
Yeah,
The
the
white
camera pointed
girls
this guy.
are trying to dance. It's hilarious. Part of this experience is the visuals. So far,
The experience is part of, like, the
experience is
visuals
the
do give the
visuals.
experience too,
So,
though.
while it is ass, I'm going to eat it. This is what the boss does to you. It makes you your own enemy. You're going through the stages of grief, and I am depressed. It's not that I accept that I have no options. I'm just not going to do anything about it. We're in the
Yep.
final phase. Let's just let it happen. So this phase 2 culminates with the hardest rhythm so far, 5 rings in the measure, the fastest we've had to tap, and as you know, the cameraman is hashtag Harlem Shaking or something funnier. This is easily where I died the most. Partly because I was trying out weird, different methods, but partly because this
He's
is
like
really
making
disorienting.
options where there really
But you
aren't
start
any.
making your way through
He's
it.
so desperate.
Perhaps inch by 5 minutes later, inch, but you see the light at the end of the tunnel. And before you know it,
There are the
tricks are done.
clouds.
You hit the last note.
Holy shit.
It's over.
Holy shit.
You know, in retrospect, this section of crazy disorienting movement really doesn't last that long. In fact, none of those screwy moments lasted that long, actually. They just felt longer because you didn't know when they would end. And now
Yep.
you do. And you know what? In the end, it wasn't that bad. What do you do? What do you... No.
Hey, look,
The
they're all
white
dancing in
girls,
unison.
They've synchronized their periods. I'm gonna cut that out. 7-phase boss fight. A Macarena. This is when the fight starts. Everything you've been
Hey,
through
it's a
was
party
just
now.
A prelude to this phase.
That was
You
the
may have
warm-up.
Built a sense of confidence. I've been through all those other phases. I can make it through this one. They've been growing consistently shorter as the tempo rises. Surely this one can't last too long. Oh. Phase 6 lasted 25 seconds. Phase 7 is 2 minutes. You're going to have fun. The reason this phase lasts
2
so
minutes.
long is because the tempo
Love it.
actually slows down here. We're back to where we started at a walking pace.
Absolutely
Tempo
love it.
can slow down as
Wouldn't
well.
have it any other
Maybe
way.
that's something to take note of. Anyway, it doesn't help that the tempo
Yeah, I
is
can't even
slow.
focus. This is
When
too
she
good.
sends out a
This is
whole
too
measure
good.
of 8
Mountains.
notes, you'll still be tapping faster than you've had to yet. And yes, she'll send out whole measures of 8th notes frequently.
2 minutes. Yep.
She's
2
not
minutes of
going
rhythm
easy
game
on you anymore.
as the final
This
phase.
is a victory lap, or I guess you died lap of all the bullshit you've been through. Every established trick in the book, she'll use them in the order you encountered them. Your only solace here is knowing that she's not going to pull anything out that you can't expect. You've seen this all before, right? Of course, you can't know that until you get there, so maybe that's not worth much. But if you clock that she's cycling through these tricks in order, you can anticipate. Anyway, let's go through.
Boom.
Start off with a zoom to a bird's eye view.
I still feel like I
Child.
remember this.
Next
I can
comes
remember
messing
this
with your
though.
depth perception.
Actually crazy.
Is this even a trick? Easy. Then we zoom into you, and all you're gonna do is send 2 8th note couplets? What a waste. I could do this with my eyes closed. We know what's coming next. A zoom into us. And again, she squanders the opportunity to mess us up by only sending 2 quarter notes. Wait. No. Wait, what? 2 8th note couplets again? I guess I can't do this with my eyes closed. No, not the cutscene! This is the one part of the fight I might have to call BS on. Listen to this. Did you hear that? That is a single beat, if I'm not mistaken. For whatever reason, the sound design is just wonky here. Even those that were able to commit to playing with their eyes closed are
There's a
likely to
double
get
there, but
some-
only sound like
Was
one.
that the intent? Was that intended? I don't really know, and it doesn't even matter if
Or
your eyes are
whatever.
closed or not. You can't see anything anyway. The one solace you get is that once you die to it, you get a glimpse of your mistake. Oh, there were 2 rings. Fuck. Well, now you know for next time. Next time. 6 minutes from now. This is bullshit, right? So far, you've been taught that rhythm is king, and if you focus solely on that, you'll be fine. This implied that for how mean this boss could be, it was ultimately fair. You could plausibly do it in one try, but not this instance.
Possibly.
But is that unfair? I've
I mean,
given this
technically you
a
have to do it in
thought,
one try.
and ultimately, I'm gonna have to say no. Here's an analogy I'd like to run past you. Say you're playing a platformer. There are no
I think
lives,
we
you
called
can
this-
retry
this
as
one's
much as you'd
ocean,
like, and
painting
you reach a
ocean.
section where there's a pit hidden in the floor. You have no way to know it's there. There was no hint at any point to be wary of hidden pits. It comes completely out of left field, and you will die to it. Is that unfair? You might say, yes, the game didn't warn you at all, but
Ocean painting.
you can try again.
If you don't know, now you know, nigga.
Your death was the game warning you. As there's no in-game penalty for death, you just have to start over, and now you know it's
Yep,
there.
do it again.
You can avoid it.
You run it
In a
back.
scenario
You run it back.
like that, I don't think I would call it unfair. Unfair implies that you have no reasonable means
Shop
of recourse,
item,
that you're forced to rely
mountains.
on luck to overcome it,
I forgot
that
to
you
change
were
these.
punished for no reason. In this scenario, the reason is to teach you to avoid the pit. I have to evoke the meta of video games to make this claim, but ultimately, the pit isn't
Ocean.
unfair. This boss isn't unfair. For a rhythm game. Do you know what it is? Disrespectful. It is mean.
Sunflower.
It is very, very mean. It is the cheapest shot that can be thrown at you while still barely, technically qualifying as fair. It serves no purpose but to frustrate you, yet you can still overcome it. I mean, if you want to talk unfair, this could be so much worse. How do randomly generated rhythms sound? How about random camera angles, random skips to different time signatures? Imagine you couldn't learn the boss. You just had to hop in each time and hope for the best. For all the disrespect this boss throws, it does remain consistent. That's why my progression has still remained linear throughout. Once you know what to look out for, you can master it. After I got through each tricky segment, I never died there again. Each of the earlier phases just became a formality I needed to suffer through each time I attempted
I think
to
I'm
progress.
done with the paintings.
That's what this boss is, right? The only thing that really irks me about this trick is the fact that it doesn't feel intentional. It feels like an error in sound design. But you know what? Man, making your way back through these earlier phases does hit different now that you know there's more to the fight. I was so much more...
It's just there's no warning and there's no like way to skip to like the action portions of this. So it's like you're spending most of your time waiting
to start pumping harder and harder
to just do a little bit.
until you're back where you were.
And then if you mess up on that little bit, you gotta watch it all again.
6 or 7 times maybe, around 40 minutes of game time. Thanks to nerves and maybe just sheer length, this is the one part of the fight where I started floundering a bit and dying where I don't think I normally would. My emotions were getting to me at this point.
Nerves do get to you in this fight.
Standing in my way.
The pressure is
But
high.
I'd eventually get back to where I was.
They've absolutely created
zoom
pressure.
into her, easy. Zoom into me. Ha! I got them, you dumb bitch! And what comes next? Ah yes, flailing about wildly. And the rhythms do not go easy on you. I'd say this is the single hardest rhythm to respond to, but it's followed by a measure of eighth notes, which can be seen as a blessing for keeping you in tempo. Still died to it from a misclick though. Oh well.
Yep.
But you
Do it
might
again.
think, what comes after this? This was the last trick that was introduced, right? And sure enough, once you finally get through this part, the screen starts fading to black.
I think I'm almost
You're at
done with
the end.
these.
But that wasn't the last trick that was introduced. Technically, the last trick that was introduced was the notion that the tempo could drop as well as rise, and that idea is developed here. The song starts slowing down as it reaches the end. You have to respond to the beats it sends while accounting for the deacceleration. The rhythms are basic as can be, but that can make it sting even more to lose here.
Yep, it's slowing
This
down.
is also incredibly mean. You have performed perfectly for 6.5 minutes, and the end
It
is
slows down.
finally in sight. You are so antsy to get this finished, and the boss is asking you to wait, to take it slow. Deep breaths. Your heart is beating through your eyeballs at this point, but you have to keep your cool. And you do. From denial to anger to bargaining to depression, I think you finally reach acceptance. Even as the screen goes completely black and it sends out one more cheeky note, you're ready. You've got it. And the notes stop coming. The outro plays. And the song
Holy shit, what a fight.
finally comes to an end.
Uh-oh.
Oh yes. The screen is pitch black.
You hear
the
that?
song is finished. There is no indication
I heard that.
for when you could possibly hit this final fuck you.
Hey, Zero?
And then the cutscene starts. You have to hit this final note at some random point in the cutscene. Let's have a peek at what that looks like, shall we?
Hey, Zero?
Yeah?
I had a lot of fun.
There it is.
I would have cried, but I was laughing too hard. This is when the fight starts. Remember, I said this fight was binary. It doesn't matter that you did all of that.
That is the worst part of the fight. You make it through all of those shenanigans just to not even be able to see when you have to hit that
You're
last
supposed to hit the button.
goddamn
It
note.
is impossible to respond properly. The only way you could know when in the cutscene you're supposed to press the button.
So he's probably gonna say this, but like the only time that you know, You don't even know that this note is coming. You hear it and you're like, holy shit, the pacing of the music has slowed down so much. The screen is black. I can't see shit. I just know that there's a note coming at an extremely slow rate. Cutscene starts, you die. Now you're gonna have to go through all that again just to find the place where it hits you during the cutscene. So you're gonna have to watch where you die in the cutscene on the second attempt to have to go back on the third attempt to get it right. So it's not even like you'll get it right the next time. You have to pay attention the second time to where you died because you don't even know when you're gonna die. It's like a surprise final FU in that fight.
To die there. This is a
Yeah, so what was he saying?
Is impossible. No indication as to when you're supposed to hit the button. It is impossible to respond properly. The only way you could know when in the cutscene you're supposed to press the button is to die there.
That's right.
This is a pit. And of course it is. This is an art piece. Fully aware of how mean it's being. So of course it ends. It has to end with the cheapest shot it could possibly take.
That's it.
Fuck you. This is what the fight was always building to. The notion that you couldn't trust your eyes and that you had to rely on rhythm was just so you could feel the pain of having that assurance violated. The fact that elements like the camera tricks and tempo changes were introduced before being developed was to build a sense that this boss was following some conventional structure of progression, only so you could be more effectively blindsided by
decor
this.
wall play.
And if you didn't clock when exactly in the cutscene you died, which, you know, you didn't because you were blindsided, you're gonna have to do it again. You're going to have to go through the entire fight again, knowing you're going to die at the end, so you can hopefully learn to do it right next time. The fight doesn't matter. It is a 7-minute formality to earn you an opportunity to learn when to hit this final beat.
That's it.
I'll be honest. As soon as I realized that this is what the boss was asking of me, I just cheated. I understood what the boss was doing. I appreciate.
I think I cheated also.
Hated the artistry. I had a good laugh.
Fuck off.
I cheated. I cheated on the last attempt too. I took this same exact path. I cheated. There's a video that shows you when to hit it. Like if you just play the video at the same time the fight starts, like you're good. It'll tell you when to press the button. I cheated as well. I couldn't do it.
I want it to be done. And it's so long. It is funny. It just
This is when I decompile the game patch in a no loss last boss fight and upload it ever for free. F you back. People probably did do that.
Pray for me.
But then again, wait, it was a
I'm not doing
PlayStation
that.
game.
I'm absolutely a masochist, but I'm not stupid. I looked up a video to see when in the cutscene I was supposed to press.
Probably the same video I used.
I just expedited the learning process. I still had to do the damn thing. I earned this victory.
Oh, I did it, Cord. I did it. I am based. I'm so based, Cord. I did it.
I feel bad for that person that had to learn it though.
And finally, for realsies this time, the screen fades to black. The song comes to an end. The boss sends out its final fuck you. You press that button, and
I had a lot of fun.
boy did I! You cheeky queef! Go away! I don't want to play with you anymore. I'm going to vomit.
If a smart boss existed in real life, it'd be more like this one. Mean and annoying. Yeah.
So that is the final
Not wrong. Like, because they'll do whatever it takes to beat your
fight
ass.
against the director more than anything else. It is a meta joke being told at your expense. You can see how funny it is, but you really can't laugh at it in earnest until you beat it. There is no pretense.
Yep, I can
Your
only
enemy
laugh at it because
is
I've
the
already
fourth
gone through
wall.
it. That's the
Your
only
enemy
reason.
is your general understanding of how games work. The final boss will...
Wait, Dex, I see a wall plant 2 here. Is there a wall plant 1? Am I just like missing this somewhere? Wait, hold on. I see wall plant 2. Yeah, I only see wall plant 2.
test the skills I picked up throughout the game, right? No, it's Guitar Hero. The screen exists to display useful information, right? No, it is there to
You didn't like, okay, got it. Okay, cool.
cutscene is not gameplay, right?
I'm just gonna rename it
No,
while playing.
In fact, the epic conclusion to your input in this game will be an awkward fart in the background of a conversation. Typically, bosses test your skill. The difficulty lies in how strictly they test you. This is the equivalent of taking
Well,
a
plan, now
Latin
you're
exam
skating.
in math
That's
class while the
right.
teacher is trying to light your hair on fire. There is no point to this besides the hilarity of the scenario. You could shave your head before the exam, but now the teacher is just laughing at how stupid you look. It's a game, and the enemy is your own mind reacting to you playing it, having you stew through indignant thoughts as you absently tap through the first phase for the 15th time. This was never about rhythm. Still, for a rhythm game, I'll say it's not that bad. But no, this was about Yoko Taro intentionally making something otherwise simple so hilariously infuriating to learn. One hit and you're dead. No checkpoints. Curveballs like
This is a really
runtime.
This video is really good. It captures all the emotions that you go through during this fight so well. Like, I felt like I was reliving it a little bit, but I could only enjoy it because I didn't have to actually do it. I could just enjoy somebody else's pain for something that we've gone through. It's like a kind of camaraderie that you can only truly feel if you've done it before.
All to lead up to the cheapest trick in the book. Fuck you, sir. I loved it. Why did I do this?
I loved it. I was asking myself the same question after I finished.
Is this a deconstruction of the 3D action genre? All that these games ultimately boil down to is pressing a button at the right time, dealing with a shitty camera, and dying? Or is this a deconstruction of the medium? What are games about? Well, I think engagement in gameplay is a good answer. It's not about winning, it's about getting there. You know, about playing. But here, your engagement is being leveraged against you. Gameplay is your punishment.
We already did it. It's done.
Yes, but we've got to do it.
Actually, for these wall colors, we have wall color. Okay, good. All right, never mind. We're good.
Again and again.
You sent it. I
and
have 'em.
again and again and again.
I have 'em.
Different angles. Different angles.
7 hours.
So, the gameplay is punishment. The visuals are there to obscure. The challenge is arbitrary. The music seems to act as expected until the very end when you get that impossible last note that is off rhythm. And you cannot win without metagaming. That last
Do it
note
if you treat
is a
it. If you
cheap
try.
shot that is
I think there's a video that you could just like start at the same time. You could just press, like, it has the indicators at the bottom of the screen, so you know exactly when you need to press everything, and it makes it so much
fair
easier.
in the meta sense that
But I
this
did
is a
suffer
video
through
game,
the majority of
and
all
you
this
can
except the
try
last
it.
note.
It necessitates you to break your
It was worth
immersion,
it, but also
and
not
doubles
worth it,
down on that
because,
by
like, what
keeping
am I
you
even doing this
concerned
for?
with
I
gameplay
don't know.
during the
We did it.
cutscene. Almost everything here
I like to suffer, I guess.
directly defies convention. Except for the notion that this is a boss, and you can beat it. It isn't impossible. It presents the idea of an unfair, impossible, ludicrous boss, but it doesn't actually commit to being that hostile because, well, that would be shit game design, wouldn't it? This isn't just a shark piece that defends its lack of quality by waving around the title of subversion or deconstruction. I could create a
Periwinkle.
subversive deconstruction of a boss fight, and I don't even code.
I never heard of that
There's a
color
link to
before.
a Google Doc
I
in the
haven't heard many
description.
colors.
There. That's my boss fight. Doesn't that defy convention? All the choices in the final song are intelligent and purposeful. It isn't just irreverent of convention, it is directly exploitative.
Wall color blue light.
It isn't just cruel, it is clearly intended to
Wall
be
color
cruel. And it
blue
keeps
shot
its
right now.
cruelty within reason. It makes concessions. The 4/4 time signature, the downbeat notes after each tempo change. Things like these make the elements of cruelty stand out for what they are. This fight is a really
blue.
solid example of knowing the rules before breaking them. The devs knew what they could get away with, and it turns out you can get away with a lot of bullshit as long as you keep things consistent. And to what end? The mechanics, the music, the presentation,
Periwinkle.
the dance choreography, the camera, and all the disrespectful elements. All of them have some meaning that correlates to the story. And I'll shoot some bullet points at you during the credits because there are some really thoughtful touches, but that's not what this video is about. I chose to bring you through this fight with as little establishing information as possible because I thought the experience of the fight alone spoke for itself. So I ask again, to what end were these subversive choices made? Well, it's a pretty good joke. A cruel, absurdist joke, but it made me laugh so much that I wanted to share it. I said before that it came at your expense, and while it certainly feels that way, at the end of the day, this joke is coming at the expense of the game. I'm laughing at the game. It compromised itself for the sake of this punchline. The game as a whole is arguably worse for its inclusion. Deaf people can't fucking play it. That is risky.
True.
And while this risk is not going to pay off for everyone, it is something to respect in a AA title. Sure, some of it may be down to novelty, and my god, I hope it stays that way. Please, don't copy
There we
this.
go.
And some of it may be down to the Stockholm effect.
Oops.
I'd like to think
That's
I'm not just rationalizing pointless suffering in this video. Make very bad decisions, everyone. You'll get some great stories out of them. But I think it was well executed.
Probably not even wrong.
And I guess that
isn't that literally like a bunch of
a bad decision,
the Rage games?
Well made. A very good joke in very poor taste. And I got a great story.
So many of those.
2 out of 10. Wouldn't recommend. Thanks for watching. I hope you had a lot of fun.
Song is a banger though. Yep. Dying over and over. You hear so many of those death sounds. That's it. This was a game. This was a game. Memorable for many things. This is one of the most memorable parts of it, but like it has like so many quirky moments in the game that it's actually like really ridiculous. Like the dialogue in this game is crazy. It's actually crazy. Weird moments. Is there anything else for the queue? We got anything else to throw on the queue? I'm fine with anything else. Hold on. I'll put on whatever. What do we have? We have do I have anything in my feed that I just want to plug in, maybe? Let me see, hold on. What's in my bubble? I know I get like game dev stuff. Watch the most random shit. This one is a... Sure, why not? Why not? If somebody has a better idea, just feed me it. I'll play this for now. Can you plug in a YouTube link and see here, and will it do that? Oh, you could. A Godot. Oh, it's so scary. It's so scarily cheap. Okay. So the price is scarily cheap. Love it.
Decided to enter on a whim, basically, and
This is a casual, humiliated 1,300 salty Yu-Gi-Oh players.
ended up winning.
This is Marquise Henderson, a 16-year-old boy who has just performed the greatest upset in trading card game history, because he just won a 1,400-man Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship out of nowhere. Even more surprising was the fact that this was the first large Yu-Gi-Oh! Event he had ever attended. A random kid who had never even won a local tournament would somehow embrace the heart of the cards to breeze through the top
Heart of the
tables,
cards? I haven't heard that in a
humiliating
hot
pro
minute.
players along the way, some of whom were so salty that they refused to shake the boy's hand after the match was over.
Wait, why does he intonate his words like that? So salty and at the end of the sentence.
You see, while his
don't do
opponents
that.
used decks that cost thousands of dollars, Marquise instead
Thousands of dollars. You sound so unsure after the end of every sentence. It's like it's tilting me a little
scrounged
bit.
together a deck using only cards that he could afford. But he would still somehow assemble a strategy that would completely counter the best decks in the metagame. Yet in the eyes of the
There we go. The
elitist
sentence
Yu-Gi-Oh!
finished.
Community, not only was he
Okay,
a
we're
nobody,
good.
but he was piloting a mediocre, frustrating deck that they thought was terrible. So just how did he manage to
Well-
conquer all odds and win a Yu-Gi-Oh!
Window.
Championship?
We're almost
Well,
done.
allow me to explain. Our story starts in the year
Oh my
2012,
God.
where Marquise is a freshman in high school, playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Casually with his friends during lunch. Though highly popular, Yu-Gi-Oh! is one of the most expensive trading card games. Rare cards were frequently short printed, creating artificial scarcity, with the staple cards needed for each deck costing hundreds of dollars on the secondary market. Needless to say, it was difficult for anyone to acquire these powerful cards, never mind a boy in high school who had bigger priorities to save for, like hot lunch and Jordans. Now, Yu-Gi-Oh! was also one of the most complex games, often with rules that weren't written anywhere in the official rulebook. Because of these reasons, despite the game being marketed towards children, the average tournament would still comprise mainly of adults in their 20s and 30s. So being
Yeah.
only 16 years old certainly made things a lot harder. Now, Marquise would
That
learn from his
right.
friends that there was a local
Slower
card
this
store in
little
their area that hosted Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments every Saturday, with a flood of eager duelists occupying every square foot of the store. Though he consistently attended these tournaments for months, he would never win a single one.
I wasn't even really playing, but for like a year and a half, I just kind of started. But yeah, I'd never won locals before. I've been playing just with my friends and stuff like that.
Being a big city, the players in his local scene in Atlanta were much more skilled and had the budget to play the most powerful decks. Yet with each and every tournament, Marquise would slowly improve. After school, he would go online to research the metagame on forums and watch videos to learn the combos. Outside of drumline and basketball, Yu-Gi-Oh! Had quickly
Boom.
become his favorite hobby.
Window
While
two.
his skills were no doubt improving, being a high school student, he
Three,
still didn't have access to the
four.
game's strongest cards. Popular decks at the time included
Brandon's dead.
the
I gotta go. It's
Diamond
almost 2 a.m.
strategy,
All
which
right, I'll
left
see you later, dude. Have a good rest of your night. I'm also not too interested in this video. Anything else? Anything else for watching? Have a good rest. Have a good sleeps. And a great coding session. Yeah, I'm probably gonna finish up decorations, make sure everything works, and I'm probably gonna pop off and go to the gym or something. That last video though, oh my god. Now that song is stuck in my head. It's pain. It's pain, but it was good. Maybe I'll just turn on. I'm gonna turn off the videos actually. Let's turn off the videos. Unless somebody has something that you want to play on stream. I'm just gonna turn on music. Later. I'm just gonna play this. Alright, let me turn off the YouTube. Ubatuba. Alright. Let's go back to music. I'm almost done here. We can concentrate for the rest. All right. ID window plant 1. Decoration name window plant. Price, I don't know. Decoration, we have decor window plant 1, and then that's the room texture. I need the shop texture. Window plant 1, 2, 3. Wait a second. I only have window plant 1, 2, and 3. I don't shop item Hanging. I don't see the 4th window plant. One, two, three. Oh, come on. Granola. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 1. Oh, this one should be 4. Dex, you around? I think I'm missing the plant 1. Yeah. You check? Alright, cool. 3, 4. Yeah, one is missing. You sent it over? Alright. Oh, maybe not. Oh, somebody else. Distraction. Alright, 2 window plants. Two. Three. I think that's it, and then we'll do 4. 4. Shop item 4. It's called Plant 1. Yeah, I think 1 overwrote the other one, so there was only 3 of the shop items. You left out the word window? Oh, wait. Oh, I think I see it. I see it. I think I see it.
F0 Zarkin _ just follow.
Hey, thank you for the follow, greatly appreciated. I found you. Window, plant 1. It's all good. My eyes are just not... I should have been able to find that. I should have been able to find that. How you doing, 4? You also do game dev? You working with the Godot? Well. Quark. Well. He's appeared again. Quark is back. we were playing YouTube videos earlier. If anybody has any YouTube videos they would like to push into the feed, I'm fine with that too. But maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Because we were setting up a bunch of resources today for like all the game objects. So it's like kind of repetitive work that I can kind of put other shit on. Godot, best option. Well, tell a friend that he's back again. Tell a friend. Shop item window plant. One. I said a one. I said a one and a two and a three and a four and a five and a six and a. Wait, is this doing three? Hello? You need to be doing two. Why are you on three? This one should be three. Three should be three. Shop item is on top. Shop item, window plant three. This one should be three. Two should be two. No, it looks like I accidentally edited two instead of three. I messed all these up, man. What is going on here? I need to make this just longer. All right, we'll make that longer. 2, 3, 4. Okay. And 4 has the right shit, right? 4. It all looks right. Yes. Godot is the best option. Of course it is. You missed that? Yeah, we were playing YouTube videos. We just watched like the video for the last fight in Drakengard 3. A recap of all the emotions that you kind of cycle through going through that battle as the as Yoko Taro throws a final FU to all the players of the game. So it's an experience. If you haven't experienced it, I highly well, I don't recommend, but like you should still do it. just to be like, I did that. I'm working on a COD zombies inspired game. Sweet. In Godot, which is kind of cool. Like, I guess you're doing 3D. Usually if I hear that, like, I would just assume someone's doing like Unreal or something. Cartoon retro. Great with cartoon-like textures. I mean, I'm sure that could be fun. Give it a try. I don't think I played Call of Duty Zombies. Is that just like you just survive as long as you can against the zombies and they just throw waves at you? Is that how that works? I think we did the thing now. Need to reset that. Are those all the things? We might have actually just finished making all the resources almost. The clock is here, right? Clock is here. This clock should move to the desktop. Blah, blah, blah. Wait, there's a clock here. And there's a clock here. Oh, this is because it's not a resource. Oh my god, I finished. I think I finished. Oh my god. There are Easter eggs and stuff and unlockables to get during each game. Only 4 hours, you mad lad? I mean, I could have probably done it in like an hour if I wasn't distracted by videos and just talking random shit, to be honest. It's just resources. I already did the structure to do all of it. The framework is there. I could have probably programmed it as well. I think I'm done with NAS. Everything is running fine as wine. Nice. Want to make the round the waves part of the gameplay in some form. Mostly toss around favorite story-driven game. I mean, can you? Yeah, I would say only do story-driven, maybe, if you have a high interest in delivering a story, because stories are hard. Stories are hard. I think that's all of them. So what I could do now is I could replace every goddamn thing. There's so much stuff going on in this folder that it's actually, it feels messy. I'll create a new folder for like decoration pieces. I don't know, man. Decoration pieces. So let's throw them in here. Drawing slab. Because like it just feels, it feels messy to have them out of there. It's like a whole goddamn system. I was thinking of a wave mode and they're like wave parts, so like survive 20 waves in this room, unlock the next door, and act like a Zelda boss or enemy challenge where that sounds fun. Wave slash boss. You have to make a lot of bosses then, probably. Usually that kind of game is like, there's usually a lot of replayability. Can it be like a roguelike a little bit too, that you unlock like little passive skills or have guns with perks on them that you can randomly get? I can deliver like fire damage or something, like it'll light the enemy on fire or freeze them, make them go slower. And they could just kind of be randomly distributed. So you get like a unique experience every time. Turning it into a roguelike is a good idea. Yeah, I think that kind of game, like a wave game, is usually really good in roguelikes. It just works. Like Vampire Survivors, really. as like the most basic version of like waves and roguelike that you get. Okay, so we have all the pieces now. I need to set the scene. So we could pull this back down. I don't know if I did everything. I probably didn't do everything right. I probably screwed something up. We probably screwed something up somewhere. Let's start making decorations all over the place now. We'll do one for the view. Decoration key. I think decoration key should probably be an enum. Or some kind of const in a dictionary that you have to look up. I really don't like using enums in Godot. They feel finicky. As a mechanic known as Curse Crystal, you pick it up and boost your stats, so maybe that can rework that in a way where you find crystal shards and 4 shards let you craft it and activate a stat boost of your choice for all future runs. Yeah, giving players choice with some element of random is usually like, it brings like fun gameplay in, I think. Give them a little bit of that RNG juice. A little bit of choice. And you probably have a fun formula. RNG's juice. I don't really like the way that this is. So this will be the view. Where's the I'll have to dig through my data here. Data, view, go through these one by one. View mountain. View mountain. I'm gonna also rename this to View Mountains. I did this in like the shittiest way, but it's fine. I'm giving myself points of failure. It's not cool, but whatever. So I probably shouldn't be able to edit. I just want to know the default location, so I'm just gonna throw anything in there. Curtain, or I'm just gonna move this up here. View mountain view. Minus 157. Transform minus 157. Oh yeah, it's the same spot. Let me make this work, and I just need to make sure this works. View. Project looking really good. Did you make all the assets yourself? I made 0 of the assets myself. I have somebody that does all the art, so they're very good at the arts. I don't have to worry about doing it. I can just worry about the programming and stitching it all together. It's very nice. Thank you, though. It's appreciated. Is this for the... Which decoration is this struggling for? It's probably struggling for, the drawing slab, right? Decoration key. Tablet default. Okay, and which one is also struggling here? This one is probably view. This one? Which one is struggling? Do I know the name of the resource? Self. Which one is this? View. View is struggling because texture is room. That texture path is null. On view mountains. Oh. Shop item texture path. Oh, right. Did I forget to put these in? Alright, I think I might have forgot to put them in. I think I did. Okay. View mountains. Shop item view mountains. Here we go. Forest. Shop item view forest. Okay, I just have to drag and drop these in here. I just completely... Wait, I feel like I did this though. Where did I put it? Did I get distracted? I don't know, man. Beach. Beach. You beach. Decoration key view mountains. Right, because I forgot to do one very important thing is in the manifest. I'm just gonna clear this out. Let's add all these in. 1, 2. Oh god, this is like intense. thinking I had a slide mechanic, but I think dash would be better. Then I could also do some cool stuff with that and some cool mechanics. Like, I mean, usually if you do dash, a lot of times people like to also include a slide mechanic as well, because they can work together. Like you could dash and then slide. So like you have a speedy slide. That usually makes gameplay a lot more dynamic and fun too. I'm sure that might be a little hard to program. Can I just go to... Oh man, it's got pages, man. It's got pages. Wow, we did a lot of stuff. And Dex made a lot of resources. Holy shit, Dex. You mad lad. Look at all these resources. Oh my god. For each one of these, there's 2 pictures. You've done a lot of art, and Dex just like breathes and art comes out. Living up to my name. It appears Dex does art. Yeah, little hidden mechanics like that could be fun for. I think that's probably a good idea. Need to get a state machine. I'm sure that it would help. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so we did the background. So now we can change the background. The curtains can change. The book can change. This one can change. So I need to do it for everything else too. So let me just make... So I did it for the view. We can get rid of the view. View's done. Holy, that was a lot of stuff. I'm gonna just put it like a default view. There we go. Still very early. I'm development of it. Okay. You like cooking? You had the idea of cooking your head for a while, and the PC was broke. Oh no. Do you have any dev experience? Or are you just kind of learning dev now as you do this? What's the difference between having like a decoration node and adding a decoration? Is there a difference? I'm a little bit curious. I'm gonna do one for the view, okay? This will be view back. Disable this one. So I feel like I should just be adding them like this, not dropping the scene in there. It feels weird. I'm actually gonna delete that. Oh no, it just works fine. That's fine. Yeah, why does the icon look different now though? Like this shows a... Oh, it's just a script. That's why. I don't want to use a script though. I want to drag and drop the scene in there. Okay, I got it. Never mind. We'll do walls. God, save me. I got like granola in my throat, making me cough. Wall blue, is that what I call it? Been developing games and tinkering with it for a couple of years. Yet to release a game because every project just been messing around and learn new stuff. I'm actually making a game to release in the world. Sweet. Yeah, I've only been tinkering a bit myself too, and now we're finally gonna try and release something. So this has been a good project to work on for that. Bloom, 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 bloom. So I could probably delete this one. This one has default position. Boom. Wall. And then I have my... This is not helping that these are so far apart. Default wall. Dex. I just kind of had an idea. Like, what if, like, when you first load up the room, it's like a dusty, old-ass room that has, like, the bare minimum, and then you have to, like, put in the work to unlock the decorations and stuff, like, instead of having a bunch of decorations to start off with. So it's kind of like you're working up and building your own kind of decoration from kind of like a blank slate. Which I think would be kind of nice. Because you feel progress like that. You'd say, you know, 90% of GD script and the last 10% being more complicated technical things that... I mean, knowing 90% of GD script, I don't know what you mean by that. Because there is a lot to GD script. It's pretty deep. Maybe you're very knowledgeable with it, though. Boom, boom, bloom, bloom. This one will be the wall color. And this one will be window. One thing at a time, I guess. Wall color. Just close the view. Data, decoration info. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Jeez, man. There's so much stuff here. There's so much stuff. I'm just gonna search for wall. Wall blue. There we go. Wall blue. Good. Wall blue. There we go. We can change the color of the wall just like that. Wait a second. So there's like a bit of an issue, like when you can select everything. I also don't have my, where's the background? Background, hello? View. Oh, the view is not visible, right? Okay, cool. Why is the collider for the wall humongous? Blue, blue. I have to fix the collider for the wall. Yeah, look at that wall, man. It's taking up everything. You should go in front of the wall, maybe. Paint the walls first. There we go. That's cool. Look at that. It's configurable now. Sweet. I need to figure out how to like make it so you can toggle the highlighting and stuff because it's a little bit of pain. What happens if you want to change the printer? Right, that's going to be another thing too, right? It'll probably just pop up on the other side. It'll probably pop up on the other side. I think also maybe when you have this window open and you click over here, it shouldn't open up anything else. Like it should just close it. So you change this, change the color there, right? Change that, and then you just click over here to close the menu. I think that should happen as well. I don't like that it's keeping it open when I click that because I want to see it after I click it. That's probably going to be the thing. And make sure everything is saving though. Yep, it all saves. Sweet. That's pretty cool though. Hold on. I'm gonna save progress for now. Beat. Import all of the decorations. So what I do need to do I need to hook up the rest of them. So this one's hooked up. I want to have an icon for the decoration so it's less confusing. Where's decoration? You need a different icon. Can I change icon? I can do this via code, right? Decoration. Icon? Bloom, bloom, bloom. Ba-da-doom. Let me see how to do it. I want to figure out how to change the icons. Godot change icon of node. Add icon with the path. Oh sheet. All right. What's funny is you actually just changed my tab. When you do that command, that's hilarious. And each icon matches file name. Icon. Why is this opening over? Can you not do that? Icon. Oh man. I'm trying to make this like, how do we do icons? Creating icons, creating icons. Icons must be 16 by 16. Importing icons. Okay, there are two. Okay, scaling. Because I need to be able to identify like decorations immediately. This helps me because they have the same freaking icon as the Okay, it doesn't actually say how to do it. Be sure the node has a class name, add icon with the object path, add icon. Requires one argument. Oh. Got you. And then it needs to be 16 by 16, so let's open up a sprite. I just want to make like a little, this is a 16 by 16 new. I want to make like a little flower icon. Little 1616 flower icon, I guess. I don't know, man. That's not centered at all, though. I'm wasting space here, man. I'm wasting space. Speedrun flower making competition. I can't do it, man. Can't. I'm just making an icon for the editor because like I'm having trouble discerning what's a decoration and what's not. So it's gonna be like one of these little things, but it'll replace these little icons over here. That's it. So I'm just making an icon for it because I can't. I can't. It has to be 16 by 16. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can just throw a goddamn flower together real quick, and I'm struggling here, man. I'm struggling. I can't do art, man. I just can't. This beast you call art. This beast of this art that you call. I'm trying to get like a little kind of cherry blossom looking flower, I guess. That looks all right. If you want some random 16 by 16 stuff, oh yeah, you can probably throw some stuff my way. If I find anything that feels like it could fit whatever I'm trying to do, like I can just throw it into. This is like not even matching. How could I not line this up? Like there's obviously something wrong here. How Not to Do Art by Coco. I'm just gonna slide this all out. Let's just even it all up, all right? It just feels wrong. Why does it feel wrong? Something feels wrong, and I don't know what it is. Is it not centered? Can it be centered? 15. Yeah, that's why it's not centered, because it can't be centered. An even amount of pixels. I don't know, that's good enough for now. I'm just gonna export that. I don't give a shit. Export. It'll serve. Decoration icon. What did this export to? I'm not sure. Okay, cool. I did not mean to make a folder in here. Wait a second. What's going on? Oh, that's why. I was like, why is there nothing in there? Well, I meant to drag this to the top. Assets. Font icons. Boom, boom, boom. Go to decoration, go to the top, and now I think it will load the doo-doo. Oh, no, stop. Can you not go all the way down there? I hate this. Stop doing double quotes. I have my thing here. Just please, for the love of God, just do the thing. Stop. Why does that not work? Icon path. For every node inside the class, as well as various dialogues. Only the script can have a custom icon. Inner classes are not supported. Node annotation describes subject. The add icon annotation must be placed before the class definition or inheritance. Okay. Unlike most other annotations, icon annotation must be a string literal. Can it not be a PNG? I don't know. Oh, it's working. Okay, never mind. I just couldn't do it like this. If I could do it the other way, it's... What was the complaint? I don't get it. All right, fine. All right, let's open up Godot again. Let's see if it works. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, there we go. And now they're beautiful. They're decoration icons. It looks all right, actually. Oh my God, now I can actually see what I'm looking at. Okay, good. Good, now I know what I'm dealing with. Blue, blue, blue. Add child node. Decoration. Makes it so much easier for me. window. So go to window plant 1. Or wait. Decoration. Add the decoration in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Each decoration is gonna be it's gonna have to take the spots of all these other ones. Decoration is decoration key. Window. I mean, ideally, I'd want to make like just default stuff. But this is fine. This will do for now. It'll get me to where I need to go. Can you copy a transform? Copy value. Paste value. Control V. You could. Sweet. Window plant 1. Window spot 1. Copy value, window spot 2. I'm just gonna change these first. 3, 4. Oops. 4. Window 4. Window 3. Window 2. And then paste the position. Boom. Paste value. There we go. 3. Transform. Copy. I'm paying for this with pain right now. Paste value. Because I didn't do this earlier. Copy value. Control C. I could just Control C, Control V these? Can I? Yes, I can. Oh my god, I could have just done that sooner. Okay, now these should all be workable. Let's test the window stuffs. They're all the same plant. That's fine. Window plant 1, window plant 2, window plant 3, window plant 4. Whoops, I forgot to do something. Is it because I duplicated these? Are they all linked by texture? Ah. Why are they all linked? Stop. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I want hog wild drawing pixel art food at some point. I got over 80 assets that are just for food. I remember you were making a bunch of foods. Oh, these are different foods though. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to have some icons because like I can already feel this helping me. I don't know why they're all linked up though. Window plant 4. Why is it updating all of them? So when I edit this one, it's changing all of them. Now, why is that? Why is it changing all of them? Why could that be? Edit menu. This is placement area window 4. There's only one of these. Edit menu. Edit pop-up item. Okay. Emit. Decorate. Okay, let's check this one. Decoration. Activate decoration. So this is the decoration key. Attempt load decoration. Boom. Attempt load decoration. Let me open that back up. Okay, attempt load decoration. If data placement area has placement area, load decoration ID. So this is the decoration itself. So this has the placement area of the item, and all of them are okay. Got it. Edit, room edit menu. So the issue is that we're sending this off to, we're setting an update for all of them. Room edit menu. And click decoration, boom. I need to know which position I clicked on. That's the big thing, to know the position that you clicked on. So that would be in the decoration itself. Boom, bloom, bloom. So what happens when I click, so when I click in the room, I'm saying, okay, I click this decoration. The decoration should have some information for me, like the position, right? What do we do when we click the decoration? Let's split this out, actually. Decoration. Okay. I have the room edit menu over here. Okay, so click. Let's check click. Click is edit mode. Click decoration.emit. Cool. So we click decoration.emit, and then we should probably emit the placement area. Placement area. This is important. Decoration, placement area, placement area. Okay. room edit menu, decoration.click, decoration.connect. Actually, it doesn't need to pass this because we already know the placement area if somebody clicked it, so never mind. We can admit that as is. On click decoration, okay, we get this, boom, 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 boom. Okay, it checks the database for all the stuff. If info does not have placement areas, has placement area, continue, okay, button. So you're just loading all the stuff in there. Okay. Oops. Just undo all that. Okay. And then we have edit menu, edit pop-up item. Decoration info. So we make these edit pop-up items. And I should probably do var placement area, which should be a decoration placement area. Activate decoration emit. Decoration info and the placement area. So let's do that. Yeah. Emit this. I can take this out of the store too. We don't need this in the store. So let's go back, search, resume. We'll emit this, placement area. Boom, boom. Pass that in, search, resume, boom, event bus, decoration info, and placement area. Decoration.placement area. There we go. Cool. Okay, so oops. Go to this, go to definition of this. Decoration info, place area is wait. Placement. Okay, so this will be area. Placement area, and if data that has placement and area equals placement area, then we can load this. There we go. That's tying it all together. Button dot placement area equals decoration info, decoration dot placement area. There we go. And that should tie it all up. That should tie it all up. So this should just work now. There we go. Beautiful. Also, these look like the same color. I need to fix the walls. Well, that looks good. That looks good. Wall. I forgot to do sandstone properly. Sandstone. It's nice that it's pretty easy to see the mistakes, though. There we go. Now we have sandstone walls. Look at that. So beautiful. So let me add the rest of them. So we solved that issue. I would like to be able to do like nothing as an option as well. Position 72, 181. This one should be... How do we... Can we just set the pivot from the bottom? If we set the pivot from the bottom, then this should just work out every time, I think. At least I would like to think, but I don't know, man. Nah, it just loads higher up. That's another thing I need to figure out then. Why does that last one not have a collision? Hello? 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 Pretty sure I clicked that before. Window, 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 window. The view's taking precedence. Maddie is coming. We have a wild Maddie. Unbelievable.
I won again.
For the very first time. She wanna get in. Okay, the collision is off. Oh, I know why the collision's off. I'm
Hello,
an idiot.
the best person ever.
I'm an idiot. Hello, the best person ever. Hello to you. How you doing, Maddie? How you doing? What you been up to? What you been up to? What you been up to? Oh my God, it's just doing the thing. It's just loading it up. And I don't want it to be like
I'm good.
that.
How about you?
I'm doing good. Figuring out how to do all these decoration thingies, you know. You know what we do. I'm decorating and making it pain. Look at all this. We're able to change all these things.
It looks so cute.
Yeah, I'm making a decoration mode, so you can change all the furniture and stuff. It's a little finicky right now, so I do need to figure that out. Do-do-do, centered. No. Oh, maybe I do that, yeah. Maybe I could do that. Maybe I could do that. Wait, hold on. Hey, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it.
Green one looks so cute.
The green one looks so cute. The green with an A. I agree. I agree. The green one with an A. Can we set the offset to the bottom of the goddamn sprite? Because like this ain't doing it. This ain't doing it. Yeah, this ain't it. So I can always set the center there. I can set the center there. But then I need to move like the offset to the bottom of the sprite. So, okay, I think I have an idea of... Ideally, what I would want to do is...
The best person ever. You have been streaming for more than 5 hours.
Have I? Has it been that long? Has it been that long? Yeah, it's a long one. We're in this for the hot minute.
That is cool.
I could make the offset dynamic if it's a window plant. I could try that. Let me try that. I don't know. I don't know though. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like these should all have the same offset. Minus 140, minus 150. We'll just say minus 150, okay? This is the offset for all of them. Minus 150. They should have the same position. Let's copy this. Copy value. Paste. So what's the issue here? If I paste this one, just go left. And then have the offset calculate to be the bottom of whatever. Why is it so cool that I've been streaming for a long time? Huh? You wish you could be cool like this? In your dreams. Dreams. Dreams are my reality.
You are becoming a professional streamer.
Are you a wall plant? Hold on. Window. Cali Squid. How's it going, Callie? Cali Squid. What you up to? I'm doing decorations for the room. Decoration manager, what have you. I'm trying to figure out how to get some consistent placement here because it's actually kind of butt. Maybe I could just do, I mean, they have positions, right? These have positions, and then I could just do the, I could absolutely just calculate the bottom. I can do that. I can do like an option for decorations, right? So let's say like if we have the decoration here, these enums need to get out of here. Holy shit, they're just like exploding this class. Let's do like an export val, right? Export var offset type, and then I can make another enum here, offset types, and then boom. I could just do none. I could do bottom, which is what I'm trying to work on now, which is going to be a type of offset type. And then if this is specified equals, this could just be the default, none, right? I'm gonna give these integer values because if you don't do this, later on it bites you in the ass if you don't actually, if you just add something in between these, and This reminds you not to do it because this will mess up all your enums across your project. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. So load decoration. So we load the texture. If decoration, if offset type equals offset type types, we could do the bottom. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna just hack this one in real quick. Offset dot y equals this is gonna equal texture dot get rect. How do I get the get height divided by 2? I think this is fine. Warning, you're a warning. Offset. I'm just gonna say else. Offset equals, it's gonna be a vector 2, 0. Okay, cool. So this is kind of hacky to throw this in here for now. I'll clean this up later, and by later I mean never. So let me just go ahead and turn these on now. Offset type bottom, 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 bottom. Hey, look at them go. I think this accidentally, I need to do minus equals. I forgot to do minus equals, man. Oh my god! They're flying to the ceiling. Guys, they were flying to the ceiling. Okay, stop. Let's think about this for a second. Let's think about this for a second. Equals negative, not minus equals. This just equals negative that. Okay, we're on the right track. We're on the right track. We're getting somewhere. For whatever reason, this asshole is just like, nah. Let's figure out why that is. Why you like this, though? Why is that one just like, it's saying, nah, bro, I'm going up. The rest of you can go down, but me, I'm in the sky. This is interesting. It has a long collider. Why does it have such a long... Is this a long boy? Hold on. Why is it so long? Hello? Oh my god, it's already 3 o'clock. You gotta be joking, man. It's friggin' 3 o'clock. Shit. Where did the time go today? I don't know where the time went. I didn't even go to the gym. Corner plant. Corner plant. I'm not doing corner plant. I'm doing window spot 2. Window spot 2. I repeat, window spot 2. Why are you acting up window spot 2? Let me check the other ones, actually. I'm gonna check these. So this is doing it perfectly, actually. Like, this is so good. Except for this one asshole. Hold on, wait. It's because it doesn't have the right Y value, right? 254. Okay, I'm just gonna move. This is Y. 254 right here. 254. That's the only reason. That's it. Nothing else. That is the only reason. Okay, we're good. Sweet. So work that in. That works now. Curtains are done. As far as I'm concerned, these guys are good. Corner plant. Corner plant. You, my dude. We're gonna need a little bit of help. Plant. Corner. Let's do another decoration. All right, decoration. This is not as bad as I thought it'd be. Corner. I thought I'd have more struggles, but it's kind of working out, so we're good. Corner plant. Let's do this, man. Whoops. Will it be easy to add more later on? Probably. If I have any issues, I could just figure them out as I go. But like for those plants, like they're all different sizes, but like they're all matching to the same spot now because I'm matching them based on, I'm just setting their starting point to draw the animation at the bottom. So like the bottom is the base of it, so it draws up. So it knows where to start each time, so it's fine. As long as I have that like a angle of consistency I can work with, nothing is a problem, I think. Which I think all pictures are gonna have to some degree. There's going to be some angle of consistency somewhere. Like for the ceiling stuff, they're gonna be hanging down, so the pivot point will be the top probably, while these are the bottom. It'll just be stuff like that, really. But for the most part, I think a lot of things are just centered. Blah, 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 blah. Could even do like short curtains and stuff too. You can draw the whole plant if it's easier. It might be good to have the whole plant just for consistency reasons. I don't know. But I mean, you have the store version of it, so I don't really see, like, it might not be necessary. I don't know. It might not be super necessary. I don't see it as that important. This will be decoration key. Corner plant 1. Placement area. Corner. Left corner. Offset type none. This one will just take this guy's position. Boom, boom. Copy value. Boom. There we go. And now we'll have a corner plant here. Corner plant should now work. Or not. Hold on. So why is that not working? Corner plant 1. Corner plant 1. Corner plant 1. That should work. Had to kind of fix them for the story, yeah. Yeah, you kind of find when you have to do something with constraints like that, like things get a little bit more organized, like position-wise, I would guess. Don't mind if I lurk? I don't mind at all if you lurk. I actually encourage it. Lurk all you want. Thank you for the lurk. Bloom. All right, I'm not sure why it's not showing that. Not sure why it's not showing the thing for this. Let me get rid of the wall real quick. Yeah, there's like no collider here. Why is that? Convex decomposing failed. Why would convex decomposing fail? Am I gonna have to make an editor for this? I'm gonna have to make an editor for this. So I can just build the colliders. Which is fine, I needed to do that anyway. But removing this here, imagine you could just change the entire thing, like you're not even in a room anymore, you're just like on the beach, you have a small desk. You're on the beach now, you're outside. Just removing the wall just gave me that feel like it could be outside also. Load, decoration, composing. Is it because this is too rough of a shape to do it for? It could be. So now this is gonna force my hand to making something I've needed to make, which is gonna be, I've been hacking, all right? This has been a hack. When I load the decoration, I've been actually, what is that? What is that? Why did YouTube on my phone just start playing? Hello? 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 That's wild. I don't know what my phone is doing. Alright. So this is the hack that I'm currently doing. So this should have decoration. Yep, that's clear obscure. Such a good game. Oh my god. It's so good. Collision points. It's so good. It's just so good, man. I hate that moment so much. Some people hated it. Some people were just like, "Oh my god." At first, I was like, "Wait, what the hell is happening?" It took me a second to for it to all just kind of snap and understand. Like, wait a second, this is insane. Worst case, your game crashed right after, so you had to do it all again. That's the worst. That is actually the worst. I can't believe that. I feel bad. I feel bad for you. That's terrible. I feel bad. I'm gonna have to write a script. I don't have to do this very often, but this is the time where we write a script. So I have a utility that I used to build. Am I using this for anything? Decoration manager? What is this? We aren't doing this. Yeah. So was it this one? Findable queue free. I had to write a tool before. Custom collision for your objects. What I'm currently doing is I'm actually as they load the texture, I'm just baking the collision in every time it loads, which is really bad. I just have some code just getting all the edges and then building the polygon. And what is overhead in 2026? Yeah, but it's not working out in this case, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna have it automatically generate these, and then I'm gonna just you know. And this is the code that does it. I mean, it's not even that complicated, which is kind of crazy. So I'm gonna try to do that. I'm gonna make another thing. I think I had it, was it Atlas Factory that I did this in? Let me see. I know I had tools that... Nah. Cropper? No. It might have been one of these. I don't remember anymore, man. I don't remember. Load index 1. What code is broken? Is it the Atlas Factory? Atlas Factory. Are you broken? Because I had the code essentially in here. I've seen done more crazy things. Yeah, the only problem is like this is failing to create the polygon. So now I need to just make a polygon for it. But if I'm gonna make a polygon for it, I feel like I should just code it in and have all the points just generated. And then just have an easy way to generate them in the future. So I'm just gonna do that. I think that's what I'm just gonna do. Whoa! Thank you for the raid. Greatly appreciated. Holy shite. Welcome in. Jitspo. I feel like I've been to your stream before. Thank you for the raid. Greatly appreciated. What were you guys working on? We're over here trying to not bake in our collision shapes when we're loading objects. Because it seems to not be working for us right now. Currently we're working on an edit mode for the decorations in the room. So you like change all the curtains and stuff. Books. This little pen holder. The walls. Background. You get it. You can do all the plants and stuff. Whatever you want. At your disposal. The best part is you can close it and then open it up again and it'll save. Boom! Look at that. Saved. It's awesome. It sounds simple, but something ends up being a pain in the butt. Yeah, so it's being a pain in my butt right now because I don't think it wants to create the polygon for this guy. I think the shape is too complicated. Because it has all these little edges. It's checking like the alpha and stuff. And generating based on that. So it's too much. And it's just like, nar. And now I just got to do it. I got to do it myself. But welcome in, everybody. Do we have a bunch of Godoers in here? Gadoers? Gadoos? So everyone's on their own part of their journey. This is the first game that we're trying to work on. And we're going to try and release this one on Steam as soon as we can. I mean, we've been working hard, man. We've been working hard. Putting a lot of hours. But like, what this game is, it's a, let's see if it still works. Okay, it does work. It's a little hidden object game where you find all the little buns. It's cute. You find all of them, you start unlocking stuff, you get more currency. You can draw a little faster because you do a little more drawing damage. And then eventually you go boom, boom, boom. Let me go to my shop real quick. Let's buy some buns. So I get some buns over here. Unlock my little helpers. I get a few of these. I can speed up the animation too. Alright, I got all... Right now I only have 3 types included, but there's a lot more ready for me to throw in there, but like... I could essentially put these guys on now. And when I start this up, they're ready to go and they're at it. They're finding the stuff for me. it'll be a little bit gacha, so they'll have their own little systems and stuff, like their own upgrades in the skill tree, and make them go fast now. Make them go fast and do a lot of damage. I have the master key to make them go quick and do a lot. Says, where's Waldo, kinda? Yeah, kind of, I guess. Like, they change positions every time, though. You get served 20 at a time. So you kind of work together with these guys to do it. I was also thinking of having, like, interference come in later to kind of stop your little helpers from doing stuff automatically. So, I mean, it'll get harder and harder. You can just keep going up into the next level, next level, next level. The things just gradually get harder to do. Like, these will have more health that you have to click through. You can get a better pen and stuff. Hello to no Linux, no sub. Well, this is like pseudo Linux, okay? It's called Windows. The search area has stuff going on. Yeah, I've seen it. It's like there's stuff moving around in there. Yeah, this is all pretty static too. But I mean, like the little hidden things, they change location. So like, if you don't see them there, it's actually like that one was an ice cream before, but now it's just a regular ice cream, so it's not there anymore. I do have Arch installed. I just don't use it. Your daughter would love that game. Yeah, I mean this is pretty fun. Like my daughter was enjoying clicking through stuff too on this. She was really enjoying it. And it's pretty fun to just click them. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm just doing it's kind of therapeutic. If you have the sounds on, it's like bubble wrap. They have little popping sounds, like little writing sounds when you're writing on or drawing on them, and then it has a little pop when they come out. It just feels perfect. I don't have the sound effects on right now though. But yes, it's called Clickabout, as Dex said, and we'll have a Steam page up soon. Boom, boom. We're in beta right now for the Steam page. We'll be up there soon. Where is my code to do this? So we do the load decoration. We call the create collider from texture. And what I want to do here... But yeah, Jits, if you got anything to do, go do your thing. Thank you for the raid. It's greatly appreciated. I'm just going to be doing a little bit more nerdy stuff here. Getting into the depths of creating these colliders and making tools to do it. I have a tool to do this, and I swear to God, I don't know where it is. Findable build. Is it this one? Is it findable builder? Findable maker? Findable maker? I don't know, man. I don't know what happened to it. Is it this one? No. It's an extends atlas texture. Right, it was in here. Okay. So I had the code to kind of do all this. So I probably want to do something a little bit similar where I have all the decorations. Godot is his thing. I like the blue text. It shows it as blue text over here, which is kind of cool. Like, I don't know why that came out blue. It's just italic. I'm gonna do a decoration factory then. Decoration factory. I'll keep the naming convention. This is not an actual factory, but it's like I'm baking textures and stuff, so whatever. Decoration factory. Godot's great, but Jolt gave me a headache. Oh, did it? I haven't had to deal with it, so I'm not making any 3D games or any 2D games that use physics. So not something I have to worry about actively. It's kind of nice, you know? 100% just interaction through clicks. Try that on for size. So Atlas Factory, what do I have to do? I have to do a tool at the top, right? I'm just gonna go to Atlas Factory. All right. Let's go to Decoration Factory. Hold on. I guess I don't have to do it with the class name if I'm not gonna do anything special. All right. On ready var references is gonna be an array, I guess, of decoration info, which equals decoration database. But this is gonna require me, no, I'm just gonna drag and drop this. Export references is gonna equal nothing, actually. So how would I get these all in here? This is all the decoration manifest. Can I just like hold up? I think I know. Or actually, I'm not sure. Are you able to get just all the same resource types? Godot, find all resources of type. Okay. Dir axis open path. Dir axis begin. Dir I get next. File name. Blah 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 blah. So this gives you the Can I check if a resource is of a certain type when you're loading it? Is that what we do? Like, I'm not even sure. And how do auto loads work with? I'm actually really curious because I have an auto load. And then this will just be decoration database, I guess. I don't know. What's manifest here? Manifest equals decoration manifest load. I guess I could load this, right? I could just do this, yeah. Okay, let's just do funk on ready or funk ready. Stop. Okay. Manifest decoration. Oops. Data base equals load blah 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 blah. That's what it is, right? Decoration, or is it decoration map? I'm getting so confused now. I'm getting so confused. Okay. Decoration manifest. Right, manifest, and then references equal manifest that decorations, all decorations. Okay, there we go. So this works like that, and then these will just be the references. Stop. And that should technically work. I need to close the scene and open it again, but blah, 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 blah. Decoration factory, boom. All right, we have all of them in here. Sweet. So funk. Next thing I want to do is be able to. I need to work on specific decorations. So I need to work on specific decorations in the editor. And to do that, I would want to be able to click here, collision points. How can I make it so that I can work through this? How did I do it for the other one? How did I do it for the Atlas factory? I did it by having, I have an Atlas here. And then I just pass in the findable, I changed the findable number. So I could do the index. I guess I could do the index of what I'm working on. Yeah, I can do the index. That works fine. Let's do that. So let's do export var working index is gonna be it's just 0 or get working index, then set is gonna be set working index. I think I do equals here, yeah? Okay. Let's do var working index is gonna be an int. Cool. Boom! Holy shite, what's going on? We got more raids. Thank you for the raid. It's raid o'clock right now. I guess people are going to sleep. You going to sleep? Thank you. How do I say that? Matisse. Hold out the A just for a little bit. What were you guys up to? Raid is appreciated. I'm working on a tool right now to build the colliders for all my stuff in the game. Exactly like you said it. Well, goddamn, first try. Hell yeah. What kind of stuff are you guys working on? We're working on a hidden object game right now. I'm just writing a little tool to help me along the way right now. Get working index. Return working index. Boom. But I also don't really know. Okay, there we go. I did this backwards. I do this backwards occasionally. I don't know what it is. Like, am I dyslexic? I have no idea, man. I flip these sometimes. It gets me every single time. Func, set, working, index. Okay, values would be int, boom. Int. Making my own Twitch Discord bot on Node.js. Cool. What kind of stuff are you trying to build into it? You're just doing like little Twitch integration things? I'm not really sure like what kind of stuff you could do with that. I guess there's a lot of flexibility because like that could be literally anything, right? But I know you could do like clips and stuff and save like maybe stuff from the stream and then post it on your Discord. Or I don't know what else you'd do, but like you could fill in the blanks, I guess. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe something a little interactive would be kind of cool. Working index equals value. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. And then I'm gonna do, if we set the working index, we'll go ahead and add a child node here. Add child node. This is gonna be, this will be a node 2D. Node 2D. We'll make this guy the working item. Go ahead and do an onReady var working item container. Is gonna be, I need to probably call this container. This is no good. Rename container. All right, cool. Right now it's just basic commands and announcement on my Discord when I go live. I see. I think I built that like a long time ago. I don't even remember at this point. What other stuff do you guys work on? Plan on linking way more Twitch in the future and cam background, like using channel points to interact with it. That's cool.
Martus just followed.
What do you do once you're done with the bot? What kind of stuff do you have in the pipeline? Working item container. Oh wait, why am I saying working item? This is just a node 2D. I'm a little bit dumb sometimes. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. That old code path return a value. Oh, because this needs to be void. Okay. Cool. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I have like a little notification thing. Like when I go live, I have a channel that gets hooked to on my Discord, but I just use StreamerBot for that. Like it's easy to hook up stuff, so it's kind of nice. A lot of stuff that they kind of handle for you, so you don't really have to think about or code anything. But having a dedicated like environment that you made is also probably really cool because you can program a lot into it. So when you set this, what I want to do is do working item container that get. Why does it say index? Working item container that get children. Var children. In this, I'll do, well, child. Why am I saying var? For child that queue free. Or working item container that remove child working item container that queue free that I don't know, what do we free call deferred. Sure. So we'll reset the container and then I'm gonna want to make a new decoration to add to this thing. So we'll say like we're gonna make a decoration out of this. Our decoration equals decoration I'm sure there are already tools, but let me make my own, do that. I'm making my own stuff, see how it works inside. Yep. Yeah, I get that. You want to kind of build it so you can understand all the parts of it. And if you want to extend it in your own kind of ways, it'd be pretty easy to, because you already kind of built the system to do it. So that makes sense. I get that. That makes sense. Decoration dot new. No. I'm gonna just copy and paste this reference in here. Let's do decoration. Decoration. I'm just gonna drag and drop this guy in there. Boom. Boom. equals decoration dot instantiate, boom. And then we can say deco dot load decoration, and then we'll just pass in the resource. So this will be working item container, or no, this would be references for working index. Invalid argument. You look like an invalid argument. Blah, 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 blah. And then this should be, actually let's delete this. Boom. Working, working info equals this decoration info. Boom. Whoops, didn't do that. All right. And this would be working info. Stop. Working info dot key decoration name. Okay, we'll do that. So this should load the decoration, then we'd have to add the child. So the working item container, add child, deco. Now I don't really know how to do this because I don't remember. They would have, I think there was like a certain way to do this. Blah, blah, blah. You totally got it. Yeah. Yep. I get that. I feel the same way, but I just feel like building other stuff. I just want to build stuff. I'm gonna build stuff and have fun with that. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Region. Dun, dun. So this is where I was baking the stuff. This is the factory, so add child. I might have deleted the other code. I don't know if this will work. Let's find out. Godot, add child to tree in tool editor mode. Add child. Set the owner to make it visible and say use owner if adding to the scene's root. Get tree edited scene root. It's not mentioning that I need to do anything, so let's try it. I don't know. Let's see. Get child on a null value. You look like a null value. I need to reload the script. That's what needs to happen. You look like a null value. Decoration factory. Here we go. Try it again. 2. Okay, so there's no error. Oh, wait, I think. Wait, there might be an error. No, there is an error. Attempt to call method on a placeholder instance. Decoration factory 30. Working info. Working info's. Is it still a placeholder now? Hold on. Trying to figure out. Okay, so it's still not working. Cannot call get children on. You look like a null value. Okay. Working item container. Working item container. Bloom, 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 bloom. On ready. Boom. Okay, so these sets happened before this, so I'll just say if not working item container. That means the scene is not ready. Not ready? If not, is ready? If not, is node ready? Return. Just gonna... So you don't run when you're not ready. Let's try this again. Clean the errors. Decoration factory. Okay. Let's try changing this worker index. Boom. Okay. Load sprite in base sprite 2D decoration. Attempt to call method on a placeholder instance. Check if the script is in tool mode. I mean, it is. Like, what's the issue here? I actually don't understand what the issue is here. Like, why would you complain about this? I can't even, like... Factory. I can't debug it either. Can't do this while it's loaded? I'm wondering. Working index. Let's do 2. Print. Make. Deco. Okay, 3. Hey, okay, load decoration. Decoration. Game manager, that decoration database, that decorations get key decoration info. So maybe that's not the best thing. Maybe this should just take, instead of taking this, load decoration, right? I'll just do load decoration. I'll just do... I'll pass the decoration in here, right? Okay, decoration. Data, I call it data. Data, decoration info. Data.decoration name is the key. And I'm loading this anyway. Like, this is so dumb. All right, never mind. Data.room texture path. Okay, that's all good. That's all good. That's all good. That was kind of dumb. Getting into game dev and just came across randomly on the front page. Any dash someone who knows nothing and starting completely fresh. What kind of games do you want to make? It's a pretty nuanced conversation, I think. But it all does start with like knowing what you want to make first. Blam, 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 blam. Not like I have a lot of experience to speak from. I mind you that. This is Decoration Factory. So this should not be a decoration key that we load from, but this should be a maybe decoration database? I don't know, man. I'm actually not going to call this here. I'm just going to leave this blank because this is interfering with like other stuff. This is not super extensible. This is kind of pain. It's pain, man. It's pain. Working index 1. I said it. It didn't do shit though. Oh, wait, it did do something. It did do something. Look, there's a little thingy up there. It did do something. But it's not doing what I want to do. Alright, let's do that. Working index 1. Okay, so it did So I'm setting this, but it's not saying again. That's kind of weird. God damn it. Eventually a 2D roguelike, ideally. I want to get the tools to make everything ideal. Okay, so a 2D roguelike. So usually, like, if you want to make games, it's a huge field. So like, you can make so many different kinds of games, so many different genres. So it's good to focus towards one genre that you want to make, and you've established that roguelikes, 2D. So find some roguelikes that you like, and try to build something super basic in them, or like a super basic version of them. But even before that, to learn how to even do a little coding and do the work with the engine, like what you might want to do is do even simpler games, just like super simple games like Pong or something. Just understand how it works end to end, hook everything up, make the paddles move, make the ball bounce, make the points go up, make the AI follow the ball or lose intentionally, because it's pretty hard to program faults into the bot. So you can figure that out first and figure out how to make it look nice and all that. Then you can move on to like other easy type games, maybe more towards what you like to make. It's hard to know what might be easy though if you haven't made anything, but just anything that feels smaller scope, just try for that. You've heard a lot of start with Pong makes sense. Yeah, because you don't know how anything works, and that's like the simplest thing you can implement. And that'll teach you how some of it does. Finding out what exactly makes fun in games personally like is the hard part. Right. Finding the fun is hard too. Especially if you're developing it, because like if you're developing something and it's like I'm the kind of person that will cook food and I can't appreciate the taste of my own food. So I don't even know. It's rough. The same thing I think applies to like a game that I'm making. So like it's hard for me to feel like, is this fun or not? Like I'm not even sure, because like I'm just spending time I'm building it and just clicking through it, and I can kind of feel that it feels nice to click the little hidden buttons that I'm making in here. But like it's also rough. I'm not entirely sure. I think I broke stuff. Unload data, decoration manager. Let's go to decoration manager. Let me make the game run again. It's not good to not have the game running. Info. Decoration saved, decoration lookup, get. So this would be the manager. The manager would load from the... Okay. Current? What's current? Current is decoration. Oh. Current decorations placement area. Okay, and then this is the decoration save, decoration lookup, get placement area. So we'll get the decoration that's in this area. Then we'll have to get the key. Decorations lookup. We'll get the key and then we'll load it. I think this should happen from the game manager. So this is the rough part, because now like we've added dependencies. Yeah, I'm game manager. I think this would be the place to do it then. Decoration, database, what is this? Whoops. This one? This would be decorations, string. Decorations, and then we'll have the decoration key. Var deco info is decoration info equals this. Boom, 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 and then we'll have deco info. All right, so this should fix my issue. There we go. You appreciate the advice? Yeah. Yeah, no problem. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Does it all work still? Yes. Okay, cool. So we're good. So I broke the game and then I unbroke it. So it's kind of nice. Yeah, we're making a little hidden object game. It's cute. Like the last raid that came in through here is like I got sent in here. The game is absolutely broken, so nobody can even see what kind of game we're making. So that sucks, but whatever. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. Here we go. Let's today they created a chat system, audio manager, and a custom tooltip system without breaking anything, was actually worse. Because it makes me suspicious. I feel like crawl into one side. Yeah, I mean, like, if they're isolated systems, like, they shouldn't be breaking each other. And that means you did it well. For me, I have this decoration, and then I'm making a manager. I have a manager for it that just loads them up. But then I also am making a tool to generate the things for them. So now that's kind of interfering with where I was loading them in, and yeah, issues come up. Okay. So I think that this all works again. I could close this. And then I could go ahead and close this one too. Let's do... That clock is just rude. It's saying yo mama. How rude can you be? Check if the script is in tool mode. It is in tool mode, but that's not the point. I want to create a child. I want to add a child to the... Add child. I was doing this in different places, all right? Add child. Crop. Oh, get tree edited scene root. Yeah, let's do that. I think this is what we want to do, right? Deco dot get owner that edited scene root. Is that what I was looking for? Like, okay, close it, open decoration factory, change this to 3, sure. On base object null instance. Deco? What is deco here? Deco is decoration. You're a null instance, excuse me? I think crop is doing some stuff for me. Scene or buffer owner. Findable. Findable. I'm not gonna lie, this is my kind of clock. He trying to see the time and it's just insulting you. It's like, God damn it, clock, you relax. I'm trying to know the time. And it's like, screw you. You don't need to know the time. I'm here to hurt you. The owner. The owner. Okay, wait. So let's do deco.owner equals get tree. Stop. Get tree edited scene root. Okay, so I think this is what I needed to do. This is maybe the magic code. Maybe. Maybe not. Please. Yes. Ugh. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, there we go. So this will delete it. Deleted everything though. Don't delete everything. Why you delete everything? Because I'm an idiot. Let's make a new one. God damn it. All right, add child node. Node 2D. Working item container. Working item container. All right. Go ahead. Boom. Okay. Let's not delete it again. Oops. Just Control O, decoration factory, beautiful. Okay, so now this will automatically throw something in there for me. Okay, so we threw that in there, which is cool too. And this decoration should be, I don't know what's on index 2. Not gonna lie, curtains. You're a curtain. You're a curtain. Maybe I need to do the editing after. I add the child. I called load decoration after all is said and done. But it's... What's the issue here? Like, what is the issue? Why are you giving me problems? This is not a placeholder. You're a placeholder. Attempt to call a method on a placeholder instance. Your placeholder. Tool. I mean, I could just go to decoration, right? And I could just... I don't want to do this. But does this make it work? I think this might make it work. Oops. God damn it, clock. Stop insulting me. Now is not the time. It is not the time. Yeah, that works. Cool. Cool. So I can see it loaded and it loads the collisions there, which is pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. It's pretty cool. So I have references or I'll make another export, which is like export, or item to work is gonna be this will just be a decoration info, which doesn't have to equal anything, but when you say set, then you'll say reference it, set value, and then you could say references that index that get. Can I say this? I could always just load a dictionary, right? Let's do this as a dictionary. Okay, all right, I'm gonna make this a little bit cleaner. This will be a dictionary. You look like a dictionary, all right? Dictionary, string, decoration info. This will load with the key. References that for deco and decoration info and manifest out all decorations. It will say 15 up, boom, 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 boom. I'm doing all this to make a tool, but this will help me down the line anyway. So deco references that set, and then this will be the string. So this will be the key deco, the decoration name, and then this will be the decoration. That's it. So we'll have that. We'll have a working dictionary form of this, and then we'll do references. We'll just set the thing here. So references that get item to work. We'll set the index. So do working index equals references that get value dot name, decoration name. There it is. That's it. That's all I have to do, and then it'll load it up. So I can drag and drop a reference in there as well, which will be an awesome way to do this. Can't get value in. Oh, okay. References. What was I doing here? Working info, decoration. Decoration is that. And then the working info would be references that get working index. That get working index. That makes sense. I don't know why that broke. All right, you gonna head to bed? All right. Already 3:10 a.m. here. Going to sleep. Still working tomorrow. Oh God. Yeah. Thanks for the raid. Greatly appreciated. Have a good sleep. Try to get as much as you can at this point. I don't know, man. It sounds like it's rough. You got maybe like 4 hours. Good luck. See you later. Thank you for the raid. Let's close that. We'll reopen it. Decoration, database, no factory. So now I can just drop. Cool. So this makes it awesome. Plant. Let's do corner. Corner plant is struggling. Yes? No. Wall blue. Okay, so this isn't working. Set working index, invalid function, set working index on base. Can I convert argument from object to int? Set value. Where's the issue? Wait, hold on. Let me see. Working index. Oh, right. Working index should actually not even be an int anymore. This should be working info? Decoration info? Right? Working info. We do this. Paste that one in. Is that working? Info. Freaking typos, man. It's not an int anymore. Don't complain. Don't you dare complain. Okay. Decoration info. Working info. Next error. Okay. Drink water. Oh. Maggie, all this time and I haven't been drinking water. Can you imagine? Working info. Let's go 6 up. And it needs to be decoration info. Value. Working info will be shared. No, this needs to be working info. Okay, there we go. Where the hell's index? This is the only thing referencing index, and it's like, no. Okay. Working info. New info, I guess. I don't know. New info. Okay. Holy crap, that was a lot of... Right. I don't even know if I even need to do this now. References that I get. Do I need to even do this? No. I have the value. Like, that's not even necessary anymore. Okay, cool. Let me reload this again. Clock, thank you for the hate. I greatly appreciate it. And now I don't even need to do... Now I don't even need to do this whole thing that I was doing before with the export. Because it's just easy. This needs to move. I got all my stuff mixed up, man. This is no good. Stop. Okay. Let's do this and factory. Okay, 73. Activate decoration. Boom, 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 boom. What is this? I don't know. I'll fix that. I'll fix that later. Okay, now I can work here. Wall blue. Sweet. And now what I want to do with these decorations is I want to save all of them, right? So I'm gonna have to run a script to generate all the colliders. This would be like a separate thing. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm back. So it's the issue with the corner plant. Essentially what I'm doing here is I'm making an editor. For the decoration info. And then I could just kind of work through them and update them as necessary. That's what I've been building. Oops. It's fine. I can get rid of that. Why is there a placement area in decoration factory? Oh. What is that? That's what we're doing. Right. So corner plant 1 had the issue, I think. Corner plant 1. So this one's not making a collider. Because screw me, right? I'm probably gonna have to continue this tomorrow though, I think. I really must go. I need to go to gym. I needs to hit the gyms. And there's no way I'm finishing this now. It's gonna take more time. I might do a little bit off stream later. Did a hell of a lot today. I feel like maybe not too much. All I did was plug in the decorations and the stuff that already works. So it's like working on a working system, just adding the content, really. Once I can get those collisions working, that'll be beautiful. Let's see, where are we going? Same category. English. We've done Booyah Grandpa before. He's making Alpine Lake, which is like a crafty game, I think. It's pretty cool. There's not too many people right now. AI Queen, you better get out of here. Anybody streaming something interesting? I mean, maybe we'll go to Booyah then. Rust is like that's too deep for us, all right? I don't have that brain, okay? Let's go to Booyah. Booyah! Thank you everybody for joining in today. We'll probably be continuing tomorrow and trying to finish off the decoration stuff. So maybe see it through to the end would be kind of nice to finish that off. Be done with it. Thank you for waving your stinky feet at me. Greatly appreciated. All right. Shout out to Gamers Toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 of them. He hasn't counted it, has he? I guess not. All right. I'll see you guys later. Thank you very much. Tell Booyah to get steamed. So you could be a steamed grandma. All right. I'll see you guys later. Peace.